All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to the Spring 2019 meeting of the National Advisory Committee on Racial, Ethnic, and Other Populations. We're absolutely delighted that you're here today and your bus made it on time, and we appreciate those coming from near and far to be here for the next couple of days. We're looking forward to a lot of different topics and some really productive discussion. Let me introduce myself. I'm Nancy Bates. I'm the designated federal officer for the National Advisory Committee, and in this role I will preside over the Advisory Committee meetings according to the rules of the Federal Advisory Committee Act, also known as FACA. I'd also like to announce that this is sadly going to be my last time to act as a DFO for this committee, as I'll be retiring next year. It's been my pleasure to serve on this in this role for 7 years since Dr. Groves rechartered the NAC in 2012. So it's been really a pleasure and a privilege. And I'd like to announce that Karen Battle is going to be taking over my role. So she'll be sitting in this chair in the fall meetings. Okay, so the proceedings are being recorded and transmitted live on the Census YouTube channel. And all the meeting materials are on the Census Advisory Committee website, and you can find both the links to the YouTube channel and all of the committee materials at the top of the census.gov homepage. At this time, I would like to request our Health and Safety Officer, George Barnett, to walk us through the safety protocols.
Good morning. The Health and Safety Branch of the Census Bureau adds its welcome to you. Just as census includes safety in considerations in all of our assignments to our employees in the field, our employees at headquarters, we also like to make sure that our visitors are prepared in the case that we should have an unexpected emergency. And basically there are two principal systems that you should be aware of. One would be the fire alarm system. And when the fire alarm system sounds, it's quite standard. You will see strobe lights, you will hear a siren, and you will see successive male and female voices asking for your attention and saying that there is a fire in the building. Please evacuate by the nearest exit. Do not use elevators, of course. And in this facility, in the auditorium, if you look to your left, my right, you will see that there are 3 emergency exits that are shown. And what we ask that you do is promptly proceed through those exits. It will lead you to a sidewalk that will take you away from the building. And please move at least 50 feet away from the building. And when the situation has been resolved, there would be an all clear message letting you know that you can return to the building. Alternatively, and we certainly don't expect, for instance, a tornado on such a pleasant, sunny day, but if there were any other emergency situation that required you to take action within the building, the same public address system would give you specific instructions depending upon what the particular scenario is that's occurring. And we ask you to follow those instructions. Also, if any of you have any condition or situation where you feel you might need assistance in evacuating or complying with other emergency instructions, please come see the staff table here behind me. They will be more than happy to help you, consult us if need be, because for everybody, we always try to provide that support. So thank you very much for being here. We're also asked by the security office to remind you that with your yellow lanyard and badge, you are restricted to the first floor. You cannot go to any other floor without somebody with a census ID acting as your escort. So thank you very much for your attention, and I know this will be a productive and interesting meeting.
Thank you, George. One other staff announcement that I failed to make, you probably noticed that Tara Dunlop is not with us at these meetings. Regretfully, she has moved on to a different agency, so we're going to miss her, and she was a great support to this particular advisory committee as well as the CSAC. So for this meeting, we're going to have Kim and Enid who are going to be filling in. So if you have any questions that you would normally direct to Tara, just talk to either myself, Kim, or Enid, and we'll help you out. Okay, so as we begin, I want to remind members that those joining us in the room and inside Census headquarters that you are prohibited from taking pictures with your smartphone, camera, or other recording devices. So before we talk about today's agenda, I'd like to introduce folks sitting at the head table. To my left is Committee Chair Carol Gore, and next to Carol is the Vice Chair, Julie Dowling. And next to Julie, we have Al Fontenot, who is the Associate Director for Decennial Census Programs. And then next to Al, we have Kevin Smith, who is the Chief Information Officer. And just joining us is Laura Vergioni, who is the Chief of the Office of Program Performance and Stakeholder Integration. And then next to Laura, we have Nick Orsini, who is the Associate Director for Economic Programs. Sitting to my right, we have Director Dillingham, and next to the director is Ron Jarman. And sitting next to Ron, we have John Abowd, who is the Chief Scientist, and let me get his title right because he's my boss, the Associate Director for Research and Methodology and Chief Scientist. And then next to John, we have Karen Battle sitting in for Tori Velkoff. And then next to Karen, we have Ali Ahmad, who is the Associate Director for Communications. And I think that rounds out everyone sitting at the table. So the Chair and Vice Chair, Carol and Julie, and I will share in the facilitating your deliberations today and tomorrow. And between the three of us, we'll do our best to keep the discussion moving and ensure that we get everybody's input and comments, but also try to keep us stay on schedule. So we welcome all members of the public and staff who are participating via webcast and in person. We want to recognize anyone from the Department of Commerce, congressional staff, and regional staff who may be attending either in person or virtually. Also note that we have a media table in the back of the room on my left near the doors that will be staffed by a member of our Public Information Office, PIO. At this time, I think someone from our telecommunications office is hopefully going to provide an iPad navigation overview for those of you that have iPads here at the table.
Good morning. My name is O'Brien Grant, and I'll be giving you a brief demonstration on how to use your iPad for today and tomorrow. The iPad should be currently at their home screen. If they're not at the home screen, press the home button on the right-hand side of the iPad. Once you press the button, you will see 3 applications. The first application will be MOS 360. This application is used to view all presentation and documents for this conference. The presentation will be on the left side of the screen. Select a presentation you would like to view, and it will open on the right. If you would like to expand the view, there's an X on the top middle of the screen. Select that to expand the view. When you are ready to go back to the presentation, select Docs on the left of the iPad. If you go back to the home screen, the next application would be Notes. This application would be used to create an email, so you can email your recommendations. To start a recommendation, select the icon in the top right-hand corner that resembles a square and a pencil. After completing your recommendation, you can email them directly to your chairperson. To do this, select the icon in the top right-hand corner that looks like an arrow pointing up. Once you select that, you can select Mail, and then you can enter the email address, which is chairnat@gmail.com. Please put your name in the subject line so that the chair will know who's to send in the recommendation. Back to your home screen, the last application is Safari. This application will allow you to surf the web for anything you may need to look up. You have 2 handouts in front of you, the table overview that shows you the application, their functions, and you have instructions on emailing from Notes application. To connect, your personal device to the guest wireless. Go to your Wi-Fi settings and connect your device to System 10. Once connected, go to your preferred web browser and try to access any website. You will be then prompted to enter the credentials that are displayed on the 10 card. Once you enter the credentials, you have internet access. If you have any questions throughout the conference, myself and other analysts will be here to help. Thank you. Have a great conference.
Thank you very much, O'Brien. So let's see. At this time, we're going to review quickly today's agenda. And as you'll note, we have a broad range of topics, and we have developed the agenda in response to the Census Bureau's need to share and introduce research and program developments requiring members' attention. The agenda also includes topics that the NAC has recommended at previous meetings on critical programs and research. So most of our topics are broken into 3 parts. We'll have a presentation by a census subject matter expert. We'll then have a discussion presentation from a NAC member, and then we'll open it up to committee member question and answer. So first on today's agenda, our committee chair, Carol Gore, is going to share remarks and introduce committee members. And following Carol, Steve Dillingham and Ron Jarman will provide executive remarks. Following that, Al Fontenot and Michael Thiem will present an update of the 2020 census, followed by committee discussion. At that time, we'll then pause for a morning break, and we'll do a group photo. After that, Simpson Garfinkel will provide an overview of privacy and confidentiality protection. Jason Devine and Cynthia Hollingsworth will present on the proposed 2020 Data Products Plan, followed by discussion from committee member Stuart Michaels. We will stop for a working lunch, and then we'll have an update on the Integrated Partnership and Communication Program with Kendall Johnson and Maria Malagon. Our discussant will be Megan Maury. We'll then hear from Willette Allen, Burton Reist, Mara Abrams, and Gina Hayter, who will present an update on the partnership and engagement programs, followed by a discussion from NAC member Jerry Green. At 3 o'clock, we'll have a break, and our chair and vice chair, Carol and Julie, will lead the NAC committee discussion, and we'll begin to formulate recommendations, and we'll adjourn at 5 p.m. The bus will leave at 5:15. At the same time, you got dropped off. As a reminder to the audience, during the Q&A sessions occurring today, only committee members are permitted to ask questions or make comments. The public will, however, have an opportunity to make a comment tomorrow, Friday, at 11 a.m. during the time set aside for public comment. If anyone does intend to give public comment tomorrow, we ask that you leave your name at the registration desk. And if you have comments that are going to exceed more than 2 minutes, then we ask that you submit your comments in writing at the registration desk or email them to census.national.advisory.committee@census.gov. Written comments will be posted to the NAC meeting website. Finally, due to FACA guidelines governing meetings and conferences, the refreshments are for the committee members only. Just a reminder that members, when you are ready to speak, please turn your tent card up. And in turn, the chair will call on you. We ask that you turn on your microphone when you've been called upon and clearly state your name for the record. And please do this every time that you make comment. And please remember that side conversations may be heard on the tabletop microphone, so be cognizant of that. Okay, at this time, I would like to welcome our chair, our committee chair, Carol Gore, who will share remarks and introduce the NAC members.
Good morning, everyone. I think we should start by extending our sincere welcome to our new Census Director, Steve Dillingham. If you'd help me welcome him, please. I think as an Alaskan, I think there's some fortuitous destiny in the connection of his name to the Alaskan town of Dillingham. It's located in the Bristol Bay, where the largest run of sockeye salmon produce 6.4 million salmon every year. So I think it's worth your visit. There might be one salmon for you. I'd like to start by just going around the table, and if you'd introduce yourself very quickly so the Census Director gets a chance to meet you. If you represent an organization, if you would please include that. And Tom, I'd like to start with you, please.
Good morning, Thomas Sines, and I'm representing MALDEF, the Mexican American Legal Defense and Educational Fund.
Alisu Shua Glusberg, Research Support Services in Chicago. Stuart Michaels, NORC at the University of Chicago.
Indradeep Chatrat from Duke University.
Luke Sevier from New York City, New York. Oh, Luke Sevier from New York City, New York.
Liliane Welty Tamai, and I'm in the Asian American Studies Department at UCLA.
Jake Fitzsimanu, the Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander National Alliance.
I'm Julie Dowling, and I'm Vice Chair of the NAC, and I am in the Latino Studies Department as a faculty member at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign.
I'm Carol Gore. I have the pleasure of serving as your chair, and I'm from Alaska.
Hi, Terry Almenis with Asian Americans Advancing Justice, AAJC.
Good morning, Gilberto Amaya, and I represent Afro-Latino organizations in the Washington, D.C. area.
I'm Megan Morey, and I work at the National LGBTQ Task Force, and I help run the Integrated Partnerships and Communications Working Group.
Hi, I'm Ann Morning, and I teach at New York University in the Sociology Department.
Good morning, Arturo Vargas, CEO of the Naleo Educational Fund.
Hi, Jerry Green, National Urban League.
Good morning, James Tucker, Native American Rights Fund.
Good morning, Yolanda Marlowe, representing the National Consortium on Race and Ethnic Fairness in the Courts.
Charlie Byrne, I'm the Resource Manager for the Integrated Care for Kids Network.
Great, thank you. So for me and 8 others on the NAC, this is our last meeting. So I'm going to take just a little bit of time this morning to share a few thank yous and some comments. I don't ordinarily do this, but I'd like to take the opportunity. I want to first express my sincere appreciation to Ron Jarman, the Census Deputy Director, who provided such generous and capable leadership in the interim. I'm especially grateful for the many trips you made to Alaska, Ron, to engage with Alaska Native people. That was really important to me, and I appreciate that you weren't just there, but you engaged with everyone. I also want to thank Kendall Johnson and her team, who recently met with stakeholders in Anchorage and then made the trip to Kotzebue, Alaska for a focus group meeting. Her information and willingness to engage in a conversation about partnerships and our interest in some early outreach in Alaska really mattered, and I think we exchanged some really good conversations back and forth. I think it was a catalyst for Census to be active earlier in Alaska, and I appreciate that. To the Census support staff, Tara, Enid, and now Kim, for your help. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes in advance of these meetings, and they work incredibly hard to keep us organized, which is really a challenge, but in particular, they answer our many questions, and sometimes they come through either me or Julie, and they've been responsive, including Enid giving me her cell phone after hours in case we had some issues. So I just want to say thank you to them and wish Tara the best of luck in her new adventure. My personal thanks to you, Nancy, for your leadership here as our DFO. I've appreciated your guidance, your leadership, and your gentle time reminders when our passion gets ahead of us at these meetings. To Census staff, you know, when I first came here, I didn't know what to expect, but what I discovered is just an immense passion for your work, and I'm deeply appreciative of that. That's not what I expected when I came to Census, but I want you all to know that we've noticed and we appreciate the work that you do. Your presentations have been thoughtful, and you've been amazing listeners. I truly appreciate your authentic desire to conduct an accurate count and to care about people who are our hardest to count. And finally, to our discussants today, James Tucker, Stuart Michaels, Megan Mowry, Jerry Green, and Arturo Vargas, I want to thank you in advance for putting the effort in advance of this meeting. It's not a light lift, it's a heavy lift, and I know that you put a lot into those presentations, so thank you for that. My most sincere thanks to all of you, the NAC. I will admit to being intimidated by all of you when I first arrived. Your credentials and experience are beyond impressive. What I didn't expect was your passion and strong advocacy for your communities and the people who are essential to all of us. While you all have particular community interest, you invested in listening and fairness, looking for common ground and consensus on policy recommendations that would help census to count everyone. I'll always remember your thoughtful investment around the tribal enrollment issues, and I want to thank all of you deeply for that support. I want to also tell you a story. You can't be Alaska Native without being a storyteller. So I'm going to tell you just a very brief story. My grandfather was the master gardener in my mom's village. He had to plan and manage a garden that was big enough for the entire village, taking into account those elders who could no longer garden for themselves, those who didn't have enough land to grow, and those whose families were larger than most and needed a little extra. He also had to bring a bit of tough love to engage others to help him water, weed, harvest, and distribute. In order to be successful, he needed to conduct a bit of a census. There was a lot at risk that someone wouldn't have enough for the long winter if he missed someone. I hope that sounds familiar to all of you. I feel the same concern and urgency that my grandfather must have felt to get the plan right as we all prepare for that 2020 census. But I'm also feeling confident knowing all of you are here, weeding, watering, fertilizing, and getting ready for the 2020 census. You become a part of my village, and you all have my deepest respect. I know we're in this together. We've listened and taken care of each other, getting it right and doing the right thing. Thank you for your passion, your investment of expertise, and your friendship. We have a lot to do in the next 2 days, and hopefully I didn't gobble up too much time. Let me remind you to compile and send in your recommendations so we can finalize them. Help Julie out so we're not in a mad scramble on day 2 tomorrow. We want to leave, the 9 of us that are leaving want to leave knowing that we've had time to get our recommendations in for the next group to follow. Finally, I just want to tell you, never doubt I will continue to watch and listen, and I'll be your cheerleaders forever. And thank you for being here today. So I'll turn it over, I guess, to either Ron or Steve.
Good morning and welcome, everyone. For those of you who have traveled to get here, I want to thank you for this beautiful weather. And Carol, I want to thank you for those glowing, wonderful remarks. And I know everyone here appreciates your service. And I may take you up on that invitation for the salmon. Looking forward to it. And Nancy, thank you for your years of service, and we appreciate all that you have done with the agency. Let me extend my heartfelt thanks to all who have joined us today, in person or otherwise. This is an exciting time for the Bureau, and we are very pleased to have members of the National Advisory Committee to share information, ideas, and to learn more about progress that is underway less than a year from the 2020 census. As we are holding this meeting in early May, almost mid-year before 2020, many activities are underway and will be occurring soon, such as the National Address canvassing activities, which are just a few months away. The clock is ticking, energy is building, and the census team, with a growing number of stakeholders and partners, is gearing up for the biggest, most efficiently designed, technologically advanced, and professionally administered census in the nation's history. The Bureau's experience in running a decennial census is inspiring and unequaled. We have every reason to believe our plan will be successfully executed. We have every reason to believe that we will deliver a complete and accurate count. It will take extraordinary talents and much work, as well as unsurpassed commitment rarely found in any organization or national initiative. In April, I was honored to play a role in announcing the 1 year out mark for the 2020 census held at the National Press Club with Al Fontenot and Tim Olson and several of our national partners. It was an event that a number of you attended and a time that others celebrated at the state and local levels. Last month, I had the opportunities to appear before Congress, both the House and the Senate, to discuss our progress, the challenges ahead, and our path forward. On each occasion, I found that support in Congress for the Census Bureau and the 2020 census is not just solid, it is universal. In my first month of traveling to selected cities and states, including Chicago, Milwaukee, Detroit, and last week to about 4 congressional districts stretching across New York City, Census employees were joined by elected officials, stakeholders, and supporters who, while sometimes asking tough questions, expressed strong support for our mission and plans. They repeatedly asked what more they could do to contribute. After profusely thanking them and expressing my deep appreciation on behalf of the Bureau, the answer I continue to give, and which others often repeat, is to stay the course. We need to continue to join arms and work together in leveraging our knowledge, energies, and commitment to counting everyone. Counting everyone once, only once, and in the right place. Congress was pleased to hear that we are on schedule, on budget, on message, and on mission. We shared good news regarding some of our planned improvements and innovations, including better technologies for canvassing and enumerating, new options for completing the census by internet, by phone, or on paper, more language assistance, and more customer phone assistance centers than ever before, more partners and partnership specialists, a sophisticated and expanded media campaign, and advanced IT safeguards and privacy protections. As with partners in the cities that we visited, members of Congress also asked what more can they do. In one instance, in response to appropriators' request, we articulated a promising option for Congress to consider if more financial support was deemed appropriate. That option, if acted upon, would expand the reach and capacity of our current planned partnerships. It would further help to take the census directly to the people and provide an expanded capacity to respond anywhere, anytime. Response mobility and agility are key. Our planned partnership specialist positions are double the number of the last census. Such positions have played an important role in past censuses and even more important today. We have learned, if we have learned anything from the past, it is the fact that trusted voices and the efforts of our trusted and dedicated partners will once again provide the vital difference in reaching a complete count. Government cannot do it alone and never has. We must collaborate and motivate our nation in fulfilling this constitutional and civic duty for the good of everyone. In addition, we must be laser focused on counting those hard-to-reach groups in all jurisdictions. An important element in motivating the public is through awareness and accurate information. Today, you will hear more about our state-of-the-art media campaign, the largest and best-designed media campaign ever developed for a census. I think you will find it fascinating and promising, and its reach unprecedented. It will integrate communications and partnerships as never before. Communications and partnerships will encourage everyone, especially the hard-to-count, to respond to the census. To the greatest extent ever, we have plans to reach uncounted children, households lacking English proficiency, rural and remote areas with limited internet access, and all hard-to-count groups for reasons including age, race, gender, ethnicity, income, residence, location, religion, sexual preference, family size, education, or other group criteria and affiliations. All hard-to-reach groups matter, and all must be counted. The communications plan will spread the message, shape your future, start here. That message will be part of a broader and equally accurate message that the 2020 census is easy, safe, and important. It is easy because for the first time, you can self-respond online, by phone, or on paper. New options create efficiencies, save dollars, relieve burdens, and reassure people that assistance is but a call away. For the first time, most people will submit their responses electronically, not on paper. It is safe because we are using the latest and best technologies and practices to protect data and confidentiality. It is important because the data is used to apportion the House of Representatives and to redistrict within the states. It allocates hundreds of millions in federal, state, and local dollars, and it guides decisions by individuals, organizations, communities, businesses, and government at all levels. Yes, the census will help to shape your future and mine. I want to thank each of you for being here and for doing your part to ensure that the 2020 census is the best and most complete census ever. Census thanks you for your time, your interests, talents, advice, and your leadership. We look forward to your support in contributing to the most important cause that you or I could ever imagine being a part of. Thank you all.
All right, so good morning, everyone. So I'm just going to give a few budget and other important updates. So, but first, let me extend my thanks to Carol and the other 8 members who are leaving the NAC. We are working hard to get new folks on board, but I wouldn't be a good Census Bureau deputy director if I didn't have maybe a hint of a plan B in my hip pocket in case there's some hiccups there. So if I call you up and say, could you serve one more year, I might include you in my plan B. But anyway, that will hopefully we'll get our new folks on board, and you can take a well-deserved break from the Census Bureau for a little while. But make sure you fill out your census. So as you know, one of the big things that happened here at the Bureau and much of the rest of the government this year was the lapse of appropriations. I just want to give a few updates on that. So we were able, because Congress had given us $1 billion in the last fiscal year to roll that money over and keep our preparations for the 2020 census on track and on schedule. But that does not mean that there weren't other impacts at the Census Bureau. So the American Community Survey, the economic census, all of our economic indicator programs, data collection for the SIP, all of that was halted. Most impacted, of course, were the monthly and quarterly economic indicators, and so I think we're just now getting those programs back on regular schedule. So data collection ceased for a while. There are some quality implications because companies, when they report on a regular cadence, we get a certain version of their data. But I think we were able to work through those issues and make sure that we were providing good, high-quality statistics for the user community for those data. The current population survey, of course, which underlies the unemployment rate, was able to stay in the field because the Bureau of Labor Statistics, for the first time in, what was it, Nick, 30 years? Something like that, actually had an appropriation at the beginning of the year. So so we were able to keep the CPS in the field and keep those data going forward. So just to update on our budget. So in FY19, we got an appropriation of approximately $3.8 billion. It fully funds Census 2020 and enables us to conduct all of our major field operations, like Steve mentioned, in address canvassing later this year, as well as opening up the 248 area census offices needed to support those field operations. Supports our integrated communications partnership and the hiring and deploying of 1,500 partnership specialists across the country. It's also supporting the continued development and scaling of our IT infrastructure, and the printing of materials, which if you've been reading the newspapers, will start on July 1st of this year. And that we'll use to encourage response in English and a dozen and other languages as well. The 2019 appropriation also supports all of our monthly, quarterly, and annual demographic and economic surveys, and the processing of the 2017 economic census and the release of the first set of results from that important program. Turning to FY20, the budget will total up to $7.2 billion, an increase of $3.3 billion, or 88%. If it wasn't a census year, that would be awesome. But this includes $1 billion that was appropriated in years prior that we'll be using in FY20. So that's $6.3 billion for the 2020 census, including $1 billion of that money that's been carried forward. $83.3 billion for our SEDSI, or our SEDCAP program, $64.9 million for our data dissemination systems, just under $140 million to continue implementation and begin data releases from the 2017 economic census and census of governments, and just over $500 million to support our monthly, all of our current programs. So, our primary efforts in FY20 are, of course, to conduct a complete and accurate census, and the budget will support all of that. And importantly, that includes our self-response operations, which will begin next March, and the hiring and training of over 400,000 temporary employees to conduct non-response follow-up activities. We'll also be printing approximately 1.5 billion, that's billion with a B, pieces of mail that most of you all will start receiving next March sometime. And of course, it supports the integrated communications contract that Steve was mentioning. So one more sort of budget-related issue. I think you all should have a copy of a report. Did that get passed out? The partnership report? It did? Okay. That we sent to Senate and House Appropriators on Monday. So appropriations staff had requested, sent us some language on what we would do to increase partnership staff, and if we could increase the number of area census offices. The Appropriations Committee conference report language also referenced questionnaire assistance centers as a means to reach hard-to-count populations. So this report describes our plan to how to utilize these additional resources and how to use a modernized version of question assistance centers that builds on our lessons from 2010. Okay, so we'll be working with Congress. This is a long process, but we shared it earlier this week, and we thought we would share it with you today as well to keep the conversation going. So I just wanted to briefly mention a couple staff announcements before turning this back over to Nancy and Carol. So first of all, and I don't know if he's in the room. So I want to, Stephen Buckner has taken a position as Assistant Director for Digital Marketing and Strategic Communications, overseeing our Center for New Media and Promotion, and the CLMSO branch, Customer Liaison Marketing, I forget what does S stand for, Services Office, yeah. So that's kind of like half the job that he used to have. But we're bringing Burton Rice back to the Communications Directorate, and he'll be overseeing, as Assistant Director for Communications Operations and Management, and he's overseeing PIO, the Public Information Office, and the National Partnership Program, and the Project Management Office for the Integrated Communications Contract. Also in communications, Raul Cisneros is shifting to a new role, Director of Strategic Outreach, reporting directly to Ali. In this role, Raul will work closely with census leadership on multiple engagements supporting the 2020 census outreach efforts, including recruiting and mobilizing partners and ally organizations, as well as advising us on key strategic campaigns. So with that, I'll turn it back over. So I also want to, every time we welcome Steve, he mentioned that he's twice had the opportunity to testify on the Hill, and so I'm very grateful for him stepping up into that role. So,
Thank you, Ron. I'd like to acknowledge a couple of people who have joined us. Tim Olson, who's Associate Director for our field programs, and also Tori is now here, and she's the Associate Director for demographic programs. I'd also like to recognize we have a couple of members who are virtually participating, and it's Desi Rodriguez-Lonebear and Taku Lee are both hopefully virtually participating, and they'll have an opportunity to join the conversations when we have committee discussions as well. So at this time, I think next up on the program is Al Fontenot, who's going to do an update for the 2020 census, and maybe is Michael or Al both presenting?
Thank you, Nancy. Good morning to the National Advisory Committee, to those of you who are joining us online and here in the auditorium, and to my census colleagues. I want to especially thank you, Carol, for your service as chair, and I'd like to welcome Julie into your soon-to-be assumed role as chair. Thank you, Dr. Dillingham and Dr. Jarman, for your initial remarks. I'd like to start with our timeline slide, which shows where we are now and the path ahead. Before we begin to discuss the steps remaining in preparation for the 2020 census and our transition into the execution phase of the census, I want to provide you with a brief look at some of the analysis we are beginning to do from data we have gathered from the 2018 end-to-end census test, and then briefly move through some of the decisions we've made as a result of lessons learned from the test. As we indicated in prior meetings and in our final program management review, the preliminary data from the 18 end-to-end field test showed that approximately 52.3% of the 277,000 housing units self-responded during the test. When that data is analyzed further, the data indicates that approximately 56% of the 551,000 residents of Providence were accounted for within housing units that self-responded. Please note, we're going to be able to capture a number of data points on the behaviors of different demographic groups relative to our modes of census data collection. However, the primary objective of the end-to-end test was to evaluate our systems and the capability of the systems to perform successfully and to integrate effectively with each other, and to evaluate their functionality when being operated by real people in a real field environment. Additionally, the test served as an opportunity to evaluate our field management capabilities, procedures, and tools. The lessons we learned from the test provided an opportunity to improve processes, refine functionality, and modify procedures. The test was useful in these areas. The systems successfully were operated together, demonstrating that we could collect and capture census data securely and effectively. As we would hope from a test, we were able to identify several areas that we could refine and improve to optimize performance before we begin to work on scalability performance in 2019. We also learned key lessons that helped us design better field operating processes and procedures. Finally, we were able to get understanding of response rates across different demographic groups. Interestingly, the results in this area did not vary much from prior tests or from our expectations. Also, please note that the data I'm going to share with you is very preliminary data and that we're still in the process of reviewing and editing. It is from the Census Unedited File, the CUF, and it is operational. It's for operational assessment purposes only. When we're looking at response rate by demographic characteristics, all percentages have been rounded to the nearest whole integer, and the total population has been rounded to the nearest 1,000. Let's go to the next slide. Again, it's important to note that the 2018 test results that we're discussing are consistent with past results from other tests we have been conducting during the decade since 2010. In other words, none of the 18 results on self-response surprised us. This graph shows the proportion of self-response from each race by person. As I indicated before, 56% of the person response data came from self-response. Those who self-identified as white had the highest proportion of self-response at 68%, Asian at 59%, two or more races at 61%. Each showed proportions of self-response above the overall average response rates. On the other hand, blacks at 39%, American Indian, Native Alaska at 44%, and Native Hawaiian and other Pacific Islanders at 37%, all self-responded below the average response rates. When we look at modes of self-response, 65% of people who self-responded responded on the internet. Those who self-responded that identified as Asian chose to respond on the internet 75% of the time, which is the highest proportion of internet self-response by a racial group. Of the self-respondents that identified as white, 66% responded over the internet. Of those identifying as black, 54% responded on the internet. And I found it interesting that this is nearly identical to the number we saw in the 2015 National Content Test, in which 55% of black respondents did so online. The group with the lowest internet and self-response proportion was American Indian and Alaska Native, with only 44% of those self-responders choosing to do so online. It's important to note here that compared to self-response proportions, while white was the racial group most likely to self-respond, Asian was the group that used the internet most if they self-responded. Note that this analysis does not control for the male contact strategy. We also know that there's some demographic and socioeconomic differences between areas designated for internet choice compared to internet first, and from areas of providence to areas in other parts of the United States. Next slide. When we then add a layer of self-response via paper, we can see that those who were self-responded, 29% responded via paper. Notice here that blacks and American Indian, Alaska Native were the only two groups with paper response as a proportion of all self-response that was higher than the average. You'll also consider that American Indian and Native Alaska was the only group that preferred to respond via paper. All other racial groups that self-responded preferred to do so online. Finally, when we add self-response proportion by phone, you can see that those who self-responded, the proportion of self-response over the phone was only around 6%. Now let's turn from racial groups to Hispanic origin. We can see that among people that self-identified as Hispanic, 43% self-responded, and among people who identified as non-Hispanic, 67% self-responded. The lower rate of self-response by Hispanic people self-identifying as Hispanic is consistent with what we've observed in prior censuses and prior research. When we look further at the mode of response by Hispanic origin, we see that 68% of self-respondents that identified as non-Hispanic chose to respond over the internet, compared to 59% of those that identified as Hispanic. While less than half of those who identified as Hispanic self-responded, when they did self-respond, it appears they preferred to do so online. As we would expect, when we add paper, we see that the proportion of those who identified as Hispanic and self-responded via paper was higher than non-Hispanic self-response in paper. Finally, when we layer in the phone, we see the difference between Hispanic and non-Hispanic in terms of self-response via the phone was negligible, only approximately 1%. Again, the biggest takeaway from these slides on Hispanic origin is that while the proportion of self-response for Hispanics was almost 25 percentage points below non-Hispanics, the disparities among modes of self-response was less. Finally, when we briefly look at the results by household tenure, that is, owned or rented, as we would expect based on previous census results, owner-occupied households self-responded at a higher rate, about 75% of the time, compared to 48% of the time of renter-occupied households. That's a gap of over 25 percentage points. As you know, renters have long been one of our hard-to-count groups. In the 2010 census, the gap in response between owner and renter-occupied households was 20 percentage points in the 2010 census. When looking at the modes of self-response for tenure, we see that the owner-occupied households, those that self-responded, did so online 69% of the time, compared to households identified as rented that responded online 58% of the time. 34% of rented units responded via paper versus 26% of owned units. Finally, when we add in phone as a mode of response, we see that, as we would expect, households that identified as owned and self-responded did so less frequently via telephone. In summary, the 2018 test was a culmination of more than a decade of research and planning. As I began, not only did it show that our systems deployed and integrated successfully, it also reinforced our data that certain populations, especially traditionally hard-to-count populations, may be less prone to respond via the internet, and is helping us to better inform and focus our communication and partnership efforts. I will say this Now, and I will say it again in my presentation, everyone will have an opportunity to respond in the mode of their choice. Everyone will have an opportunity, if they choose so, to respond on paper, to respond via phone, or to respond online. While the data from the 18 tests alone is not necessarily projectable for the entire nation, we did find that the race and Hispanic origin differences that we see from the 18 tests directionally is consistent with the preferences we see among respondents in each of our other census tests and in the actual production American Community Survey production activities. So collectively, this data provides us with a body of additional guidance and direction to help us support, direct, and focus our partnership and communication activities. Now, turning to our upcoming milestones. It's an exciting time for the 2020 census. On April 1st, we hosted a live-streamed event at the National Press Club, celebrating that we were just 1 year out from Census Day. We were joined by several of our national partners to help increase awareness and get the nation in the mode to begin to think about the importance of the 2020 census. We're also preparing to begin in-field address canvassing in approximately 3 months. In less than a year, the first enumeration will begin in Tooksuk Bay, Alaska. And as you know, on December 31st, 2020, less than 2 years from now, apportionment counts will be delivered to the President of the United States. I want to take a few minutes and discuss in-field address canvassing since this operation begins in August. Address list development for the 2020 census started with the 2010 census base. As with previous decades, we relied heavily on the U.S. Postal Service's delivery sequence file as the primary source for updating and maintaining the master address file, assuring that residential addresses to which the Postal Service delivers mail every day are included in our address database for the 2020 census. Since 2010, we've processed the DSS 15 times, adding 5.3 million new residential addresses to our master address file. An additional 2.3 million addresses that were new to the DSF matched to addresses that had already been added in the math through other previous address update processes that we participate in. Additionally, this decade, we've employed a new suite of ongoing processes to acquire new addresses, maintain and update information about the addresses that were already in our math, and through our imagery-based in-office address canvassing, we detected changes to the housing landscape and identified issues that needed resolution and review. The 2018 test provided an opportunity to assess the success of the in-office address canvassing operation. Based on our review of processed in-field address canvassing results from the 2018 test, we found that 98% of the addresses in the in-sample passive blocks were validated, and only 2% of the addresses returned from the field represented potential coverage errors. In addition to biannual processing of the DSF at our in-office address canvassing operation, we've acquired address information from tribal, state, and local governments through our geographic support system. Our ungeocoded resolution project began in 2017 and has geocoded over 800,000 addresses to census blocks. The local update of Census Address Program, LUCA, and the LUCA appeals process provides an opportunity for tribal, state, and local governments to review the Census Bureau's address list for their respective jurisdictions and submit corrections and changes. Our new construction program is available to local governments to provide addresses for daily housing units built after LUCA and that will be ready for occupancy by Census Day. Additionally, count review is conducted in collaboration with state demographers and members of the Federal State Cooperative for Population Estimates, and it provides an additional opportunity to review the counts of housing units prior to the 2020 census and update as necessary. Each of these programs and processes serves to validate addresses in the math, correct address locations, provide addresses that may be included in any of the other address data sets. Taken together, along with in-office address canvassing and in-field address canvassing, this suite of programs and processes provides multiple opportunities for the Census Bureau to develop an accurate address list. The result is that the master address file is more complete and accurate right now than it has ever been. These in-office processes have provided the ability to detect and manage changes to the housing and address landscapes in ways that were not possible last decade. For the 2020 census, we'll need field to verify about a third of the nation's addresses, about 47 million addresses. In past censuses, we had to send workers across the entire nation, walking every street in the country to verify 100% of the addresses in the field. A major milestone is the release of our tagline and logo. The communications team, working in close coordination with Y&R, our advertising agency, recently released our Census Integrated Communication Campaign platform, Shape Your Future, Start Here. This message conveys the importance and impact of the 2020 census to individuals, families, and communities for the next 10 years. We recently completed delineation of the type of enumeration areas, we call them TEAs, for the 2020 census. As you may recall, we have 6 types of enumeration areas. Self-response, historically called mail-out, mail-back, that's TEA 1. TEA 2 is update, enumerate. TEA 3 is island areas. TEA 4 is remote Alaska. TEA 5 is military. And TEA 6 is update, leave. An interactive map is available on 2020 Census website at www.census.gov/2020 Census. As you can see, this map allows users to see the TEA delineation nationwide and drill down and see the percentage of housing units in each TEA all the way down to the tract unit level. The TEAs are used to determine how we most effectively count people living in various parts of the country and how to invite them to respond. The different TEAs define the way we conduct the operations in those specific areas of the country and have meaning to our operations field staff. However, this graphic simplifies the discussion by focusing on how we invite everyone to respond. Again, every household will have an opportunity to respond online, by mail, or by phone. 95% of households will receive their invitation to participate in the census in the mail. Approximately 5% of households, those who do not have traditional mailing addresses, will receive their invitation when a census taker personally drops off their packet, including their invitation. Those are areas we call update, leave. Areas that have experienced natural disasters and have had their housing stock disrupted and historical address layouts disrupted by things such as hurricanes, fires, earthquakes, and floods are counted during this update leave operation, where we can have census workers actively canvassing the area and electronically map spotting the locations. We'll be using this operation for the entire Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, select areas of Florida, California, and other areas across the country that have suffered weather and natural disaster disruptions. The remaining households, less than 1%, will be enumerated in person on the initial call by a census taker instead of being invited to respond on their own. We call these areas update, enumerate. These are areas that are very remote and do not necessarily receive mail, such as remote parts of Alaska, remote parts of Maine, select American Indian areas. I want to reiterate that everyone will have an opportunity to be counted in the 2020 census. Update, leave, and update, enumerate are traditional operations that we've used in the past to ensure that we count people even if they do not have traditional mailing addresses, for example, no house number or street name. In addition to those operations, we have numerous other operations to ensure everyone, even those living in unconventional housing situations, are counted, including our remote Alaska operation. Just last week, I was in Los Angeles visiting our Los Angeles regional office and spent time driving around some of the city streets in Los Angeles, looking at people who are living in mobile homes, RVs, and non-automobiles and non-traditional areas, and we were strategizing the most effective way to ensure that we count those people when we're in the city. We look at operations such as group quarters to count people in special living situations, such as prisons, dormitories, places where they receive care. We have service-based enumeration for people who are experiencing homelessness and need to go someplace to find food vans, food trucks, sometimes overnight sleeping. And we have enumeration of transitory location, and we do targeted, non-sheltered outdoor locations where we actually go out into encampments under viaducts and places to ensure that we count the people in those locations. The city of Detroit presents special challenges with the large housing stock in the city of Detroit that is supposedly vacant, but there are actually people squatting and living in those locations, and making sure that we coordinate with the city's housing authority and people working in the city and the local community to make sure we get out there and count those people in one of these special operations that we use to count other populations. And of course, we have military enumerations to count our military, both deployed overseas and stationed overseas. To increase our response, it's necessary to identify and provide effective language support, to generate awareness about the census and survey operations, and to facilitate participation among people who do not speak English very well. For the 2020 census, respondents will be able to self-respond in English and 12 non-English languages. These 12 non-English languages will cover over 87% of the limited English-speaking households in the United States. In addition, we'll be providing language guides in 59 non-English languages, thereby accounting for 98% of the limited English-speaking households in the U.S. We'll be sending bilingual paper questionnaires in Spanish and English to areas with high proportions of Spanish speakers. We choose to send bilingual questionnaires to an entire census tract if at least 20% of the occupied housing units in the tract might require Spanish assistance. And our definition of that is those are households which at least one adult, 15 or older, speaks Spanish and does not speak English very well. If a tract has less than 20% that might require Spanish assistance, they will receive an English questionnaire. However, all of those materials will have a Spanish phrase inviting response online or via our 800 number if Spanish is necessary. In addition to the 59 languages, our partnership program has a focus on language-isolated communities in which we hire partnership specialists and field workers who come from those communities, who are fluent in the local languages, and who will be used to work to assist residents in languages we do not cover in our traditional language guides or in the 12 languages that we are using in our online tool and our telephone tool. So regardless of the language they speak, we are looking to reach out to contact them and assist them completing the census. Finally, I'd like to provide some updates on our field operations. We're using technology to be more efficient. As you know, our automated recruiting and assessment application has modernized our application, hiring, and testing processes. Despite the challenges of hiring our workforce in a strong economy with very low unemployment, our recruiting efforts so far have been highly successful, with over 380,000 applicants having created a profile using our online tool. Of those, over 300,000 have completed the assessment and moved into our selection pool. The selection for address canvassing will begin shortly as we begin to hire the more than 40,000 temporary employees for this first field operation. We will continue to work closely with our advertising agency campaign and with our community partners to aggressively recruit potential applicants from various categories, such as students, teachers, homemakers, drivers, or Uber or Lyft, or other of the gig economy people who are looking for additional jobs, retired persons, people seeking part-time work. So we are not dependent on a diminishing pool of unemployed workers to be able to staff the 2020 census. By leveraging technology and automation to manage multiple aspects of our work, such as determining the best travel routes, automating case assignments, processing payroll electronically, and allowing for remote supervision of field staff, we're saving paper, saving space, and increasing productivity. The 2018 test showed that these innovations significantly increased productivity as much as 50% compared to 2010. Because of these innovations and productivity gains, we no longer need as many offices. They don't have to be as big. And since we're reducing our brick and mortar footprint, we only need 248 area census offices in 2020 compared to 494 local census offices we had in 2010. The thing we need to clarify is we do not conduct enumeration with the office. The office is the administrative center where paperwork was brought into the center, keyed in, and stored. Because we're not bringing paperwork in, we're not bringing daily payrolls into the office, we're not having to have paper assignments sent from the office out to the field, all that's happening electronically. It's reduced our need for brick and mortar footprint. In addition, our productivity increases mean that we only need approximately 400 to 450,000 census enumerators in 2020 compared to over 600,000 we fielded in 2010. We continue to make progress opening our Wave 1 ACOs. We have 38 of 39 ready for business. The Wave 1 ACOs will manage the address canvassing operations this summer, just to identify what they would be doing. The Wave 2 are scheduled to be opening in June, and our goal is to have all open by the end of September 2019. All 208 of the Wave 2 ACOs have space identified, and all but one have occupancy agreements signed and leases awarded. Our full complement of ACOs, 248 in total, will be used to support our peak operations such as non-response follow-up. In addition, in the event that we experience delays in opening any of our ACOs, the Census Bureau's Field Division has developed and is preparing to implement contingency plans to conduct the operation. We're prepared to launch ACO activities from alternate ACO locations, use existing space in regional offices and regional census centers, and housing early census ATO activities if necessary in hotel meeting rooms. However, the Census Bureau and GSA continue to work closely to ensure all tasks related to opening ACOs remain on target. State-level complete count committees or commissions are underway with 47 states, including Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico. An additional 4 states are still considering forming commissions. The addition to the state complete count committees, significant work is occurring to establish complete count committees at the tribal, county, city, and community levels. To date, we have over 1,900 local complete count committees established nationwide, including 59 tribal committees. In addition to the complete count committees, we have over 11,000 active total partner organizations and have completed almost 15,000 partnership events nationwide. We're continuing our efforts to hire 1,501 partnership specialists by June 30th, 2019. As of April 24th, we have hired and are in processing over 900 partnership specialists toward that goal. We'd embrace your engagement in your communities of influence to help us recruit additional partnership specialist candidates and to engage community partner organizations as partners with us for the 2020 census. Finally, our National Partnership Program continues building a list of national partners. Some notable national partners include the NALEO Education Fund, the Organization of Chinese Americans, and the Annie E. Casey Foundation, just to mention a few. This concludes my update, and now I will turn it over to Michael Thiem, who will provide an update on our 2020 systems readiness.
Good morning. I'm Michael Thiem, the Assistant Director for the Decennial Census Program Systems and Contracts. And I want to start by saying that our goal for systems at the Census Bureau is not only efficiency and security, but it's also to create a manifestation, a concrete manifestation of the design and intentions of the nation's census. So we think it's important to give you an update on that. One of the things that I think is particularly salient for this group is that the complexity of the census often is a result of our desire and intent to count everybody in every situation in all of the walks of life that we find in this country. And so that manifestation and the way that we do that often has to do with the way we build systems and will often explain why we have so many systems and so many pieces of systems. So I just wanted to start with that. I'm going to talk about 3 things in this talk. Do I have this? Okay. I'm going to update you on the 2018 NTEN test from the technical perspective that you've seen many times, I assume. Al gave you a good update on the things that happened in the 18 test, and I'm going to talk just a little bit about the systems that we proved in. I'm also going to talk about the 2020 census, where we are getting ready for the 2020 census, and I'm going to update on what I consider to be the biggest topic for right now in our cycle is proving that our systems will scale for the 2020 census, and I'm going to give you some examples of what we're doing to do that. So you may have seen this slide many times. This slide has evolved over the conduct of the 2018 test. All the gray columns at one time were salmon or pink color, indicating that we still had not done them. Every time we finished something, we turned a gray column pink, a pink column gray, and now you can see that all of the columns are gray, meaning that we have finished the 2018 test, and we've proven in all of those blue boxes, which include things like applicant processing, in-field address and canvassing, the telephone, internet, and paper self-response, our ability to list and map. All of these things. We recently, right at the end of March, we actually disseminated our demonstration products so that every one of the 50 states and territories could see what the 2020 census products will look like. The point of this slide is that we learned a lot and we did a lot to get there, and we feel like we're in a good position to move from the 18 test to the 2020 census. I don't believe you may have seen this, I don't believe you've seen this before. This is actually our new representation of the way we are designing systems and fielding systems for the 2020 census. We used to have 4 large deliveries of systems which did not really fit the way that development of computer systems happens in a natural and logical way. So what we did, we actually designed our system delivery cycle around the operations of the census. And this slide gives you a sense of all of the deliveries that we will have for the census. We have 16 of them. And the dates that we will test, the dates that we will declare that the systems are ready, and the dates that we will go into operation. The green dates at the top you see are the dates that have already passed. They're green because they've been successful. Our next thing to occur is in the middle of this month, May 17th. We're having the address canvassing production readiness review, which means we've gone through testing for all the systems. We will have gone through testing for all of the systems for address canvassing, and we will certify that they're ready to go on to conduct the operation in August. So this is just sort of for reference so you can see how we're doing this and when things are due. Just to give you a quick example, we have the first 4 operational deliveries are as you can see here, represented as systems. Also, back on slide 13 in this deck is a list of each of the systems so that you don't have to understand what these acronyms mean, and a detailed description of each of the systems. But just to give you sort of a flavor of where we are going for the 2020 census, 20 systems are already in production for early operations, so this includes our 2020 website, our automated tracking and control system, many of these systems here. 8 more systems will go into production as part of address canvassing. Again, we'll be in production in August for that. 17 systems will then go into production for recruiting and hiring. Some of those are repeat systems from the first 2. Actually, fewer systems will be used for peak recruiting and hiring than the previous 2. But then we will add 11 more systems once we start Remote Alaska, the integrated communications program, group quarters, and those sorts of things. So this is just kind of a list of systems, and what gives you a sense of the fact that the 2020 census really has already started from a production perspective. This set of chevrons really is a quick representation of the work between 2018 and 2020. We have what we call delta functionality development. We have 2 things from the 18 test. We learned some things, we learned quite a few things, and we know that we have to build those things into our systems. Again, as I said before, we have to build the concrete manifestation of the design and the intent of the 2020 census. So between 18 and 20, we found some things, in 18, we found some things out, and between 18 and 20, we will build those things in. But we also had things that we did not test in the 2018 test. We didn't have the ability to test every single piece of the census, so there are a few things left over that we have to finish. So we will finish those things. We will continue our integration testing of systems, including of that new functionality we've built. We will do performance and scalability testing, the big focus of today. We'll finalize our cloud deployment architecture. That is largely finalized, but we will continue to, based on the testing that we find out from performance and scalability, there may be some changes, and there are some final decisions that have to be made that will actually put that into a production-ready standing. And as always, we will strengthen our security posture as we find things, and as maybe you will hear from Kevin Smith during this 2 days, there's a lot of stuff that we have done to make ourselves secure. And what's really been going on for a good while, field deployment of area offices. You've heard a little bit about that from Al, and that will continue through September. So that's our just sort of a key remaining work slide. Now let's go into what I consider to be the meat of this discussion, things that we haven't talked about before. I'm going to talk about performance and scalability. To me, the most important indicator that we're going to be safe from a systems perspective and that things will work. This is sort of a 5-step discussion of what we do. The important basis for our performance and scalability is a modeling of what we're actually going to do for the census. In other words, how many responses do we think we're going to get? How many people are going to be in the field working? How many people are going to hit our website in any given second? We have, since 2014, been modeling those sorts of things based on the data that we have in-house and based on expert opinion. We've brought MITRE in since 2014 to model our response rates, our loads, all kinds of stuff. So that's really the foundation of performance and scalability testing. With those models, we then draft initial models, that we share them with our subject matter experts within the census and get confirmation that we're not out to lunch on our thoughts about what will happen. We then begin running tests. I'll talk on the next slide about the 4 phases of our performance and scalability tests. We adjust our systems after we do those tests based on what we've learned, and then we distribute the reports. It's called a test analysis report for each system, and those go out for the public. They go to GAO, they go to the Inspector General. So that's sort of a high-level view of what I'm talking about. I want to talk about our 4 phases of scalability testing. The 4 phases are, we start with phase 1, which is priority identification and architecture design reviews. This is almost a paper exercise. We bring in experts and say, here's our model, here's what we've built so far. Do you think this looks rational for what we want to do? We get confirmation about that and then move on to phase 2 of the system testing. And by the way, we've completed phase 1 scalability testing for 100% of our systems so far. Phase 2 is system-level baseline performance tests, and this brings what I call a single scalable unit that can be replicated to scale as needed. But testing a single unit, for example, a server cluster, to see if it can handle a load. And I'll give you another very concrete example of that in a few minutes. But really what it does is it gives us the data that we need to understand about what we've built and how many times we have to repeat that thing in order to reach our scaling goal. Phase 3 of scalability testing then integrates many systems together. In other words, if you do testing on one single system and get a certain performance, once you put that system in the other 8 systems that it has to interface with, what kind of scalability do we have? And then the final phase 4 scalability test is to actually stack operations on top of each other. So we not only have systems talking to each other, but we also have simulated operations concurrent on those systems, and we call that sort of the SOAK test, to see if we can essentially try to break the system and see where we would do that. So my concrete example, I'm going to talk about our internet self-response, the piece of the census that is, first of all, the first time we're really doing this. We actually did an internet self-response test in the 2000 census, not the 2010, the 2000 census. But this is going to be the first time that we actually have this as the bulwark of the decennial census. So here's the process. As I said before, we have a demand model for how many people are going to hit our internet self-response system. We believe, after much research, that about 120,000 users, concurrent users, will be hitting our system at the peak. In other words, they will be hitting at the same second, 120,000 people could be hitting their keyboard and accessing our internet self-response instrument. So that's the first thing. There are 2 rows here, the description and our math. So we start with 120,000 users concurrent. Our system design, we have determined through our architecture work and some of our previous testing that a single internet self-response computer cluster in the Amazon GovCloud, which is where we're hosted, can comfortably handle about 50,000 users. Our initial internet self-response design provides 5 times the capacity of the demand model and will handle up to 600,000 users. So for that math, you can see we've multiplied what we believe our peak actually will be by 5 to hit what we call the viral model. So if for whatever reason we have a news story or our ad campaign is just performing through the roof and we just get what we would call a viral response to the census, we think that maximum right now is probably going to be 600,000 at the same second users. So that's what we're building. I call it the Brooklyn Bridge approach, where you build it 5 times stronger than you need it so it lasts and works. So going to the next column, performance and scalability testing. Again, I described phase 1, research compares design to industry benchmarks and best practices. Phase 2, tests and confirms the capacity design. So that means the full capacity of a single cluster. Phase 3 tests loads with the interfacing systems. Phase 4 tests all the 2020 systems running together as they would during an operation. And then our resulting actions, we either confirm or adjust our numbers as we go through the 4 phases. And so here's, I'm going to show you another sort of discussion. This is actually notional because we haven't finished our testing for the internet self-response site. But you can see in the first row, first column, our plan for concurrent users in our viral model is 600,000. And we will say that our experts said, yes, it looks like it will handle 600,000 in the phase 1, which is the paper exercise. Our pre-test set of clusters was 12, meaning 12 clusters at 50,000 each hits our 600,000. And so phase 1 means we don't change anything, which is why it stays green. In phase 2, our plan is for 50,000 per cluster, and 500,000, we actually, this is as I said, it was notional. We actually hit 600,000 and 600,000 together, and so actually it looks like in phase 2, like we may need less than a cluster to hit our goal, but we're going to keep it at 12 clusters. In phase 3, our goal again is still, our plan again, I should say, is 600,000. But once we string some systems together, we actually only hit 540,000 users concurrently. So what that does is you go to the right, and that bumps our server cluster up to 13.3, which we wouldn't do 3, we would just do 14 clusters actually. And then the final phase, our performance, again, this is notional, goes down even a little bit more. And we realize that stacking operations on top of each other nets us a concurrent usage scalability of only 500,000 users per cluster. So we're up to 14.4, and so we would end up with 15 clusters. Again, just a notional example. We'll have in a few months the actual data from our internet self-response testing. Now, I talked about the viral expectation of 600,000. Despite that very high load, we also have contingency even behind that. So we know that our 12 clusters will enable us to do 600,000 users, but we're going to get ready an additional 4 clusters so that once we hit 400,000 users, once we even start approaching the 600,000, we will spin up those other clusters and make them available. So essentially we'll be able to hit 1 million concurrent users based on that architecture. So I think this is, hopefully this gives you an idea of the type of testing we're doing for all our systems. ISR obviously is the one we're the most focused on. But we do this for everything, unless the cases that we don't do scalability testing are things like our legacy systems like MAF Tiger, our geographic system that has been in production for a dozen years and it always works at scale because we're always dealing with the full country. But again, that's my presentation update on systems, and I think Al and I are available for questions.
So
Thank you very
I think
much.
at this time committee discussion, right, by James?
Yes, I think I need the remote.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Thank you. I'm James Tucker for the Native American Rights Fund. I thought I'd start off with a slide just to remind everyone where we're headed. These are pictures from Tooksuk Bay in November, so bring your warm jacket, bring a good pair of boots, and bring a sleeping bag. It's going to be a good time in January of next year. Just in putting these up, I guess the other overarching comment I want to make is that we're treating the end-to-end test as kind of an after-action report and identifying issues where we think that it raised some concerns, and to see areas that we can work with the Census Bureau in terms of identifying recommendations, both in terms of adjustments that we think may be necessary for operations, but also in terms of what we can do with our community-based partners to help you make things run smoothly. I'm going to try to go through this a little bit faster because I also want to make sure that the other members have an opportunity to speak about this. I don't want to say much on the citizenship question other than the fact that it's under advisement with the Supreme Court right now. I think the one thing that we do want to focus on, and we probably will focus on in terms of some of the recommendations, are there are concerns that there's going to be an impact regardless of whether or not the citizenship question is actually on the questionnaire at this point, just because there has been so much press. And much of what we want to focus on will be how are we going to address that to minimize the impact, again, regardless of whether or not the question is on the questionnaire. And just in terms of kind of following up on Al's presentation, the end-to-end test is actually very informative. It illuminates the fact that we are going to be dealing with a lot of hard-to-count populations. There are some populations that are going to be much harder to reach. And again, highlighting that there were 4 different racial and ethnic groups that did fall below the average. And I put them in order with Native Hawaiian and other Pacific Islander having the lowest self-response rate. And then you see Black, Hispanic, and American Indian, Alaska Native. And that's also true, again, it's not, I think we'll agree with Al that it's not necessarily surprising that you see similar trends in terms of self-response rates using the internet. And again, what I would also point out, though, is that especially with American Indians and Alaska Natives, 44%, that's actually much higher than what you're going to see throughout much of Indian country, which lacks overwhelmingly access to internet and in many cases even phone services. The other issue that we wanted to point out is that obviously because of where the end-to-end test was conducted, the usage of paper, the paper self-responses is actually likely going to be higher in many of the rural and more geographically isolated areas that don't have the resources that Providence County did. And the other impact, obviously, in terms of the differences in self-response rates by tenure of housing, again highlights that the hard-to-count populations, rental units obviously are hard-to-count population, but there's a lot of overlap because they have other characteristics of hard-to-count populations, either because of high mobility. In the case of rural areas, Indian country, Latinos, you have housing instability. People technically may not be homeless, but they may be crashing at someone else's house because they have no other place to go. And then added into that is that you're also going to see with tenure of housing that a lot of the people who own or who are renting are going to be the same individuals who tend to have a higher distrust of the federal government, and it's again another barrier that makes it a little more challenging. And I think it just highlights the last point, that it's especially important to work with the members of the NAC and the community-based organizations to make sure that we have trusted messengers from those hard-to-count communities to actually assist in terms of doing address canvassing, outreach, and non-response follow-up. The point I wanted to raise in this, I guess actually one of for some reason the first bullet didn't come up for the 2010 census, is that there actually has been a reduction in the number of local offices. Previously in 2010, there was a mandate or at least a desire by Congress to have at least one office in every congressional district. And so naturally, when we're talking about 6 regional census centers and 248 ACOs, that's a reduction. The other thing that was certainly found out is that after the reduction was made, there was a determination that there actually needed to be an increase in the number of ACOs, based upon the initial feedback. The only thing that we're not clear about right now is whether or not the non-response follow-up will be even higher than what's been projected. Oh, okay, well there's the bullet. And again, the other thing that I thought would be informative is to start our conversation from the members based upon some of the feedback that the Commerce Department's own Inspector General has had. Again, raising concerns about some of the delays in opening the ACOs and just the concern that they had that if the ACOs don't all open on time, that it could obviously impact some of the census operations, especially with the address canvassing starting in earnest in the next couple of months. And then looking back at the end-to-end test, we wanted to kind of highlight the difference again, just so that people may be aware that there are differences in terms of how it's being done in 2020 versus 2010. that there's a greater reliance on in-office, an in-office canvassing operation looking at maps and determining whether or not there needed to be a field visit to determine whether or not an address was likely to exist, whether or not there were likely to be people there to be counted, to be added to the master address file. And this just describes the process that the different blocks that they're put in based upon what the determination is made. And the reason why I do this is just to provide some context for the Inspector General's determination that there were some concerns about, at least preliminarily, some of the results in terms of how the addresses that were identified. And the concern that we have in particular is that, you know, we're dealing with a lot of hard-to-count populations that have non-traditional mailing addresses. And so obviously the address canvassing is going to be absolutely critical to make sure that we have actually identified where addresses are where we're likely to have occupants and to make sure that there's one vehicle or another to reach those individuals. And then there were just a few other findings from the OIG in terms of the end-to-end test. Just in terms of some warning signs, some of these things I think are probably easier to work out than others. Certainly the first bullet in terms of not having a prompt response to some of the alerts that were raised. You know, in some instances, in terms of the mobile devices not being used, one of the things we actually want to ask, and I'm sure it's going to be one of the recommendations, is if we could actually have a demonstration for the NAC on the tech devices that are going to be used, the mobile tech devices that will be used. And then the final point, again, it seems to be more of a quality control issue that the OIG identified that there was a lack of paperwork to demonstrate that there were training assessments for some of the listers, which raises concerns whether or not people actually had received training. The one question, and these are just some of the questions we wanted to go into in terms of just to lead the discussion, we'd like to know a little bit more about where the initial wave ACOs are located, the ACO that has not opened, and then following up on some of the OIG's concerns from early last year, just to make sure, again, that we're on target to have the remaining 209 ACOs open, and to the extent that there may be any issues with there, what impact, if any, do we expect that that may have, may or may not have, whether it's on canvassing or other operations in the field. And then the global question that we have will really focus on what is the Bureau doing to address some of the concerns that were raised by the Commerce Department's Inspector General, our addresses, what steps are going to be taken to, in terms of quality control to make sure that addresses are being properly designated, you know, addressing the issues in terms of management alerts, confirmation of all of the abilities and training that the listers themselves will have, and then testing mobile devices. And then just some of the more global questions. How is the Bureau preparing on reaching those hard-to-count populations? One of the concerns we've had for quite a while is that some of the field tests that were canceled were actually designed to reach harder-to-count rural areas with non-traditional mailing addresses. And so we want to work with the Bureau to identify what steps the Bureau is taking to reach those populations, what operational steps are being taken, and to see what recommendations we can make to improve that. You know, Al also mentioned, obviously, that the method of enumeration is going to vary a lot, and we also want to determine how that's going to vary based upon what sort of hard-to-count aspects they may have, and again, identify perhaps ways that we think that the Bureau can improve those efforts to reach those hard-to-count populations. I will say that at least one of the questions for the last one of the dual language questionnaire, Al actually already mentioned, I just didn't look at his slide closely enough. But one of the things we would also like to know is the extent to which a dual language questionnaire will be issued and sent out in other languages, because we understand that there are going to be 12 that will be covered. And if there are going to be other languages that are going to meet the threshold in terms of coverage under the census tracts, the 20% threshold, what languages are there, what languages are they, and in what areas do we expect those will be issued? And then just more generally, we want to know more, it'll be helpful to know more about the partnership specialists that are being hired, What's their status? Have they all been trained, the ones that have been hired? I understand the 708 number I have is old, that you've updated as of April 29th. And then just to get a sense of how many of those are actually targeting hard-to-count populations, which hard-to-count populations, language abilities, and so forth. And then just a more general question in terms of where you are. Again, the 793 number has changed. It's lower now, where the Bureau is in terms of hiring those. One thing I don't have a slide for, and it follows up on some of the comments that Ron had made at the beginning about the QACs. Some of the people may not be aware of some of what's been discussed, but it's our understanding that the Bureau is talking about transitioning up to 4,700 workers to work the QACs, that they would be in mobile teams of 2. They would actually work, presumably, I believe, out of their own vehicles, working through their ACOs. And it's all subject to congressional appropriations for fiscal year 2020. We understand that $90 million is what will be requested. And along those lines, of those 4,700, it would be helpful to know how many will be bilingual, what languages will be covered, what sort of additional training they will receive, where will they be located, how will they be spread out, how will the Bureau work with community-based organizations and partners and members of the NAC to, in terms of making recommendations and determining where they will be located. And then just a more general question that aside from any employees of the Bureau, the extent to which the Bureau may be considering using community-based organizations to have people serve in a sworn Title 13 capacity to actually provide assistance in much the same mode as the QACs are doing, whether it's at a tribal administration office, a social service agency, people who are already there in those hard-to-count populations that have regular contact with them that would be good individuals to try to work with those communities and answer their questions as they complete their census questionnaire. I wanted to just kind of open the discussion, turning it over to Carol, with hopefully a happier meme that puts a smile on your face. This is the meme that we put out on April 1st, 2020, just reminding folks, we're trying to encourage Native Americans to be counted, to remind them that at one point they actually were 100% of the population and the enumeration was a little bit easier.
Great. Thank you, James. And thanks for fostering the questions in advance. We have a number of people in the queue, and I think we're pretty short on time, so I'm going to just start with you, Luke, if we could.
Good morning. My name is Luke Sevier. Thank you for the presentations today, and just wanted to note to Al, in New York City, we appreciate the recruitment strategy that you all have employed. We have had our community boards, our elected officials, and our community advocacy programs send out those recruitments, and it's been really positive. One of the things I actually wanted to kind of get a sense on, and I know you were talking about the squatters in Detroit and the homeless populations that you've witnessed throughout your visits in the different cities, and more so looking at New York City, which is a unique metropolis compared to other places. What strategies will you all employ to ensure that homeless populations, families are not duplicated or counted twice or multiple times, especially when some may move from shelter to shelter in different boroughs or different areas?
This is Tim Olson. Good morning. So when we prepare for the targeted non-shelter outdoor location enumeration, I think you all know we reach out directly to community partners to identify obvious locations where people that are living outdoors in homeless situations. When we conduct that enumeration, it's receiving the information, collecting the information from the people to the best of our ability, and then that information is then brought back into our systems, and then there are back-end processes that are able to do some unduplication if the same person had been counted, let's say, at a food shelter or a food bank or some other location?
One of the things that helps us not pick them up is we do it in a very concentrated time frame. When we did the targeted, non-sheltered outdoor locations, it was done one night. We started off one evening, we were finished by dawn the next morning, and we went out. And so generally, they didn't move around because we had already hit that area. So the next day, we weren't counting anymore. So give you an example, in Los Angeles in 2010, we started out in the late afternoon, hitting all the food trucks and vans, and that night hitting the encampments and all the outdoor locations and positions. And I remember giving an interview to the press as the sun was rising over Dodger Stadium parking lot, and we had just finished the operation. But by concentrating it in that tight concentration of time, we reduced the probability of running into the same people in different locations over and over again. It is a risk. I will tell you that some people who are mobile and outdoor may get picked up twice. Our objective is to count them once and in the right place. But I'll give you an example of the challenge with that. It was a cold night in LA, and I went to some major encampments checking on how our people were doing it, and there were no people there. They were all riding around on buses. So now, once they're riding around on buses, I'm having a hard time placing them geographically where they're staying because they're constantly in motion. The homeless count is a challenge. We will confess to that, and we really solicit as much help as we can get from local community organizations to help us get as right as possible about that.
And just quickly, the reason why, I bring that up is, I want to ensure that we're not canceling out their vote, especially since we know that they're one of the big populations that need the resources that results from the census count. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ally Sue and then Tom.
Yes. Al, you presented the findings from the 2018 end-to-end census test, and I'm wondering, because of the location of the test, to what extent do you feel that the results for Hispanics are representative or generalizable to the nation, given the different distribution of, say, Puerto Ricans to the totality of Hispanics, particularly in the current environment of concerns about, from families with perhaps undocumented folk?
One of the things I said was that results in the test were not totally projectable to the nation, but it gives us indications. And when we tie that in with other national tests we've done, like the 2015 National Content Test, or real live production of the ACS, which is conducted in every county in the United States, and we compile that data together, it gives us some directional indications of how we should be looking at performance and activities. It was interesting that when we looked at the ACS and the way people responded to self-response in the ACS and the way they responded to the internet option in the ACS, we saw parallels by race and ethnic groups across that major survey that's ongoing all the time in every county in the country with things we saw in Providence.
The distribution of the actual respondents is not so much in my mind as the non-response. And 2015 was a very different climate, and ACS is not census with the baggage of the, citizenship question issue and the publicity. But thanks.
So Al, in a related vein, I understand you've just confirmed that it's not just the end-to-end, but you did provide us some very useful differential self-response rate and self-response mode. Some of it, most of it, perhaps, was anticipated based on what you've seen in the ACS and other previous tests. But sort of two questions. First, was there anything that surprised you? Number one. Number two, to the extent the end-to-end test, together with the other ACS and other data that you're looking at, how has that changed, if at all? Your hiring plans, your assessment of how far you are, and more specifically, James had some very good questions about who's been hired so far. You had some data about overall number of applications completed. I'm interested in more detail about what's missing in the 300,000. So you've identified, certainly from all of your experience, what particular skill sets you need. And 300,000 is great, it hits your goal, but are there specific skill sets that you will identify as missing or not represented in the numbers you need among those applications to get to the hiring that you need in respect to what you've learned from the differential response rates and response modes? I hope that's clear. I just think it would be great if the Bureau was very transparent about how it has adjusted in response to those differential rates and modes and where it needs help in getting to the hiring full component necessary for 2020.
Let me start with the first question on surprises. I did not get surprised by the ethnic and racial distribution of the way people responded, but I did get surprised by a couple of other things that happened during the 18 end-to-end test. We had looked at using administrative records to identify vacant and empty, for want of a better word, housing units. And the primary source, one of the primary sources we were using was the U.S. Postal Service's undeliverable as addressed returns for things that we mailed out. And we tied that to other data. We found that when we set out to do ground tests, we found a uncomfortably high percentage of addresses that were being returned as vacant that had someone living in them. That changed our strategy and approach, and we no longer have the program where we will remove an address because it's identified with our administrative records as a vacant. We must have someone go and knock and verify, and they're being trained to look for symbols that someone is living there. That was a change we put in place as soon as we started to see that data happen, because we were very concerned that we would actually miss units if we stuck with the original program. So that was a surprise to us, but we immediately moved in to change it. I want to just quickly comment on something James had said. It is very critical to us that our oversight, OIG, GAO, partnered closely with us with these reports that they did to find things that could be improved in our processes, and we immediately moved on those things that needed correction and fixing to modify our operations to fix the things that they identified. We respected that. They're good partners with us. But we did move to correct and address those. Now, to your next question, help me again, I'm sorry.
Is there anything missing in the 300,000? Are you identifying what's missing in terms of the
needs? You want to talk to that for a minute, please?
Sure. So our goal for early recruiting related to address canvassing was 205,000 applicants throughout the nation. And actually, as of this morning, there are 309,000 applicants in our database, which is obviously we've got another 6 weeks until we are scheduled to finish the recruiting. So we'll end up with a much higher number. Now, as far as, what skill sets do those 309,000 have versus what they need, let me put it this way. To be considered qualified, and when I say 309,000, that is considered qualified. We could select them today. They need to be literate. They need to be, able to work. They need to be in their geographic area that we are selecting them to work in. But when it comes to actually doing the job, these are 6-week approximate jobs. We train them and provide them the skill sets that they need to conduct address canvassing. And so we're pretty confident about that.
I'll jump in to say there's also an assessment test that they're required to take in the online process, and these are people who have passed the assessment test. My biggest concern is not their skill level to be an address lister. My biggest concern is making sure we have them every place we need them. So the assessment is look at every track that we're going to be doing address canvassing in and make sure we have a sufficient pool of applicants in those tracks. And that's an area that as we get a little closer, and even now, and we start breaking it down by area, we do solicit the help of all of you as our partners in the advisory committee in areas that we may see that we are low of people. I mean, I've looked at some areas in Baltimore, for example, where I know we're going to need 60 people, but there are 400 in the pool, so I'm not worried about that. But there are other areas that you know you're going to need 30, and there are 20 in the pool. And so those are, I think we're going to go to our partners and say to them, can you help us recruit, help us pull in? Overall, we have many more than we need, but there will be isolated spots.
So that's what I'm asking, if it's possible, as soon as possible, be very specific like that. Getting hyper-local is obviously a way of addressing some of the differential response rates and response mode issues that you've identified, but the other is language, and James did ask, with respect to those who had already been hired, questions about language ability. And so I'm also looking, as soon as possible, if there's a way to identify within a terrific universe of 309,000, whether there are specific language skills that are, when you need 30, you've only got 20 applicants or 20 qualified folks. Identifying that up front and matching it to what your needs are based on the differentials you identified is what I'm interested in.
Yeah, what's
getting some
happening
real
today
clarity about.
is the local, the regional census center team and the partnership recruiting team from the regional census center is working with regional partners that have already joined us up and become partners with us to say, hey, we need help in these blocks and these tracks in these areas. Because our basic principle is we want to hire locally. People from the block they're going to work, people with the cultural sensitivity to their block and with the language skills to communicate with the people in that area. So by having the local office specifically focusing on that, it may not rise to Tim or my attention as much as the regional director and his or her staff working directly with their local partners. But yes, we're going to be able to come out and do that. You wanted to say something?
I just wanted to kind of add in for context for everybody, either listening or here in the room. You know, when we talk about the 309,000 qualified applicants today, that's only for address canvassing, which occurs in August and September. In October, that's when we begin what I consider the real peak recruiting effort, and there will, our goal at that point, starting in October, is to generate about 2.2 million applicants to be considered for the peak field operations that occur in the spring of 2020. The numbers are much larger then, and to do that, we will hire nearly 5,000 local recruiting assistants. One of the common job requirements for many of these people, not all of them, but many of them will be bilingual skills. And when you layer the work they do with community organizations to get the word out about the temporary census jobs, you layer that work at the grassroots level with the advertising for these temporary jobs that will occur. That's where I would ask all of us in this room to really pay attention to is the recruiting outcomes. Because those applicants ultimately become census takers, and they are the ones that will be interacting with households, conducting interviews, in order to, anybody who has not responded, not self-responded. So that's going to be the big period to really do that hardcore, awareness and push.
I want to remind everyone, we're about 10 minutes beyond where we should be on our agenda, but this is a really important topic. So I'm going to sort of list the queue. I'm going to suggest that Interdeep, you're the end of the queue, that no more cards be recognized, and to the extent you can be crisp and brief, that would be appreciated. So the queue, as it is today, is Jerry, Arturo, Terry, Megan, and a close with Interdeep. Jerry, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Just a couple of things. I'll make it brief. I'm so glad we're talking a lot about hiring, and I wanted you to verify, if you will, Ron, in your staffing announcements, whether or not there's a vacancy at the Human Resources Division level, and if there are any other departures or movements that might impact the 2020 census with respect to staff changes, and that's in field, decennial, IT, or any other areas. Is there a vacancy in the Human Resources Division, and will it impact hiring and recruitment efforts? That's one question.
So our HR chief had an opportunity for her and her family to relocate to the Tidewater area in Virginia, and so she has left. But we have a solution to that problem that I can't say today, but very, very soon.
And are there any other changes that you didn't mention in either field, decennial, IT, or other that you anticipate would have some impact on the 2020 census planning?
No, nothing,
Okay.
nothing major.
Okay.
Yes. Ron?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Actually, Tim Olson again. I don't believe you have met two people, or at least one of them that I want to announce, but we have a new chief of field division, Dale Kelly, and I know she's traveling today, so you probably won't meet her today. She's doing a great job. I hope you'll meet her very soon. The second person, and you will meet this individual later this afternoon, or this afternoon, is Willette Allen. And Willette has joined us. There she is, right in the middle. Raise your hand. Yes. Willette is a veteran from 2010 in our partnership program, and she is now leading the regional partnership efforts from Census Headquarters. So you'll hear from her this afternoon.
Thank you.
Another staff change, very much related to what Tim just announced. Robin Bachman, who was here earlier and is still there in the back right now. Raise your hand, Robin. She will be the new chief of the National Partnership Program. And Tim and I were just, planning on discussing that a little bit later before we got to that presentation.
Very well, thank you. And just finally, I know that there's some good news on the waiver front with respect to TANF and SNAP and so forth, federal annuitants, so maybe if you all could update us on that. And Al, are there any non-partnership related strategies that you're going to employ to address the very low self-response rate amongst our communities? And I am interested in that 39% response rate for the African-American population. Are there other things that can be done or are planned?
Self-response is a case of motivating individual people to understand that there's a benefit for their participation. If people don't see what's in it for them, they don't participate. The media campaign that's going to be going on has segmented, targeted media, and Ali and his team will be talking about that later, but it's focused on a number of our harder-to-count populations with a different messaging, with a messaging that talks about the community centers, funds going into the local hospitals, into the schools, into roads, and people don't care. I shouldn't say this, but people don't care really about the higher level goal of the census, which is how the House of Representatives is actually allocated amongst the states. When you talk to the person on the street, they care that funding is flowing in to fund that local hospital, that daycare center. That's something that they can relate to within their own family and their community. We're targeting media focused on saying the census counts, and it counts for you and your family in your community. I went to a number of the focus groups looking at some of the minority populations, some of the lower hard-to-count populations, and the media, and we walked into a room where you'd have 8 panelists, none of whom really had much knowledge of the census or much interest in the census. And just through looking at the various campaigns and talking about the census, you asked at the end, how many of you plan to participate? Every hand goes up. How many of you plan to tell somebody? 90% of the hands went up that they were going to tell somebody that it's important because they suddenly could relate that it was important to them. It wasn't a government program in the distance. We have to be very effective in our communication. We have to, mass media and targeted media is a very effective way to reach out and communicate, in addition to partnership, who are trusted voices on the street. From my team's side, putting together an operation, what we say is we want to make sure you can do it any way you want to do it. If you want to do it on paper, you can do it on paper. If you want to do it on the phone, you can do it on the phone. I am indifferent from a census data collection standpoint on how somebody responds to the census. Obviously, from a budget standpoint, I would prefer that they responded online. I want them to respond. So we're gonna produce enough paper that if everybody wanted to respond on paper, they could still respond to the census on paper. So we're gonna make sure that's in their hands, in front of them. You can respond to the census the way you want. And that message has to be out there, and we're gonna be putting it out there through our media and through partnership.
Thank you. Arturo Vargas, Naleo Educational Fund. Let me start off with an observation, Al, of the comment you just made about the focus groups that you observed, because I also observe focus groups, and I also witnessed people raising their hands after a conversation about the importance of the census and how many were interested in participating, and all the hands went up. But when the question was asked, and if there is a question on citizenship, how many of you intend to participate? No hands went up. And that's what you're dealing with. Let me refer now back to the data on the end-to-end test. And the data that you presented on self-response. How many, was the response rates, were these by household or by population? By population. What percent of those who responded were Hispanic?
Would you repeat, please?
What percent of the people who responded, not self-responded, but what percent of the people who responded in the end-to-end test were Hispanic?
Not self-responded, total response.
Self-response, since the data you provided us here is a self-response.
Yeah, were you asking for not self-response, or were you asking?
No, for self-response. How many?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to go back to my presentation. While I find my presentation.
While you're looking for it, just to piggyback a little more info on what Arturo just said, I'm actually currently conducting research with a couple of collaborators on Latinos and attitudes for the upcoming census. And while we're not ready to put anything out there publicly yet, we're just looking at our preliminary step. We're finding the same kind of thing he's mentioning from the focus groups, that at first there's no hesitation about the census at all. And then, oh, look at this question they're going to be possibly adding in 2020 on citizenship. And oh, I'm not filling it out then, basically. And so we're seeing that in our responses as well in the Bay Area, in California, and in Chicago.
Thank you, Dr. Darling.
43%.
I'm sorry?
43%.
No, that's not the question. How many Hispanic households responded? How many Hispanic households self-responded? Not what percent self-responded, how many?
I don't have that data here.
Okay, this is why it's important. We can look at 43% of Hispanics saying that they self-responded online. But unless we know how many Latinos actually participated, that number really is meaningless. And I say this because I remind everybody in this room that the instrument that went out in Providence County, Rhode Island, is not the instrument that the Census Bureau will use in 2020. It is fundamentally different in at least two respects. Number one, the instructions on filling out the Hispanic origin question are different in the 2018 test than what will appear in 2020. And what went out in Providence County, Rhode Island, had no question on citizenship. So the experience that you've had with Latinos in Providence County truly is meaningless because you are not going to be using the instrument that you're highly likely to use in March 2020. I say this because Naleo Educational Fund conducted its own independent assessment of what happened in Providence County, Rhode Island. We contracted researchers at Brown University so that we could survey the experience of Latinos, African Americans, and whites in the end-to-end test. And we learned three things. One is that Latinos, just the whole conversation about the citizenship question, which had been announced after the survey went into the field, we learned from talking to community leaders, from the trusted messengers that the Census Bureau relies on, and others, that there was an excessive reluctance by people to participate in the test because of the conversation of there may be a citizenship question on it. So unless we know how many Latinos actually participated in the test, I don't see how the results could be meaningful for planning for 2020, and the fact that the instrument was so different. I think you really need to be comparing apples to apples as you prepare for 2020. And I am very concerned that the Census Bureau is going into 2020 without really knowing what the experience will be out in the field in 2020. We know from the focus groups that you're conducting now that there is excessive reluctance to participate if a citizenship question appears. The other thing we learned in doing our survey of the people who told us they did participate in the end-to-end test was that Latinos were much more likely to have reported that they participated either by paper or that there was an enumerator that knocked on their door, and that's how they participated. And then we found out from GIO that the non-response follow-up procedures that were implemented by the Census Bureau in the end-to-end test were actually lacking. There was insufficient training. So if a higher percentage of Latinos are going to be enumerated through NARFU, and NARFU was one of the areas that required the most improvements in preparation for 2020, then that really, I think, elicits great concerns about the ability of the Census Bureau to fully enumerate Latino households in 2020, when your final test actually showed there were great deficiencies in NARFU, and evidence suggests that very few Latinos actually participated in that experiment. So I think we need to do a considerable amount of more work in making sure that the Census Bureau is prepared for 2020.
Well, let's talk about more work just for a moment. We have 19 tests where 480,000 people across the nation are divided into two panels, 240 receiving the citizenship question, 240 not receiving the citizenship question, using the actual 2020 instrument, using the actual 2020 information, oversampling hard-to-count minority populations. That mailing goes out in June, and that will start to provide us with operational information on a very large national sample that will address some of the things that you were addressing as true
But you will only be
differences.
measuring self-response rates in that.
That is correct.
There'll be no follow-up.
There'll be
no
no
contact.
on-the-ground
No
testing.
on the ground. All you're
Correct.
doing is, all you will be able to do, the Census Bureau will be able to do, is those 240,000 forms that go out with the citizenship question, and those without, you'll just be able to measure how many replied.
And mode of response, because it will use all three modes of response. It will use online, paper, and phone mode of response for the test. What it does enable us to do, it's really for operational preparedness. What that will enable us to do is know where we have to overstaff for non-response follow-up. It will enable us to know where we need to heavy up on our targeted advertising, because when we segment the results of the self-response by population group, by demographics, it will then give us areas we need to focus in on more aggressively when we move to non-response follow-up for 2020.
The other question I have actually is for the chair. Usually after executive remarks by the director and the deputy director, welcome, by the way, to our director, we didn't have the opportunity to ask any questions, and I know we're running short of time. I'm wondering if someplace there'll be an opportunity for committee members to engage in direct conversation or Q&A with the director and deputy director.
At the pleasure of the director, I think we're looking at trying to manage the agenda. Currently, toward the end of today, we had slotted for us to start our recommendation process. That's really our only time period. So what I can say is if we run into that time, because I think this is very important, that we're going to have to work tonight to get our recommendations in the queue. So I would just ask all the committee members to be respectful of what we need to accomplish by the time we leave tomorrow, and also be thoughtful about your questions. This is really passionate discussion that I think all of us want to have and need to have for our community, so I appreciate that. So I will just maybe ask the director if there is a time that he prefers, we could do that immediately after our break and slide up our presentations. I don't know his schedule, so.
I'm good with, are you free that time?
We'll look at the schedule and see what we can work out. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So let's get through the queue here. So I think Terry next,
Hi,
and
Terry.
Megan, Interdeep, and I think Alice Sue, you have your card up. I'd really like to close it. Thank you.
Terry Menace, Asian Americans Advancing Justice, AAJC. First, just to piggyback quickly on what Arturo had mentioned, I think it would be really helpful for the committee to also understand what the self-response rates were by housing units and not just population. I think usually when we talk about self-response rates, it's been more from the household standpoint as from population. So if we can get that also broken out by the different demographic characteristics would be really, really helpful. What I wanted to talk about was, not surprisingly, around the language piece of it. So we do appreciate the expansion, as Director Dillingham had mentioned, with respect to, support for more languages on the internet service response option. But we do remain alarmed at some of the retractions that we've seen in the language support program, both through, more limited paper versions of the survey. I think as many of our research has shown, there is a preference, or at least an equal preference, and a greater preference in some communities to actually reply on paper. So not having that option is something that we remain concerned about. Of course, not surprisingly, also remain concerned about the fact that there are no language assistance guides in any Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, or Alaska Native languages, and only one for the American Indian population, recognizing that these may be smaller populations, groups, but they are also those that are traditionally hardest to count, have been missed very often, and of course, for many of the communities also have other sensitive issues that really should be addressed. So I will say, not my question, but we'll just say we certainly do hope that there's still an opportunity to get perhaps language assistance guides in languages for these communities. That being said, I did want to ask, Al, I know you mentioned in a number of different settings that partnership specialists will be used to help fill this gap, and I guess I would like more information with respect to how they'll actually be deployed and used to help fill those gaps. So for example, who will have access to these partnership specialists? Will CBOs maybe have access to them even if they're not in that local geography? Will telephone questionnaire assistance operators have access to them if someone happens to call a line that, where it's not actually being serviced, but, will they have access to say, oh, I know that somebody in Utah, for example, has this language ability, and we can tap into that. So I think that is something that is really critical for us to understand how the partnership specialists will be used to fill these gaps, not just in the locality in which they're located, but across the country. Just wanted to say I agree with Tom's point with respect to prioritizing language skills in the recruiting and hiring process. And then finally, the last piece I just wanted to mention was, we understand that for the internet survey response instrument, the only Chinese option that'll be offered is in simplified Chinese, and we think that that is actually a missed opportunity for a good portion of our community. So some of the older folks who come from Hong Kong, from Taiwan, some of the Southeast Asian countries with Chinese populations will not be able to use the simplified form, will need the traditional Chinese forms. And so I guess a question of why both aren't being offered through the internet survey response, and if there's an opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Megan, please.
Is there going to be an answer?
Yeah,
Any response?
Where's Dr. Kim? Jennifer?
Hello, this is Jenny Kim from DCMD. Let me go backwards with the questions in the backward order. You had mentioned about the written Chinese and simplified in other format. So for the internet self-response, we will have that available in simplified Chinese. You are correct in that. But with the language guides that we are creating for the paper questionnaire, we will produce a language guide in simplified Chinese as well as in traditional Chinese. In respect to your question about the paper questionnaires, yes, we are expanding the self-response languages from 5 from 2010 to 12, as you know. We are simplifying that process where in 2010, where people needed paper questionnaires in languages beyond English and Spanish, they would have to call our telephone centers and request that a questionnaire be mailed to them and wait for that mailing to arrive for them to fill that out. We're just simplifying that process by making the online questionnaire available so they can fill it out on demand, as well as once they call the telephone assistance center, they can go ahead and just give us their information right on the phone. So we really skip the extended step of waiting for them to get the mailing. But for those who would still like to use a paper questionnaire, we are making the language guides available in 59 different languages. So through partnership efforts and other communication strategies, people will have those language guides in front of them to be able to fill out the paper questionnaires.
Can I ask, so if somebody calls the assistance line, will they actually be able to ask somebody to mail them a questionnaire if that's what they choose?
That option will not be available for 2020. They will just be able to give us information right on the phone. And that's something that was different from 2010. We had different phases where people can provide their information. This time we're making available for them to provide the information from opening to end of the operation. So at any time they can give us their information.
And then do you have a process in place for if they just don't want to give their information over the phone? What will you do with those people?
If people don't want to give their
Like they
information over
call
the phone.
thinking that they can ask to have a questionnaire sent to them and they can't and they're offered, but we can take your information over the phone, and they say, I don't want to do that.
Right, then we would also remind them there are other modes of operations that are available through the internet, as well as in the fourth mailing, if they have not responded, all of the households will receive a paper questionnaire. It'll just be in English, but we'll make that option available, of course, as they receive it in the mail, and then also letting them know that there are paper questionnaire language guides that are available that they can use to fill out the paper questionnaire. Were there other questions that I missed?
The other question was around the partnership specialists and how they're going to be used to fill the language gap.
Tim Olson with Field. So we, by the end of June, we'll have nearly double the number of partnership staff we had in 2010, 1,501. And, how they're going to be deployed, their primary job, is to engage with community organizations so that it becomes a larger effort than just 1,501 people. In terms of the language program, though, where there are identified languages that are not included in the 12 non-English languages, which are online or over the phone, or in the 59 language assistance guides, we will be providing them, and they'll be publicly available, actually, where anybody can facilitate doing a translation of another language assistance guide in languages beyond the 59 that are listed. And that will be available fairly soon, I think. And so partnership specialists will be working with community groups where there is an identified need for a different additional language to create that language assistance guide. And in terms of, how do you get that out to actual people? That's the question, really. My concern all along is, how do you get to people, the respondent? I don't care about all the public stuff. I care about the householder. How do you get that information out where it's needed? And that can go through, in my view, a lot of different efforts. It can go through, say, a community organization that serves a group of people. They can get it out through their vehicles. It can get through community festivals, for example, but I think that's less effective. I really think that's the conversation. How do we get this information to actual householders where there's an identified need?
Thank you. Luke, I really appreciated your question about duplication with people experiencing homelessness. And Al, I really appreciated you owning, how much work there is to be done on enumerating people experiencing homelessness. There really is a huge gap there in how the count is going to be conducted and how many people will be counted. I think one misconception for me, I'm a little bit less concerned about duplication than I am about the enormous undercount of people experiencing homelessness. It is enormous. We know that HUD, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, is among the best of the federal agencies at counting people experiencing homelessness and housing instability. They do the best that they can, and they often do it using point-in-time counts that are a lot like how the Census Bureau will be conducting its operations. They're one-night, one-day operations where you really just put an enormous number of volunteers out in the field and try to do this point-in-time count to count people, not just in shelters, but also experiencing street-based homelessness. And they're amazing operations and incredible failures when it comes to the count of people experiencing homelessness and housing instability. We know that in many of these studies, we can estimate that the actual count of people experiencing homelessness is 2.5 to 10 times higher than what we count in point-in-time counts. That's if the Census Bureau was that bad at doing counts in general, the census would be almost useless, right? Like the count of people experiencing homelessness is just really, really far off. And we know from a study in New York, actually, that in one point-in-time count, they found that a full third of people were sleeping in places that are classified as not visible during that point-in-time count. And to be honest, we don't have a ton of data to even talk about how bad these counts are because the counts themselves are so off that it's hard to really even give clear estimates. But I know for myself, when I was experiencing homelessness, there might have been one night during the week when I was sleeping with a friend, one night I was sleeping outside, one night I was sleeping in a shelter, and trying to do a real count, a meaningful count of people experiencing homelessness, even just in one-night operations, isn't going to get you there. It's just not. I, as a young person, was too good at hiding from people who I was afraid were going to bring me to jail, right? And we've got hundreds and hundreds of states and localities that criminalize homelessness. When you're a young person or an adult who's experiencing homelessness and you have that legitimate fear of contacts with government officials then leading you into incarceration, you become really good at hiding, right? But if you build trusting relationships with the people on the ground who are serving people experiencing homelessness, like that's how you're gonna get to a good count. I know you're working on that, and I know you have a lot of work to do. The people who are serving communities experiencing homelessness have a lot of work on their plates. There is not enough funding for this work. There's not enough people doing it, and adding census on top of that might not be a high priority for folks. But I think we could get people there if they understood the links to how federal funding is distributed to shelters and other service-based locations based on census data. But I don't see that coming out from the Census Bureau. I don't see a lot of resources directed at this community and the people who are serving them. And it's a gap I'd like to see change before 2020, and it's a gap I'd love to see you really fundamentally change for 2030. I think that I trust that you are going to do your best between now and 2020, and I don't think you're going to be able to go far enough with where we are in the life cycle of the census, and I really, really hope to see something fundamentally different for 2030, because a 30% undercount is unacceptable. So I don't really have a question. But I would love to hear more about what you are doing and how we can support you in that, because I feel like there's so much work to be done. Thanks so much.
Interdeep is offered to defer her question. Thank you for that, Interdeep. We are 40 minutes behind schedule.
Carol, can I just beg you to answer a couple of James' overarching questions that he asked at the beginning that we didn't cover at all? I just wanted to emphasize to everyone that the local census offices, what we call area census offices this year, are administrative centers. They're not open to the public for people to come into, so often their locations are more around where our workload is from an administrative management perspective than where people can access them. The 39, it was 40, that we said that would be early census offices were designed to manage and administer the address canvassing operation. The reason they're 39 instead of 40 is because we decided not to do address canvassing in Puerto Rico, but to do update leave. And therefore, while that office is ready, it won't be running an address canvassing operation, so that reduced it to 39. The one that's missing of the 39 is actually Birmingham, Alabama, where we're having construction issues with the lessor and with GSA to get it built out right now. We already have an alternative plan to manage that operation from other ACOs, but that one is the one that's not on the plate. We have lists, if we'd be glad to share, of the cities of all the 39 offices, but I mean, they're not real useful to the public because they're not public facilities. They're actually, our administrative management facilities. But yeah, we're glad to share that information if necessary. And yes, we'd love to set up a demo for the NAC on the devices for 2020.
Carol, could I beg one addition to my good friend Al?
Very briefly.
The additional offices, the 208 that are opening this summer, they should be in place by September. Combined with the 39 or the 40, the 248 total is what will be for the peak operation. So those additional offices opening this summer that are not part of the 39, you'd asked, will they be open in time for address canvassing? They won't be involved in address canvassing. They're specifically going to be managing the peak operations that occur starting in October.
And just to clarify, I also wanted to know if there were any concerns about having them open in time for when they are going to be involved in the operations for which, they're going to be present.
So I can say that of the 39 ACOs, even though one of them had an air conditioning problem in a very hot part of the country, Birmingham, all of the management teams are on board already. In fact, those management teams were on board before the brick and mortar physical office opened. So they've been going through a training process, and support staff have been hired, and so they're functioning right now as we speak.
And I constantly worry about whether the 208 will be open on time because I'm a worrier. But I end up not just worrying. I'm in contact biweekly with the deputy administrator for GSA, they are actually the agency that leases the facilities and makes sure everything's ready. The deputy director of the Census Bureau, Karen Dunn Kelly, and the administrator of GSA, Emily Murphy, talk biweekly to make sure their focus is staying on making sure those offices get open in time for our operations. GSA assures us that they will have the operations open. Because I like belts and suspenders, Field also has a contingency plan in case office doesn't get open in terms of how you would manage the initial kickoff of the operation in the event the office was not open on time. I would just caution you, though, and say we're talking about having those offices open by September of 2019. Their functional operations that they begin working on don't start until March and April of 2020. So we build in some cushion of time in there to make sure we have time to get them open, use them as a place to train staff and to train leadership. And so we're comfortable they'll be open in time for the operations that they're conducting.
All right, as Carol said, we are running quite a bit late, so we've had some discussion, and we think what we're going to do is we're going to stay on the regular agenda. However, we're going to have to eat into some of the time that would normally set aside for committee discussion this afternoon so we can keep things going. Before you run off for a break, we need to take a picture. So if all the members can please come up to the stage, we're going to take 2 pictures, one with all the NAC members, including myself, the director, and Ron, and then one with just the NAC members.
May I just ask you to be back by 10 after 11? Thank you.
Oh, she wants you on the, oh, okay. All right, everybody, squeeze. Everybody.
No bad news. No stinking bad news, or non-stinking bad news either. Take a step back. Al Arturo.
Just give me a... In fact, I was just looking at Tooksik Bay on the Rome.
Great.
Yep, we'll do.
I don't know the census group in that area. I know some of the mayors are determined that they're going to have a full county. But everybody's at this meeting. Well, I'm sure the Bureau would love to know, you know, the regional office will come if you call.
Can I get everyone to take their seats, please? Don't make me put my mom's voice on. $11:15. Can I get people to sit down, please?
All right, everyone. Let's try to get seated and start back again. So again, just to reiterate what the chair and the vice chair have decided we're going to do, we're going to stick with the original agenda. We're going to go through with the allotted time and allowing for Q&A. And what that's going to mean is that's going to eat into quite a bit of the time this afternoon that was put aside for committee discussion and formulation of recommendations. So where we were planning to start around 3:15, I'm guessing it's going to be more like in the neighborhood of 4 or something like that. But again, to try and keep us back on schedule to the fact that we can, try and keep your comments brief. Obviously, don't hold back, but let's try to be pithy in our comments and in our answers to those questions. So next up, we have Simpson Garfinkel, who's going to share an overview on privacy and confidentiality protection. Simpson?
Thank you very much. This presentation is based on discussions with John Aboud, the chief scientist, Dan Kiefer, the scientific lead, our collaborators at Harvard, and the team here at the Census Bureau. And briefly, this is a very high-level introduction to the confidentiality system we're going to be using to protect the data for the 2020 census. So, as you know, statistical agencies collect data under a pledge of confidentiality. We pledge to collect data, that the data we collect will only be used for statistical purposes, that the data will be kept confidential, and that the data from individuals or establishments won't be used in any, won't be identifiable in any publication. And this is a example of collecting data from respondents from a hypothetical block. And we use that data to create what we call a confidential database, which is the record level data of the responses. And then we use that to create statistical tables that we publish. And this is a hypothetical table listing the total number of people, their median age, their average age, and then the numbers and medians and the means for subgroups on this hypothetical block. Now, we call this now a trusted curator model because we have access to the confidential data, but we don't want our published statistics to leak information about the confidential data that needs to be kept confidential. But it turns out that every publication results in some privacy loss. We now know that publishing too many statistics would result in the compromise of the entire confidential database. And that's because every time you publish a statistic, you leak information about that confidential database. So this is a simplified version of even that first slide. If we were to just publish statistics from a single household, it's easy to see how those statistics would compromise this person's privacy. So traditionally, what we would do is we would suppress those statistics. Now, in the past, we thought that if we published aggregate statistics, that the aggregation protected the privacy of these individuals, the confidentiality of the data that they had provided to us. But we now know that it's possible to reverse engineer those publications and solve for the original microdata that created the publication tables. And so this is a worked example from an article that we published earlier this year. You can take that table at the right and turn it into 164 equations and solve them. It would take a human being a while. It takes my 2013 MacBook Pro just 0.2 of a second to solve that system of equations. And it's an accurate solution. So we call this database reconstruction, and faced with this database reconstruction problem, we really only have two options. And the first option is to publish fewer statistics, and the second option is to publish statistics with less accuracy. So in the past, we would take the approach of publishing fewer statistics. And to a first measure, that's what our previous statistical disclosure limitation approaches or disclosure avoidance approaches did. We would find additional statistics to black out. And so in this example here, what I've done is I've blocked out those statistics that are obviously revealing. And when you do that, there are now two distinct solutions that either of those solutions on the left perfectly reconstruct the tables. Now, the first thing you may notice is that there's a common record between those two tables. So that common record is certainly part of the ground truth, even with the additional records suppressed. But an attacker is going to have access to more data than is just what we publish. And so if an attacker has another piece of data, they can use that to choose whether solution 1 is correct or solution 2 is correct. So we know that publishing fewer statistics is problematic. And it's problematic because we don't have a good way of knowing when we've crossed that cliff of publishing too many statistics. And also because it offers no protection against linkage with outside publications. So we're left with option 2, which is to publish statistics with less accuracy. And that's the idea behind differential privacy. So what differential privacy does is it gives us a principled approach for publishing statistics with less accuracy, so to limit the privacy loss associated with a publication so that the privacy loss is equal to the is bounded by the amount of accuracy that those statistics require. And this is an example, this graph here, of the sorts of graphs that we're using to make decisions between accuracy and privacy loss. At the left, we have an option of publishing statistics that have no accuracy and result in no privacy loss. And at the right, we can publish statistics that are perfectly accurate and result in complete privacy loss of the confidential database. And we can pick where we want to be on that curve. And as we'll see, if we use better technology, we can move that curve up and to the left. So with better technology, we can change the amount of privacy loss that comes from a given accuracy. So differential privacy, which is the technology that we're using, it's really two things. First, it's a mathematical definition for privacy loss. And then it's a set of mechanisms that allow us to add the smallest amount of noise necessary for our given privacy outcome, and to structure that noise so that it has a minimal impact on the statistics that we think are more important. So when I explain differential privacy, I use the idea of a noise barrier. And the information that we collect is on the left-hand side of the noise barrier. That's the private information, the confidential information. And on the right-hand side is the statistics that we publish. And in the literature, that's called the privatized data. And the amount of noise that gets added is roughly equal to the impact of a single person on those statistics. So as you aggregate statistics together, the impact of a single person is less. And so statistics that are based on many people in differential privacy can be published with more accuracy than statistics based on just a few people. And that makes intuitive sense. So here, for example, we started off with a 24-year-old white single woman, and we end up with a 35-year-old black single woman because noise was applied to every one of the statistics that we're going to publish. Now, noise is a probabilistic process, and you can say randomness instead of noise, but we use noise because it's like the sound between stations on an AM radio. And in this example here, I've run 10,000 experiments. I've actually run 30,000 experiments because there's 10,000 experiments with each line. And what I do is I take a hypothetical block first with one person who's age 22, and then with 10 people who are age 22, and then 100 people who are all age 22. And this is showing you that as the number of people increases, the impact of that noise remains roughly the same. So the amount of noise is roughly the same because it's the noise for one person, so the impact decreases. And I do 10,000 runs, and in 50% of those runs, for the first block, the median age is 9 to 73, which is a big range, but there's just one person on that block. For the second set of experiments, with 10 people on block, the median range is 17 to 61 for half of those runs. And in the third one, the median age is 21 to 22. So by the time we have 100 people on the block, the median age is fairly well bounded for 50% of the runs. And for 95% of the runs, it's still pretty well bounded because the impact of the noise is pretty minor. But for one person, 95% of the runs, the median age is 0 to 104 for one person on the block. Now, we also have to privatize the number of people that are on the block. We can't just report that. And here's where things get a little confusing if you're not a differential privacy, fluent in differential privacy. When we report the number of people on one block at the bottom, the private data, the confidential data, there's 100 people, but 50% of the time we're going to report that as 90 to 110 people. So we're not going to make 10,000 reports. We're going to choose one of those and randomly report it, and we're not going to tell you which one we've randomly chosen. But there are a lot of blocks in the United States, right? So some of those blocks will be reported with this kind of range. Half of those blocks. With one person on the block, the number of people that we report goes from -9 to 11. And so people may be confused that we're going to report that there are -9 people on the block. And we would be doing that if we were not applying additional post-processing. But for the mechanisms that we're using, we will be doing post-processing, and so we won't be reporting negative block counts. That would just be very confusing. Now, for the 2020 census, we actually have this involved system where we take the decennial responses, we create the census unedited file, we create the census edited file, then the purple here is the noise barrier. I'll probably redo this as yellow. And then we create the microdata detail file, and that microdata detail file is synthetic data. It's created from the real data and from the addition of the noise. And then we're going to use that MDF to create our tabular summaries. And the advantage of this approach is that it's transparent. We can tell people what we're doing. We didn't actually talk about the details of the privacy protection system for 2010. We gave high-level assurances, but the actual details were never made public. And the privacy guarantee is tunable. We can add or subtract the amount of privacy as appropriate for the needed accuracy in the publications. The privacy guarantees no longer depend upon external data. You can't undo the privacy protection by having external data sets. It provides protection against an accurate database reconstruction. And it protects every member of the population. So whether you're the only person on the block or whether there's 100 people on the block, you will receive protection. One of the challenges is that the entire country has to be published at processed at once for best accuracy. And every use of the confidential data has to be tallied. So you can't get around the noise barrier. Now, there's no off-the-shelf system for doing this, so we created our own. And we've actually published the source code that we used for the 2018 end-to-end test. That is available on GitHub now. So anybody in this room can download that source code and then take data from the 1940 census and run it with the 2018 source code and see how the disclosure avoidance system works. So we've done that for you here. And what we've shown is this is the accuracy-privacy trade-off. And the bottom of this is actually an accuracy of 0.94, 94%, and the top is 100. And in the 1940 data, we don't have census tracts. We have enumeration districts, counties, states, and nation. And it shows you that at the national level, it's highly, highly accurate. At the county level, it's still 99.5% accurate. And that's from epsilon of 0.25 to 6. Epsilon is our privacy loss parameter. But even at the enumeration district, it's still accurate at the 0.945 level. So it turns out that the mechanism we have is exceedingly accurate. The two public policy questions are what should the correct value of epsilon be, the privacy loss parameter, and where should the accuracy be allocated? And so those are under discussion now. And then we have these two articles that would provide more information. So I'm at my time, and I was told to speak for 15 minutes and then leave 15 minutes for questions. So thank you.
Inderdeep, you've certainly earned your right to be first. Thank you.
So I have a leftover question from the last session, but I'll wait on that. But the question here is, so how does this weigh, or what determinations did you have to come to in terms of actually using these data for the purposes that the census data is used for? So how much loss is there in allocating resources or to defining the voting registration and all of that? How does that impact?
So that's an excellent question. We have those become the accuracy metrics. So you can establish a model that shows how funds would be allocated. You can apply that model to the original data. You can apply that model to the processed data. You can then repeat that experiment 10,000 times, and you can see how accurate your allocation was, and you can then do that for different levels of epsilon, for different privacy loss. So you can decide how much you want the privacy protection to impact on the accuracy of allocating federal funds. The chief scientist, Dr. Ebaud, has done that in a published article where he compares the marginal social cost associated with the privacy leakage with the marginal social benefit associated with the correct allocation of funds.
So in other words, the thresholds have been determined in terms of the acceptable loss?
No, the thresholds have not been determined yet. And I can say that we are looking at the impact on application of the Voting Rights Act. But I can also say that there will be no impact on apportionment because that's out of scope.
James, you're next, and after you, Arturo, please.
The comment about the Voting Rights Act is actually a very good segue for my comments. The comments I have really pertain to what our experience is as users of the data for purposes of Section 203 and Section 2 enforcement under the Voting Rights Act. One of the things that we found, and I know this is a challenge that you're trying to strike the right balance between privacy versus providing sufficient data for enforcement actions. The challenge we have in Indian country is that we're dealing with very small, sparsely populated communities. And one of the things that we found, even in the cases that we brought most recently in Alaska using the 203 determinations from both 2011 and 2016, is that a lot of the village level data was suppressed because we're talking about villages that range in size from a couple of dozen people, maybe up to, on average, they're probably about 300 to 500 people. And the issue that we run into is that we understand the determinations themselves are made using the reservation trigger in combination with how the reservation's falling in a county, so we can have county-level data or equivalency available in Alaska. But that data oftentimes isn't good enough for us to identify what the need is for particular villages using census data. So with all of that taken into consideration, and also with the added layer for Section 2 enforcement, and this obviously applies to other groups as well, that other language and minority groups that have small populations. Section 2, we have to use the Senate factors for purposes of establishing a violation, and that requires socioeconomic data. In the case of 203, rates of English proficiency, illiteracy, access to transportation, access to phone, access to computer, income. And if that data is suppressed, it's taking away some of the components that we need to be able to establish potentially a violation of the Voting Rights Act. So given all of that, and given the challenges that you have in trying to strike that balance with privacy versus enforcement with small population sizes, just a couple of questions. What do you think, and I guess you haven't arrived at this conclusion yet, what do you anticipate the population threshold being for the availability of the data versus at the point it will be suppressed? And to the extent that there is going to be data suppressed, to what extent can we still get some of that data through census, through special tabulations?
So we're discussing the decennial census today, and the decennial census doesn't have social economic data on it. It has race data and age data and information such as that. So I'll limit my response to that. I have good news for you, which is no data will be suppressed. It is the design of our system so that when you draw a circle or when you draw a polygon that you compose from blocks, the more blocks you have, especially if those blocks make up block groups and then make up census tracts, the more you have, the more accurate the results are. That is the story of this graph here. So if you're composing census tracts to make a section, Voting Rights Act determination, you can be assured that those numbers will be more accurate the more tracts you compose together. Now, if you're trying to draw really funny lines that include some blocks and don't include other blocks, the more funny, the bigger those shapes are, the more accurate they will be too. So the data will not be accurate for taking an arbitrary block that we say has 5 people on it, and you say, well, we just looked and there's 35 people there. That might happen. I don't know the precise value of epsilon we're going to be using. But for making those determinations, you don't really care about an individual block. You care about an assembly of blocks. And the mechanism that we're using will provide significant accuracy. And in our experiments, it will, the Voting Rights Act determination is one of the things that we're looking at. So we hope to be able to provide some specifics on how accurate it will be.
Just to clarify, so again, it's more likely that if we're talking about the census block level, the data is going to be suppressed. But as you go up in the chain through block group into tract, obviously it's much more likely that the data will be available. I understand the data will always be available. I guess what I'm saying is that to the extent that we may want to have, using census blocks as the building blocks for redistricting, for example, having that block level data to the maximum extent possible, even with race and ethnicity, is really, really important to us because it tells us where the people are and it helps us draw those districts to make sure that there's going to be compliance with the Voting Rights Act, if that makes sense.
So I'm going to take that one. This is John About. I don't think that you fully processed Simpson's answer, so I'm going to say it in plain English. The PL 94-171 data are produced according to specifications that the Census Redistricting Office has negotiated over the course of the decade with the National Conference and state legislatures and other designated parties. That was determined before the disclosure avoidance modernization, that they would be published at the block level, that there would be no suppression of blocks at any point. And the design of the 2020 disclosure avoidance system respects those decisions, in addition to the decision that the 63 distinct OMB race and ethnicity, race categories would all be present in those data, as would the two Hispanic origin categories, all in fully interacted form, just according to the specifications that were in several Federal Register notices to date. We have not modified those. We have implemented a system that protects them properly. There's no suppression.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Arturo Vargas, the Leo Educational Fund. I think you answered my question because my question was going to be about the redistricting file. And my assumption is that the more variables that are included in the data, the more noise you need to introduce in order to assure privacy.
That's not precisely correct. The more variables that are included on the file, and as the chief scientist says, the format of that file has been set. There are sparseness concerns, and so you'll see the noise spread out over all the variables. If there were fewer variables, then the noise would be confined to those fewer variables.
Yeah. And could you, thank you. I'm not sure I understood, but thank you. The redistricting file has been set because of the negotiation over the previous decade. Will the redistricting file include citizenship data if the question's included?
Secretary of Commerce Wilbur, this is John About again. Secretary of Commerce Wilbur Ross's instruction to the Census Bureau in his March 26th memo was to produce a block-level citizen voting age population by race and ethnicity table. Unless that instruction is withdrawn, we intend to produce a block-level citizen voting age population by race and ethnicity table. We have not released the final specifications for that table, but it is my expectation that it will interact a yes-no citizenship variable with the full set of variables that are in the current PL 94-171 data, and that's the format that we're experimenting with. The redistricting office has posted a Federal Register notice asking for comments on the format of the citizenship data, and that office is processing those comments, and we would expect the design of the final file to reflect those comments.
And will that table have margin of errors, or will there be a certain tolerance as to how accurate or inaccurate the data will be published based on response rates?
Because the algorithm, this is John About again, because the algorithm that we're using to protect the confidentiality in the 2020 data will be a public algorithm, and the parameter values will all be public, just as they were for the 18 end-to-end test, it's possible to calculate proper margins of error on any statistic computed from the published data. We have not made any determinations yet as to what kinds of tools we would supply to assist in that calculation. There's resource issues associated with that kind of software development, but we've acknowledged throughout the process of modernizing the disclosure avoidance that the formal privacy systems are explicit about the noise, whereas the traditional systems had noise. The tables you've been using for the last several decades had noise infused into them using other methods, and we gave out only limited information about that, which is summarized in a very nice paper that Laura McKenna wrote in November of 2018. I recommend it to you if you want to see a summary of what we've done since 1970. So one of the big advantages of formal privacy systems is that they are transparent in the way Simpson laid out. You don't have to keep any of these details confidential, and in fact you shouldn't, because publishing the details like the code and the parameter values allows experts to confirm that the protection that we say is built into these tables is in fact there. And that's something that traditional methods don't permit, that modern best practices dictates. And we're trying to set an example. Google, Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, Uber, they're all staring down the same issue of how to release summaries of their data in a manner that is respectful of the privacy of their, in this case, their customers. In our case, it's the residents of the United States, and it's not just that we have to be respectful of it, it's that we have a statutory obligation to protect it. So we're trying to set an example of what that transparency means. And it means publish your code, it means state your parameters, and do that in a way that it's completely clear that this was the global privacy loss associated with the ensemble of publications from the 2020 census. So it won't just be the epsilon for the PL 94-171. The Data Stewardship Executive Policy Committee will determine an epsilon budget for the entire census and will instruct the 2020 disclosure avoidance system to implement that as the policy is set. So we'll then take the tuning knobs in the software and set them where the Data Stewardship Executive Policy Committee says to set them, and that will allocate the privacy loss budget across the full set of products that Jason's going to talk more about in a few minutes. I hope that's clear. Some questions we can't answer, but these very fundamental questions about the design of the system, we have been saying publicly for more than a year and a half now, so those answers haven't changed.
Terry, and then Stuart, you put your card down? So if you would go after Terry, and if I could, I'd like to slide in behind you then. Thank you. Terry.
Thank you, Carol. Terry Menace, Asian Americans Advancing Justice, AJC. So want to make sure that I understand it because I think I'm a little, I think I get it, but I'm not 100% sure. So what would be the impact, or would there be an impact if the citizenship question is not on the form? Like, will you still be able to produce the table as requested? And if so, I guess one of the questions is trying to understand how the citizenship question, if it's on, and or the instruction to produce this table will affect the privacy loss budget that you have. So that's one question. And then I think broader questions is sort of, what is the timeline for making, I guess, the final determinations as to where you're going to set things? And sort of, will there be a formal process? I know there have been Federal Register notices out there, but I think that some folks in the field are struggling with trying to understand what this is and how they can be helpful. And so we would like to be helpful. I know folks would like to be helpful. So trying to figure out what's the best way for us to actually do that.
Thanks. John Nabout again. I'm deliberately taking the questions that involve citizenship because the Census Bureau has set up a special internal expert panel to work through these questions, and they haven't finished making all of their recommendations, but they've made enough so that we can discuss some things. To remind you of what was in the March 26th memo from the Secretary, he instructed us to use Alternative D, which has two sources for citizenship data, the question on the 2020 census and collections of administrative records, most of which have already been integrated into the 2020 census production system because they are some of the same administrative records that are used for other administrative record processes and operations in the 2020 census. So there is a source for citizenship data, whether the question is asked or not, and there is an instruction to produce block-level citizen voting age population that has not been rescinded. So the logical conclusion and the conclusion that we have taken to date is that we are under the instruction to produce those data, and we intend to do so in the manner that the Secretary's memo instructed, which is by April 1st of 2021. The Federal Register notice that the redistricting office put out asked for users of the redistricting data to comment on what the format that they would prefer for the citizen voting age population table was, and the basic information as I understand it, I don't know if James is in the room, the basic information I understand was that the user community said they'd like it in a format that makes it as easy to use in conjunction with the PL 94-171 tables as possible, which is a format that I believe it's possible to respect. So that's the plan, and exactly what sources will be used for the final citizenship variable hasn't been determined, largely because the question is before the Supreme Court in terms of whether we can ask, and the method by which we would combine the administrative record and the self-responses depends upon whether there is a self-response in the first place. I hope that's clear. I think that's all at the level of generality that I can give you.
And then I guess the other question around the citizenship piece of it was, if there is a question on it, does that impact the privacy loss budget that you have?
So, again, an internal expert panel is discussing these very issues, and it hasn't made a recommendation to any of the decision-making groups in the Census Bureau about that. I will say that it is exploring a variety of ways of combining the data, all of which will be feasible within the differential privacy system that we engineered. And so they will share the global privacy loss budget that's set by the Data Stewardship Executive Policy Committee.
And I think the only questions that I had was timeline and how people can engage, and I don't know who the best person is to answer that.
I'm going to defer to Ron.
So the DCEP will review the proposals from the team, and we will, set those knobs as best we can to both protect the privacy of the respondents and produce the most useful data for these purposes. That'll happen, I'm not sure what time, the time
I
takes
think
of
I can take that. For the end-to-end test, DCEP met on November 8th. I know because I was in New York testifying, but I went to the New York regional office to participate in the DCEP meeting. Set the parameters on November 8th, and the software was run in the early weeks of February to produce the test products. So that's roughly the time frame that we're operating on for the census. Nothing in the software development is constrained by when DCEP makes its actual decisions. The table with the parameter values is something that can be loaded at execution time.
Stuart? No? Tom, and then I'd like to slide in, maybe close, I'd like to slide in between Tom and Yolanda, please.
So, John, a minute ago you suggested that introducing the noise differential privacy is a requirement to protect the confidentiality of the data. I want to extend off of that and ask, is that the case? Is differential privacy, in the Bureau's view, required to comply with legal restrictions on confidentiality, statutory and otherwise? And does that then mean that any of the aggregate data files in your flowchart prior to the noise barrier are therefore by law not available to anyone outside of the Bureau, even if requested by them? I hope the question's clear. Is what you're doing required by Title 13? And if that's the Bureau's view, does that mean that no other government agency has access to the aggregate files prior to the noise barrier, even if requested?
So let me be as clear as I can be. No other government agency has had access to the files before the noise barrier ever. The difference is
I
that we are
appreciate
being
that, but
explicit about
I'm asking a question about interpretation rather than experience, because lots of precedents, as you know, have been broken recently. So I appreciate the experience, but I'm asking for an interpretation, the Bureau's interpretation.
Okay. So the Data Stewardship Executive Policy Committee, over the course of 2 years, has considered the evidence on how effective the methods that were used in 2000 and 2010 would be if applied to the 2020 census, has determined that they would not be effective for the 2020 census, has agreed with a recommendation from the chief scientist that the best available technology is a formal privacy method, but has constrained that formal privacy method, first of all, to be consistent with the commonly held constitutional interpretation of apportioning the House of Representatives according to the actual enumeration, and then with the interpretation of Section 9A of Title 13, that the data cannot be released in a form that identifies any of the respondents' actual responses. That's a consistent interpretation of Title 13, Section 9A. What has changed is the ability of people who are not inside the Census Bureau to effectively do those re-identifications. And it is in response to the change in the external environment that we re-examined the available technologies and determined that formal privacy systems were the best available current technology. Whether that would still be true in 2030 is anybody's guess, but it's true now.
Yolanda, why don't I just close it, and why don't you go next? You're probably in the same line.
New Jersey is one of those states that have instituted a statewide bail system, new bail system. So a lot of the persons who are currently incarcerated will be coming out or not even going into jail in the first place. We know that the census generally uses the administrative data for persons who are currently in jail. What do you think will happen going forward? Because a lot of states are moving in that direction in terms of this movement away from incarcerating so many people and having them counted in the county, lots of times in the county population, instead of in their home area.
You win the prize. In the course of 7 days of testimony in the citizenship trials, I was never asked an operational question that I didn't know the answer to, but I would defer to Al to give you an answer. I don't know a good answer to your question.
Jerry, if they're released and they're now at home, they would be enumerated like every other resident where they are living or staying most of the time, which is obviously, at that point, once they're released, not in the prison system. The reason they're conducted during administrative records today is because they are in an incarcerated situation. And based on our residence criteria, they are counted where they are on census day. States, however, do have the option to use software application that we have to reposition prisoners into places that the state determines that they may want to reposition them in. We provide the data for them to do that. However, our counts will show them where they are sleeping on census day. If they're released because of the new bail procedures, that would be wherever they're going to go to at that point in time. I may be misunderstanding the question.
No, there's a complication because usually persons who have been in jail are not permitted to go into public housing. And so they may be in temporary situations, living situations when they come out of jail.
Right, but like anyone else in, quote, temporary living situations, they would be, if they're in a living situation where they're paying for services, they would probably come under some group quarters operation, or if they're if they're experiencing homelessness, they would be counted in one of our operations that works to count people experiencing homelessness. If they're staying with relatives or other people, we're asking people to identify anyone staying with you, whether they're a member of the family or not at that point in time when we do enumeration. So to me, it depends on where they are. But I mean, there will be no administrative records material used to count someone that's just out there. We have to count them where we find them.
Okay, thank you.
So my question has nothing to do with the citizenship question. Alaska's already having pretty deep conversations about this very topic. Our focus is our smaller communities where the ACS data already has statistical uncertainty. Our challenge is how this impacts federal funding, federal formulas, and the expense of trying to recreate a census challenge in a small community. So for those communities that are less than 500, less than 5,000 folks, I would say Alaska is not the only place, but a lot of tribal areas would have those same concerns where they need that data, especially the decennial data, to really make sure that they have accurate counts for their federal funding. So I wonder, while we're concerned about confidentiality, we're also concerned about the accurateness of the count and of those demographics. So I wonder if you could speak about that just a bit.
Yes, I'd be happy to speak about that. So I want you to know that Alaska is my test state. So whenever I run things on just one state, I always use Alaska because it's the state, well, because of, it's small and because it's the beginning of the alphabet. So if you need an accurate count, so here's the thing I'm going to try to explain. If you need the accurate count of one block, we're not your place to go. But if you need the accurate count of a community that is composed of many blocks, and those blocks are aggregated into a block group and maybe even into a census tract, then we're the right place to come, because the system that we are using adds noise, again, roughly proportional to the contribution of one person. So if you're counting the number of people on a block and it's like 5, then there's going to be a lot of noise. But when you add them together and you have a community with like 500 people, the noise will average out by design. And that's what this graph here is about. So the blue is an enumeration district, and you can think of that as a census tract. And it's showing that the accuracy on this scale is a rough, and for the end-to-end test, epsilon was set at 0.25, which is likely lower than it will be in 2020, but we don't know where it will be in 2020. So let's just take 0.25, okay? On this scale, 0.25 has an accuracy of 0.945 for the enumeration district. But at the county level, I know that you have census equivalent areas in Alaska, that not all counties. But at that higher level, then it goes up to 0.995. So if you're looking at a community that's roughly equivalent to an enumeration district in 1940, and you're using this epsilon of 0.25, which, as I said, is probably less than what we're going to be using, it's still quite accurate, right? It's an accuracy of 94, 95%. But see how quickly it jumps to 98% when epsilon goes close to 1. So in other words, I don't think you're going to have a problem getting counts of people for the communities that you care about. But you don't have to take my word for it. You can download the software and apply it to the 1940 data, but you could take your most recent data and put it into the format that this program wants, and you can run your own experiments. And if you don't want to do it personally, you could get anybody in your state who has the requisite computer skills to do it. So you can let us know if you think it's sufficient.
Great, thank you. We will do that. So our state demographer has already done that and has elevated that issue for me to bring here. So I'm going to suggest that he connect with you. He mentioned your name, so thank you. Jacob.
On slide 72, you presented the pledge of confidentiality, and I think that's nice, along with some of the relevant references to Title 13, et cetera. I don't know who this question goes to, but is that pledge and that information available or will be available in the language guides for the census or in any of the bilingual materials that are being developed?
This is John Aboud. There are statements about the protections of Title 13 in virtually every public-facing document that I've seen. I don't know specifically which ones the question is about. And they're all in final form because the printers need these things. But I don't see someone from,
I was looking for Jenny Kim,
yeah.
but I don't see her back there.
It's certainly on the form when you take it.
Right, it's on the form, but whether it's on the language guide specifically, I wanted to get an accurate answer on that one.
This is Tim Olson. I would also add, for those households that, are part of the non-response follow-up operation, whenever we make contact directly with a householder, they provide a Privacy Act notice, a small sheet of paper, and in there it states the confidentiality provisions and the potential fine if the employee or anybody associated with the Bureau were to violate that confidentiality. The other thing that this is a great question. I think my experience, and this is my 4th census now, I believe that, and I'm hearing this in focus groups that I've been attending for the advertising campaign, I believe that one of the major themes that all of us working so hard in the hard-to-count community specifically are rising up in is the message that not only is census easy and it's important, but it's safe. And in past censuses, the safe part of that message was important, absolutely, but I believe this census, it's extremely important. The pledge of confidentiality under Title 13 U.S. Code. And so I think with partners, with external groups other than federal employees, to find creative ways to get that message out to the most vulnerable populations is really critical.
You're right. I mean, whether or not folks believe it is a different question, but are we doing as much as we can possibly to get that out in as many languages as possible, in as many materials? Thank you.
So I have 2 more cards up. Megan and Tom, I'm going to close after that. We are to be at lunch as we speak, so you're cutting into your lunchtime.
I will take only 2 seconds, which is to say, where I have seen this information shared with folks, it has been in really inaccessible language and not this very clear and simple language that you have on this slide. So to the extent that you are still working on those communications for public consumption, when I read this, I understand what it says. When I read the really legal language, I'm an attorney, and when I read that really legal language, I get confused, right? So if I am confused with all the privilege and understanding I have of the census and of the law, I would say for the general public, you need to have really simple language like this. So thanks so much, Jake, for your question. And I think to the extent that this can get translated rather than the technical legal language, I think it would be more effective for the folks that we're reaching out to.
Very quickly, I too want to thank Jake because it highlights what I think we do need to have a further discussion on sooner rather than later, which is the messaging around confidentiality. Tim, I agree with you, but I think we have new challenges here. This raises one of them, and there's another that's looming. I mean, first of all, as Alisu just reinforced for me, the question is not only confidentiality vis-a-vis outside of government, it's within government. And the messaging doesn't necessarily make clear that your data is protected even from other parts of the federal government. That's a premium today. And the issue that this raises is the Bureau is now publicly stating that using external sources, there is aggregate data that if you obtained it, you could get to individual data with a high degree of accuracy. So to the extent that's now being put out there by the Bureau, there is a need to make clear that it's not only individual household data that's protected for 72 years, but aggregate data that may, using external additions, be manipulated to obtain the individual data. And that's not anywhere. I looked while we were talking. I looked at what's on the Bureau's website, and that message isn't there. That message isn't in this. And that's, I think, the additional challenge that's created by what has occurred that you all are reacting to over the last 2 decades. So I do think we need to have a vigorous discussion about messaging around confidentiality that answers the contemporary concerns that we see out in the community.
Tom, thank you very much for that, and Jacob, you too. It is 12:10. We're scheduled to be back and have a working lunch at 12:30. I'm going to ask you to be respectful of the presenters and the discussants that are queued up. So if you'd be back by 12:30 and in your seats, we can start. So I think off to lunch, right?
So again, be quick about getting lunch, coming back in here, and then we'll start back up again with Jason and Cynthia's presentation. All right, folks, welcome back. Hopefully you had time to get a lunch. Maybe not necessarily finish it, but you can finish it as we plow ahead with the agenda. So again, we are running behind, but we're going to stay on course with all of our agenda items, including question and answer. But again, I implore people to be succinct in their both their questions and their answers. So next up, we have Jason Devine and Cynthia Hollingsworth presenting on the proposed 2020 data products plan. And that will be followed by NAC discussion, Stuart Michaels, and then we'll have committee discussion. So this is a nice segue from Simpsons talking about the privacy to the data products.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Jason Devine. I work in the Population Division. I'm here with my colleague, Cynthia Davis Hollingsworth from the Decennial Census Management Division. We will update you today on our proposed 2020 Census Data Products Plan, and we'll discuss some of the challenges that we face due to the implementation of this new disclosure avoidance methodology. So the Census Bureau has a long history of protecting information provided by respondents. Over the decades, more and more granular census data have been published. Advances in data science, more powerful computers, and externally accessible big data, which contain a lot of personal information, has increased the risk of identifying individuals from published statistics. To mitigate this risk, the Census Bureau is transitioning to a new disclosure avoidance method called differential privacy. And as you had just heard, this new method is substantially different than the methods used in previous decades. Our goal for the 2020 Census Data Products is to meet data user needs while implementing the new disclosure avoidance method. However, there are some challenges. And this is a key point for this presentation. We currently do not have solutions for protecting tabulations based on complex variables, such as characteristics of people within households and variables with many possible values, such as detailed race and ethnicity. We need your help in understanding what the must-have tables are, both in terms of detail and geography, to allow us to focus efforts on researching potential solutions to meet these critical needs. Our data products proposal has been informed by data user needs. The primary way we collected feedback was through a July 2018 Federal Register notice, its extension, and associated outreach. Approximately 1,200 comments were received. Comments provided examples detailing legal, programmatic, or statistical needs for specific tables and geographies within the decennial products. We are using the Federal Register comments to inform the development of the proposed suite of 2020 data products. Here are some examples of the needs for decennial data described in comments to the Federal Register notice. Sex and age data at the block level are used by the Michigan Department of Education for school aid and dollars for Michigan school-age population and distributed based on the numbers of persons in age cohorts. Data on tribes at the tract, county, and American Indian Alaska Native areas and federal or off-reservation trust lands are used for creating annual community health profile and tribal-specific reports, which are used by tribal health departments, tribal epidemiology centers, regional tribal leader council, tribal colleges, and tribal councils. Detailed race and ethnicity data at the block group, tract, and place level are used by the Oregon Health Authority Program Design and Evaluation Services for the REAL plus D data collection efforts that solicit more than 60 detailed race and ethnic groups. The REAL plus D data collection is mandated by Oregon State Legislative House Bill 2134. Detailed race and ethnicity data at the county level are used to identify ethnicities that qualify for language services covered by Section 203 of the Voting Rights Act. So this is just a small sample of uses of census data documented through the comments to the Federal Register notice. We received many more from a cross-section of data users that talked about the various ways decennial data are used to fulfill different legal or programmatic needs at different levels of geography. So after each census, a suite of data products is released to meet data user needs. The release of each product follows a schedule based on legal requirements, data user needs, and production and review times. The 2020 Census Data Product Plan covers all of the topics included on the census questionnaire except citizenship, which John Abott addressed earlier. All the products we're going to discuss include data for the 50 states, the District of Columbia, and Puerto Rico. And while we were working on the data product plan for the Pacific and Virgin Island areas, they're not covered in this presentation. We're currently proposing and have disclosure avoidance solutions to produce the following products for 2020: the apportionment product, the redistricting file, mandated by PL 94-171, demographic profiles, the demographic and housing characteristics file, which will replace summary file 1 from 2010, and the congressional district demographic and housing characteristics file, which will replace the congressional district summary file from 2010. So we're unable to produce some products. We are currently unable to produce some products, but we are internally researching potential solutions that will allow us to produce them for 2020. These include detailed race and Hispanic origin tables and some household tables from Summary File 1, Summary File 2, the American Indian Alaska Native Summary File. Now with these files, it's a little different than what Simpson talked about earlier when we were talking about the PL product and the idea that you wouldn't be suppressing for these small geographic levels. Here, I think we will be making determinations as to what level of geography we will be able to make the detailed characteristics data available at. For 2020, we are not proposing to produce the Summary of Population and Housing Characteristics, or CPH1, and the Population and Housing Counts Report Series, CPH2. The data in these products will be available in other planned products. Work throughout this year on the implementation of the new disclosure avoidance methodology will be critical for determining what can be released at what levels of geography and the level of noise that will be injected into the tabulations. In the next few slides, I'll go into more detail about the products we have solutions for, and then we'll show examples to help you understand the types of tables we do not have solutions for. So the apportionment product will be the first product release, the first release of 2020 census data. This product satisfies the constitutional basis for conducting the census, which is to apportion the U.S. House of Representatives. The apportionment product will consist of the total resident population of the 50 states, plus the overseas federal, military, and civilian employees and their dependents living with them who are included in their home states for apportionment. This product provides the first official counts showing how the total population of the nation, states, the District of Columbia, and Puerto Rico has changed since the last census. The apportionment product must be released within 9 months of Census Day or by December 31st of 2020. This slide shows part of Table 1 from the 2010 apportionment product, which shows the apportionment population and number of representatives and the change in the number of representatives based on the 2010 census population counts. A similar table will be provided for 2020. The redistricting file will be the second product released from the 2020 census. This product satisfies Public Law 94-171, which directs the Census Bureau to provide data to the governors and legislative leadership in each of the 50 states for redistricting purposes. This product will be the first file released that will include demographic and housing characteristics for detailed geographic areas. Public Law 94-171 requires this product include census block level data. This product will include block level data on the voting age population, race, Hispanic origin, occupancy status, and the group quarters population for the 7 major GQ types. These data will be available at the census block level and must be released within 1 year of Census Day. Proposed updates for 2020 include the addition of data for the 7 major group quarters types, which were provided in a separate product in 2010. The prototype for this product from the 2018 census test was made available at the end of March and was the first 2020 census product to use the new disclosure avoidance methodology. This slide provides an example of 2 tables from the 2010 redistricting file. The redistricting product includes 6 tables, 5 population or P tables, and 1 housing or H table. On the left, table P1, race, shows data for the OMB race groups and the 57 possible multiple race combinations down to the census block level. And on the right, table P2, Hispanic or Latino and not Hispanic or Latino by race, shows data for the Hispanic or Latino origin by the OMB race groups and the 57 possible multiple race combinations down to the census block level. Again, block level data is required by Public Law 94-171. The third product that will be released will be the demographic profiles. As in 2010, the demographic profiles provide critical demographic housing characteristics about local communities as soon after the census as possible. This product will include data on 5-year age groups, sex, race, Hispanic origin, household type, relationship to householder, the group quarters population, housing occupancy, and housing tenure. For 2010, we are proposing to change the lowest level of geography from the census tract level to the place and minor civil division level. And the target release date for this product is spring of 2021. This slide provides an example of a table from the demographic profile. This table shows sex and age by 5-year age groups and 85 years and over. The next file to be released will be the demographic and housing characteristics file. This file will replace what was previously known as Summary File 1. This file will include detailed demographic and housing characteristics, and subjects in this file will include detailed age, sex, household type, family characteristics, relationship to the householder, and data on the group quarters population, housing occupancy, housing tenure, with some of these subjects being provided by major OMB race and ethnicity groups. Data in this product will be available at various levels of geography with the goal of providing data at the block level when supported by a need and possible with the new disclosure avoidance methodology. The target release date is the summer of 2021, and we have not been able to finalize the content for this file yet because of unresolved challenges due to disclosure avoidance. The first challenge involves tabulating tables that require the linkage of data from the person and housing records, for example, characteristics about children in households or about the household family structure. The second unresolved challenge is determining how to tabulate information on characteristic allocation. Because of the new disclosure avoidance methodology, we are proposing to remove the detailed race and Hispanic origin tables that were included in Summary File 1 in 2010 and provide them in a separate product. This allows us to group tables that require similar disclosure avoidance solutions in the same product. So this slide provides an example of a table where we have unresolved challenges. This table provides characteristics about children in households. It shows the number of children in different types of households based on their relationship to the householder. This table requires the linkage of data from the person and housing records to be able to obtain the characteristics of the household. So in other words, you need to be able to link the members of the household to a household, and that needs to, even after disclosure avoidance, still needs to fit the need that the table is supposed to meet. And we are internally working on solutions to tabulate data for tables like these. Tabulating accurate data for detailed race and Hispanic origin is also an unresolved challenge with the new disclosure avoidance methodology. This also applies to similar data in Summary File 2 and the American Indian Alaska Native Summary File. And we are proposing to remove the detailed race, as I mentioned, and Hispanic origin tables that were included in Summary File 1 in 2010 and are working on solutions that would allow them to be produced and released as part of a different data product. This slide shows an example of the types of detailed tables this would affect. The table on the left shows population counts for detailed Asian groups, such as Asian Indian, Bangladeshi, and Burmese. And the table on the right shows detailed Hispanic groups, such as Mexican, Cuban, and Dominican. These are examples of the types of data we are proposing to move from what was SF1 to later files, and it is not clear at what geographic levels these data will be available for. It is possible that the solution to protecting these tables may result in inconsistencies between tables. So for example, the detailed race groups may not sum to the major OMB race groups provided in the demographic and housing characteristics file. The Congressional District and Demographic and Housing Characteristics file will replace what was previously called the Congressional District Summary file. As in 2010, this file will provide a retabulation of the Demographic and Housing Characteristics file for the new congressional districts and will include the same subjects. This file will include data down to the census tracts within congressional districts with a target release date of the spring of 2023. The unresolved challenges with using the new disclosure avoidance method for this file are the same as for the demographic and housing characteristics file. So for 2020, we are proposing a range of additional data products that will be similar to those provided in 2010. The additional products include census briefs, which will provide summaries of population and housing data and display data visually through maps, graphs, and figures. The briefs will provide information down to the largest places and are planned to be released on a flow basis, beginning with the apportionment brief in December of 2020. We also have a supplemental series of population and housing tables. Tables in this series will provide supplemental population and housing data, often providing comparisons to data from 2010. The first population and housing tables are planned to be released on a flow basis beginning in the fall of 2021. And we also plan to produce special reports that will provide in-depth analysis of population and housing data not available in other data products. These are planned to be released on a flow basis starting in the fall of 2022. Each of these additional products will be updated to include new content and will be modernized to incorporate new ways of disseminating data. Here are some examples of the types of additional products we anticipate producing. Starting on the left, we have the overview of race and Hispanic origin brief. Next to that is CPHT1, or population change for counties in the United States for municipios in Puerto Rico. And on the left is an image of the cover of the Centenarian's special report. So thank you. I will now turn it over to Cynthia, who will summarize the plans I have covered this morning and the unresolved challenges we face, and then discuss next steps.
Thank you, Jason. So as a reminder, the goal of the 2020 census data products is to meet data user needs while implementing the new disclosure avoidance methodology. However, this does come with some challenges and impacts the detailed tables that were included in some of the 2010 data products. Specifically, Summary File 1, Summary File 2, and the American Indian and Alaska Native Summary File. The remaining challenges include tabulating through the implementation of the new disclosure avoidance methodology, accurate counts of detailed demographic and housing characteristics for detailed race and Hispanic origin groups, and for the American Indian and Alaska Native groups. Tabulating tables that require linkage of data from the person and housing unit records, such as characteristics about children and households or about the householder. And lastly, tabulating accurate data for levels of geography beyond the standard hierarchical geography of block group, tract, county, state, and nation. These geographies cover geographies such as incorporated places, school districts, urban areas, and American Indian, Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiian areas. Despite these challenges, our intent is to provide as much data as possible while maintaining accuracy and privacy protection. And we continue to internally research potential solutions. I want to share a few examples, as Jason did earlier, of tables from the 2010 census that currently would not be available based on these unresolved challenges. The table on the left shows the detailed race and Hispanic origin tables, for an example from Summary File 2. The first one is median age by sex for the Mexican alone population, and the second one is household size for Chinese alone or in any combination. This slide represents examples of these same tables, but from the 2010 American Indian and Alaska Native Summary File, and again, would not be available based on the current status. The table on the left is the median age by sex for the Blackfeet tribe of Blackfeet Indian Reservation of Montana alone, and the table on the right is household size for the Tlingit Haida tribal grouping alone or in any combination. The next two slides will summarize again what Jason just presented regarding the data products. The column on the left lists the proposed 2020 data product, and the column on the right provides the current status right now. Starting with the apportionment and redistricting products, these are unchanged from the 2010 census, except for the inclusion of the GQ data by the 7 major GQ types within the PL product. The demographic and housing characteristics file will replace what was known as Summary File 1 in 2010. While we continue to draft these individual tables, we also continue to resolve the challenges with providing tables for all levels of geography, tables that require linking data from the person and housing unit files, and tables showing characteristic and item allocations. We also discussed the Congressional District Demographic and Housing File, and this being simply a retabulation of the demographic and housing the Congressional District File, with it being a retabulation of the demographic and housing characteristics files for new congressional districts. Our data products plan include additional reports such as census briefs, supplemental series of population and housing tables, and special reports. These reports will primarily be sourced from the files shown above in this table. We discussed the, need to go to the next slide, thank you. We discussed the unresolved challenges for products that include data for detailed race and Hispanic origin groups and American Indian and Alaska Native groups. While we didn't discuss the availability of the PUMS or the public use microdata file, we recognize the new disclosure avoidance methods presents both challenges and opportunities. And so we will continue those discussions. We do not propose to publish the last two derived products listed in this table, CPH1 and CPH2, because data in these products will be available in the other files mentioned earlier. The decisions that will be made regarding the implementation of the new disclosure avoidance are critical for determining what can be released, at what levels of geography for which they can be released, and the level of noise that will be injected into the tabulations. And it is important that the stakeholder community be engaged with us in these efforts. We will spend the remainder of this calendar year briefing out stakeholder groups, such as yourselves, on the status of our data products plan, including updates on the challenges we presented to you today. Our goal is to have a finalized product plan early next year in 2020, and this plan will outline the full 2020 suite of data products, including those for the island area census, as well as a schedule of when these products will be released. I should also note on this slide that the current proposal is to release the data products that we plan to produce for 2020 on this a similar cycle as was done in 2010. Keeping in mind that the mandated release dates for the apportionment and redistricting files will remain the same, by December 31st, 2020 for the apportionment and by March 31st, 2021 for the redistricting. And I will now turn over your attention to the questions that we posed to the committee.
Thank you, Jason and Cynthia. So now Stuart will bring discussion.
Sure. Stuart Michaels. Couple of things. I wondered sometimes why I might have been asked to do this, and I think people assume, since I work with data, that I might have some understanding and expertise. And I must admit that this is, I'm still getting my head around this. I'm just learning about this. I think one of the things I was able to have a discussion with Jason and Cynthia and Karen Battle, so that helped me, and I sort of began to understand the trade-off. I didn't have a background or understanding or access to the materials that Simpson presented, so I'm also just getting my head around this. I think, so I wanted to thank them. My sense of what we're being presented with is that this is kind of, in some, I'm not sure, but my sense in reaction to the presentation was that this was early days. I'm not totally certain in terms of what parameters are fixed and what parameters are open. But the other thing is that a lot of this stuff is post-census, and we're also very focused on what's going to happen at actual census decennial. So anyway, I think that I really appreciate, in a sense, being presented early on. I think that it's really my colleagues in the room who are representative of many of the stakeholders who use these data on a daily, if not hourly basis, or certainly for very important functions. And so that's, I'm going to try to give my sense, but I think the questions that were being posed on the, I'm going to see if I can go back to the prior slide, is really the kinds of questions where they're asking for input, and there are definitely some issues here that I think should have caught your eye and certainly caught my eye, and that we want to be able to have some discussion. The other thing is that there are many levels of this discussion, because some of this is going to come down to practically what specifically is going to be available and produced, which tables and so on. And that's a hard discussion to have, but I can't, unfortunately, provide a lot of insight or input into that, but I'm hoping that we can at least begin the discussion here. And I do get the sense that there's a lot of openness to our and other people's input. I hope I'm right about that. So I will, the thing that I bring to the table is that I collect data. And I actually oversee projects where we go out and we collect data from young black men who have sex with men on the south side of Chicago. So a very specific population involved who have tremendous needs, but also where the protection of their data is paramount. It's a hard-to-count population, and we had to do a lot of work to be able to develop methodologies that we think were effective, but also with a tremendous sense of responsibility to our subjects. And I think that that's something that I sense that we all feel, and I certainly don't, sense that on a scale that's sort of a little beyond my comprehension, that's shared at the Census Bureau. On the other hand, I'm a researcher, and I'm trying to answer questions, and we're all trying to learn and have information for what we believe are very important issues that face the populations that we represent. So information and data is also essential, and it's this kind of trade-off that is at the core, I think, of what we're discussing here. And it's accentuated for us because many of the populations that we're talking about are small. And that's obviously an issue, which is scale has enters into this problem. And both, I think the issue, so there's, certainly geography is huge here. My understanding, and I get it, and I believe this is the case, that the fact that there is more and more information and more capacity to process information creates new problems, and that's what the disclosure privacy system is meant to address. But this has got to be balanced, and there are always trade-offs. There are always decisions being made in this process, and we're here to understand and be able to question these decisions if we're not in agreement with them. So really, it's a series of dilemmas that I think is what we're talking about. And as you see, as the slides go along in the presentation on the data products, there are a lot of unresolved questions about what can be produced, and I'm thinking that one of the most helpful things will be to sort of talk about what your understandings, especially my colleagues, needs of specific, and we're going to have to get into specifics. I don't think we're going to finish the discussion today, obviously. But we will try to think about it more and make recommendations that we hope will be helpful, and hopefully this is an ongoing discussion. So I will admit that when I initially saw these, one of the things I was having trouble getting my head around was, I think I'm getting closer to it, but I really don't quite get it, is why there's such a problem in terms of household versus individual. So I think it might be helpful to clarify that, I hope. And then the other thing where I really, I think, got confused is I got the sense toward the end of the presentation that actually right now there is not a way to release detailed lists of groups at any level of geography. So I think I need some clarification about, for example, the specific national origin groups and the specific tribal and Native American and Alaska Native groups and tribes. It seems to me intuitively that it might be very hard to provide certain kinds of data at a very fine geographical level. And so I'm not sure if I'm missing that you're saying it can't be provided at all or in detail, or whether it's a matter of figuring out these levels. I think that's really what I wanted to do, was just to try to kick off the discussion. I think that, other than that, that's about it for me right now.
Thank you, Stuart. I will certainly want to jump in at some point. I have in the queue Terry, Megan, and Ann, and James.
Thank you, Carol. Terry Menace, Asian Americans Advancing Justice, AAJC. So I'm going to have to say that it is not acceptable to us for us to lose the detailed race and Hispanic origin data. That is why we do this work. That is why we care as much as we do about the census information. We need this information to be able to understand our communities, to be able to address the needs in our communities, despite the fact that many people think that Asian Americans, Native Hawaiian Pacific Islanders are all monolithic. We are not. Our communities experience, life differently, and they have different needs, and we need this data in order to be able to distinguish, understand, and serve our communities. So my question is, trying to understand the intersectionality between the previous presentation and this presentation, are there things that can be done with the differential privacy process or methodology that could improve our ability or make it more likely that we'll be able to get this information? And if so, could we get an explanation of how those things can be balanced to achieve if the goal is to be able to produce detailed race and Hispanic origin data at the levels that were produced previously, what would need to happen on the other side?
I was hoping I could persuade Tori to take this question, but the stares have suggested that I'm going to have to. This is John Aboud. I'm going to say first that everyone in the building, and I don't mean just the demographers or just the computer scientists, completely understands the necessity to publish detailed race, ethnicity, tribal origin data from the 2020 census. That is not at issue. What is at issue is how to engineer a disclosure avoidance system that is capable of protecting those data and capable of fitting inside the dissemination system as it is being engineered for the 2020 census. So there turn out to have been a lot of constraints that the development team agreed to develop under and subsequently produced a feasible way of doing the statutorily mandated publication, which is the PL 94-171. Some of those constraints need to be relaxed in order to address the more detailed specifications. Essentially, all of the things that Jason didn't promise are publication possibilities that can't be done if all the constraints that we operated under to produce the PL 94-171 continue to be constraints. So Tori and I have been directly negotiating which constraints we would ask our colleagues to relax in order to be able to produce the products. So here are a couple of examples. The way that the disclosure avoidance system worked for the 2010 census, after you did the swapping, there were no suppression rules, and so we produced, by the best count that my analysts can produce, 100 billion statistics when we iterated through for the detailed race and ethnicity and the American Indian, Alaska Native, Native Hawaiian tables. So that's so far beyond the equation system constraint that database reconstruction permits that something had to be done to make those reasonable. So what we have been looking for is ways to reduce the dimensionality of that set of queries that directly address the use cases. So for example, some geographies like AIAN geographies, which don't respect the whole hierarchy but can be built from blocks, we can focus on those geographies and produce tables. But one of the other production requirements was that safe microdata be supplied to a tabulation system to produce those data. So those are inconsistent requests at this point, because the algorithm that we use to create safe microdata has to be controlled in order to make those microdata reproduce the tabulated variables accurately. We have solutions for that for person-level tables and household-level tables, as long as they respect some constraints, which all of the products that Jason presented do respect. We don't have a solution that produces tabulatable microdata for the detailed race and AIA and NH tables, but we can produce a wide suite of those tables if they don't have to pass through a microdata tabulator. So one of the things we're discussing is, do we have the capability inside the dissemination system to engineer a disseminate directly from protected tables, which, by the way, is the way the vast majority of national statistical offices around the world disseminate their population census data. They don't disseminate from tabulations from safe microdata. They disseminate from protected tables, almost all of which now use noise infusion as one of the critical confidentiality protections. So we have a little catch-up to do in the sense of engineering something that can do that. The other type of query that has caused headaches is the join query. That's the technical term for characteristics of the persons who live in a household by a characteristic of the householder, and Cynthia gave you some examples of that. That is a technically challenging thing to protect with formal privacy, and the reasons relate to other objectives in a census of population. Now, one of the objectives of our census of population is to not specify too tightly in advance what the characteristics, the range of characteristics for a household, how big it can be, and what the distinction will be between a large household, many of whom are not directly related to each other, and a medium-sized group quarters, many of whom are not related to each other. A very difficult demographic decision currently handled largely by business rules in assembling the U.S. Census. So if you're not willing to say ex ante, a household can't be any more than 10 people or 50 people or 100 people, there has to be some limit. So the edit limits, which are confidential, so I won't say, but they're very large, that affects the variance of the noise you have to use to protect the table when you combine the people with the household. So we actually, surprisingly, do have a solution to that as well. But not only doesn't it produce tabulatable microdata, it operates with a different technology than the one that we have engineered to do all of the products that Jason, and it has to be legitimately considered experimental, not in the sense that the math is wrong, but in the sense that we have no experience inside the Census Bureau engineering with that kind of software. But it is feasible. It does produce the kinds of tabulations that you're used to seeing, and it presents a dissemination opportunity to develop a general table maker that can handle join queries. And by the way, if you look at other national statistical offices, they have a great deal of difficulty generating noise-infused protected tabulations of those kinds of things as well. So this is a common problem now for statistical agencies, and we need some worldwide solutions, and we don't have them, but we have a lot of people aware that it's an important contribution that once made can be engineered into these systems. Tori has asked me not to make any promises that we can't keep, so I'll make no promises that Jason and Cynthia didn't already make, but we're committed to finding solutions to these problems.
And I'm just going to add, the reason I asked John not to make promises he can't keep is because as we are going through this process, we're learning things, and I want you guys to be aware of what we're up against right now. Our goal, of course, is to put out detailed race and ethnicity and detailed American Indian, Alaska Native. I agree with you. It's unconscionable for us not to do that. We just don't have a solution. So I would like you to keep the pressure on so John keeps working with me.
Megan, please.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I understood maybe 1 in 10 words that you said. So, great work, I think. Meanwhile, I feel like big picture, I mean, really, what Terry said is the core of it. I think for us, we were so excited for the idea that we might have easily accessible same-sex couple data for the first time ever. That was super exciting. And as I look through this, I worry more and more that that's not going to be easily accessible for folks. And so that's disappointing to me. And even more deeply, I work at the National LGBTQ Task Force, where we're really concerned at people who are living at the intersections of multiple marginalized identities. And so being able to access information about, for example, Black same-sex couples or Asian American same-sex couples is really the core of what we do and what we want to do. And so to the extent that it's even that we're even able to have national data on that, it would still be pretty life-changing for us, right? Even having the most basic information would be would significantly shift our ability to do advocacy and our ability to serve our communities. One more thing, and then I totally want to hear what you have to say, which is that as you're doing this, also on slide 109, Stuart, I'll give you like $5 million if you go back to slide 109. I also super encourage you to think through how you're putting together any tables that you produce and maybe trying not to exacerbate the existing belief system that all families are husband-wife families. So the tables that we have from 2010, even though we had some data about same-sex couples, are set up to say things like, in husband-wife family, or in other family, in male household holder, no wife present family. What? As if those are the only possible, like if there's not a male there, it is not a family, right? So I encourage you to think through that as you're building tables for 2020 as well, even though I know that's not the topic of what we're talking about right now. Yes! So here's a clear example of how LGBTQ people are invisibilized on census data forms. Thanks so much, Stuart. Appreciate it.
So the, I think that was a differentially private, noise-infused response. The $5 million isn't really forthcoming, but so what you said earlier is exactly the kind of feedback we have. So we have constraints, and so we would like to provide you everything. We might not be able to provide you everything. So what's good enough? So because we're going to have to trade off some more granularity on some dimensions and less on others. And so where's the best, where's the sweet spot for us to do this so that John and his team can engineer the thing to get you, and it might not even be that bad. You might get 80% of the way there, okay? Is 80% good enough? And then, we'll keep working on this as time goes on, but, I mean, we need to know where, we were being very responsive to data users' needs, maybe in a way that was partially irresponsible on our part previously, because we didn't really understand the full problem that we had. But, we can't do what we did in 2010, because many people in the front row here would probably go to jail, because, I'm not going by myself. We need to see what the contours of what's acceptable are, so that we can try to get as close as we can.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think part of what we talked about this morning is that in the way that you're framing the question as what data products are essential to your use versus, what ones can you give up, that those aren't questions we can answer. Because I don't know what the universe of census data products are, and I can't respond to that very clearly, except in the very unique circumstances of something like the PL 90, whatever, that people use for litigation, right? Like that is we can answer it with respect to that, but when you ask what in the universe of census data products do you need and what do you not need, what I know is I need data about same-sex couples so that I can do advocacy and serve my people, right?
Right. So we don't need each sort of stakeholder user group to tell us what they think the universe of needs are. We want them to tell us what their needs are, and where it's like, you know, this gives me half the way there, this gets me 80% of the way, this gets me
Yeah.
all the way there. That kind of, and then we can take that information, and then we can come up with a proposal,
Yeah.
and we'll bring it back, and we can have some more discussions. But
Right.
it's all about, for us, seeing, you know, we know we can't give everybody everything. So what's
Yeah.
good enough?
So maybe there's a way for us to have a different type of, a different form of conversation about it that makes us able to give you better information than we can in this particular frame, if that makes sense.
Ann and then James.
Thank you. This is Ann Morning. I have a question, a comment, and a suggestion. My question relates to the detailed origin that we may be at risk of losing. So the examples that we've been seeing refer specifically to origins such as Mexican origin, Jamaican origin, Korean origin, and so forth. And I actually wanted to say, I think it's striking that we might be at risk of having less access to these data precisely at the moment which we're introducing a race question that is going to get more data on people's detailed origins than we've ever had before. So it really seems like a contradictory kind of move because of the ways in which the new question format is going to elicit write-ins from people that have not previously done that before. But my question about it is, does this lack of detail problem also extend to the amount of detail we can expect to get on multiple race reporting? So we've seen previously in census briefs the tabulation of groups by the combination of racial groups which they select on the form. So I imagine is that also going to be affected, that detail going to be affected by these same concerns? That's my question. My comment has to do with the possibility that we might not be seeing a PUMS, a public use microdata sample, come out of this. I have to say I'm astounded to hear that might be the case because frankly, I mean, I think that academic demography, a good chunk of sociology would ground to a halt in the United States if we didn't have these data. I mean, the amount of social science research, the amount of information that we have about American society, about stratification in this country, all kinds of characteristics, is deeply dependent on those data. And so I very much hope that you will see a way to being able to make that available to so many researchers. And then finally, my suggestion has to do again with the concern about being able to produce sufficient detail on origins. I wonder if there might be some midway solution between using the very blunt categories of the OMB groups and the very fine-grained details that we have here. Looking, for example, at the examples in front of us, the very fine-grained categories like Argentinian, Bolivian, Chilean, Colombian, and so forth. I wonder if there might be a kind of a middle or meso-level geographic kind of categorization system that we might use where, or if you've considered something like that, where you might not be able to bring, give us the very fine-grained, Argentinian, Paraguayan, Uruguayan breakdown, but maybe give us something like a Southern Cone breakdown. Maybe not give us the fine-grained Jamaican, Trinidadian breakdown, but give us a Caribbean kind of breakdown. Don't give us Nicaragua, El Salvador, Honduras, give us a Central American breakdown. So I just want to suggest that as potentially something to consider. Thank you.
Responses?
This is John About again. I was hoping that Tori would take the questions about detailed race and ethnicity first, but with respect to the PUMS, no decision has been made yet. But I don't want to fuel unreasonable expectations. The kinds of PUMS that we are considering also pass through the differential privacy filter. So the question turns out to be, how good can we make those? And we pushed those statements and decisions to the end of the release cycle to give us the maximum amount of time to investigate. I've been asked before, but you didn't ask, so I will volunteer that our Federal Statistical Research Data Center access will be provided. However, just as with previous confidential files from the census, that is a very tightly regulated process. It was tightly regulated for 2000, it was tightly regulated for 2010, it will be tightly regulated for 2020. But it does present the possibility to design and engineer a properly protected product that we didn't think of, and affords us the opportunity to allow those things to be developed over the course of the decade.
If I could just for the record, though, just make the comment that while those are fantastic facilities, as you allude to, they are difficult to access, or I mean, there are a lot of hoops that have to go through to access those, and so they're not really the backbone of what social scientists are relying on for the analyses. So, but I appreciate your
I'll
comment.
acknowledge that. That is a completely correct summary. Most people prefer to use the public use products, not just scientists, but that's a generic statement, and we understand that.
James, please.
I'm sorry, just the question about whether these detailed issues were just according to the origins, or also if it was affecting the combinations of multiple race responses. I just wanted to get an answer on that.
I'm looking back at Karen Battle. She'll have a better answer for this.
Hello, I'm Karen Battle from the Population Division. So you may have noticed on one of the earlier slides there was a snippet of the PL file. So in that file, that's where you would see information on the 57 OMB multiple race combinations. But where we are still having discussions and trying to figure out solutions would be taking a look at the detailed group and having information on whether or not they were in combination with other groups. So for example, in 2010, we published information on the Korean population who said either they were Korean alone or Korean alone in combination with other groups. So that level of detail for multiple race, we're still trying to work through solutions. But you would have the larger OMB race groups in multiple race combinations in the PL.
James Tucker for the Native American Rights Fund. Fortunately, John, Ron, and Ann have made my job a little easier because you've cut it down, but I'm going to take your lead in terms of approach. A few comments. I think we all agree that not having an AIAN summary file is really too blunt of an instrument. I think we all agree that we want to protect privacy, but to me it just doesn't seem like eliminating the product line altogether is the way to go. And at least from what I'm hearing, it sounds like you agree with that. But given that, and obviously the reason why it's so important, I probably don't even need to say this, is that the data is used for federal programs, social services, as well as civil rights enforcement. But given that, and given what you've said, and I understand you may have to talk in more general terms, what sorts of solutions are you considering? What sort of, do you believe that there will be a solution to this? Do you believe there will be a resolution that will result in some sort of AIAN summary file being available? When do you expect that decision to be made? And then my suggestion is that perhaps before you finalize any decision, it may actually be worthwhile to reopen it to a Federal Register notice to describe, at least in general terms, and ideally as specific as you can be, what the solutions are so that those of us who use the data will have an opportunity to comment and provide some feedback.
So I think this feeds back to the exchange we had a little while ago about trying to find what's good enough. So again, I think for all of the products that we've released before, we probably can't release exactly what we released in 2010. So what would be, so the use cases you described, federal funding, what do you need to achieve that goal? And can we provide that? So I think there's probably some give and take. I think we would like to have some informal conversations with people, through some, webinars or something to kind of get to suss some of this out. And then whether we do something formal like a Federal Register notice or, some sort of feedback to kind of say, this is what the proposal is. But, we're going to try to do as best as we can. But I think at this point, this is not whether we believe it or not, it's whether we can, work hard enough down the line and get feedback from data users about, this form of the AIN tables is, good enough for our purposes and is something that we could produce. I think that's where we'd like to take this conversation.
And I appreciate that, and thank you for that, because I think that makes a lot of sense. We just want to make sure that before any final decision is made, that we're able to strike that balance. And I understand no one's going to be completely satisfied with what the resolution will be, but if we can at least get as close to where we would like to be as possible, that would be great.
That's the objective.
Jerry, you're next, but would you mind if I slid in front of you, because my comments have a relationship to James, and I think could help build on the conversation. So I really want to talk about, there are two questions that the presenters posed. One is what levels of geography, and of course I just want to add to your usual the ANVSA, which is the Alaska Native Village Statistical Areas, and also TDSA, which is tribally designated statistical areas, and remind census that in the HUD Indian Housing Block Grant, there are very specific and very complex geographies that are done through a special tabulation for that funding. So I want to make sure that I elevate that and be responsive to that question. The next question I really wanted to respond to is there an acceptable solution if the data no longer ties to major OMB categories? So the short answer is no. And I want to give you a very specific example. In a lot of Indian funding with federal agencies, there are consultations between tribes and that agency where they have come together in a government-to-government consultation. They have relied on OMB categories. They have relied on census definitions. And they've built their very complicated formulas on the reliance of those characteristics and those definitions. So I just want to say that what happens if the data, and I have to say that I'm a little elevated because I think this is so important. So when the data comes in a different package and no longer matches what happened previously, we tribes may find ourselves in a place where that federal agency is trying to fiddle with the data to deliver the funding in a proper way, when the reality is it may instead end up being a very lengthy consultation, negotiation process that could put funding on hold for years. I will tell you, our last negotiated rulemaking for the Indian Housing Block Grant took 3 years. So I just want to make sure that I'm very clear that my understanding is HUD actually has an agreement for their special tabulations with the Census Bureau. And there's an expectation, at least on my part and tribe's part, that would be worked out between Census and HUD, and we wouldn't have to, as tribes, come to the table and fight for data that we've already negotiated. So I may not be completely understanding the issue, but it concerns me when I see there's a possibility that data may not be consistent with how it was collected and put together and compiled previously. To me, that's a no-go. And I'm sure the Indian Housing Block Grant is not the only federal Indian program that has that kind of complexity behind it. So I wanted to raise that as a very specific issue and say, who do you talk to? Well, you may find yourselves in consultation, and I think we need to find a way around that. So thank you for allowing me to comment. I don't know if anyone wants to respond to that or if I should just move on to the next presenter.
We understand and we'll work with you. This is going to be a negotiation.
Thank you, Jerry, for letting me slide in. Jerry, you're next, and behind you is Arturo.
Okay, very well. So, yeah, I'm trying to understand this issue as well and the implications and consequences. So I was just wondering, for my own edification, for voting rights and civil rights enforcement, for instance, and for issues related to the allocation of federal funds, do federal agencies get a separate file, Ron, and the public use files are different? You know, how, or are we really looking at issues that may have a significant implication on those issues, voting and civil rights enforcement and federal funding allocation? Is there an interagency task force where you all working through those issues with these agencies, HUD and otherwise? That's just one question. I really don't know the answer.
So we have been working with the DOJ and folks on the Voting Rights Act tables, but all of the stuff is public. You know, when we release it, it's public. So some of it is tailored for certain uses, but it's public data.
So they get what the
so
public
there's
gets.
nothing that people are getting something, you know, special. These are the data products from the 2020 census.
Yes, I understand.
What we do this for, so.
Okay, and this is just separate. Pending the outcome of the citizenship question, will there be a data product on that issue related to citizens and non-citizens? Do you foresee any products coming out of that?
The same as we mentioned before, so just the CVAP tables.
Arturo, sorry.
Two questions. One, a clarifying question. On your slide with regard to the redistricting file, you do not include citizenship under subjects will include. Was that just an oversight? Almost there.
Jason Devine, no, I believe that's consistent with what John Abel discussed earlier in terms of where the citizenship would show up as a product. CVAP versus the PL product. And we talked about, I think he talked about a little bit, when we looked at the user needs for citizenship data, the idea was they needed it roughly at the same time as the PL product, not necessarily in the same product.
Oh, so it won't be in this
So
file.
CVAP is a separate product from the PL product.
This is John About. The reason why there's ambiguity here is that the Census Bureau has acknowledged that the original products from the 2020 census did not include a citizenship variable and has undertaken internal study and recommendations before officially announcing the form in which the citizenship question will be incorporated into publications from the 2020 census. So as I explained earlier, the Secretary has instructed us to produce a block level CVAP and hasn't issued any revision to that instruction that's contingent on whether the question is enjoined from the 2020 census or not. So we're operating under that instruction. We are developing data products and internal procedures for handling the citizenship question. But as an agency, we haven't received the recommendations from our internal expert panel, discussed and debated all of them, and decided on an implementation. And so the 2020 products are being presented to you in the format that represents what the senior management of the Census Bureau has decided to do for sure. In terms of the citizenship question, we did put out a Federal Register notice to ask the relevant users of the redistricting data how they would like it, and as I understand the answer, and is James here? As I understand the answer, was the predominant response was make it usable in a way that's compatible with the PL 94-171. So whether it's included in the same distribution or it's included in a separate distribution that uses all the same formatting rules is really an implementation. If we accept that recommendation from that community, the CVAP table will resemble the PL 94 table. It will just have an additional variable in it. But no other, even that decision hasn't actually been made. That's the recommendation, and it's under consideration, and that's the likely outcome. Everything else is still being discussed internally as to how to incorporate that question into the other data products.
Yeah, that's the problem when you add a question at the last minute. And John, I'm really sorry. I feel like I've heard different answers to the same question, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. If the citizenship question is not on the questionnaire, you will still publish census block citizenship data?
This is John Abott again. That is the working assumption inside the Census Bureau. We have asked the Secretary that precise question, and we are awaiting further guidance. We interpret his current instruction to be, meet the DOJ's request to produce a block-level citizen voting age population table under Alternative D, which had two sources for those data, administrative records and the self-response. So,
So it could be just purely based on administrative records, if there's no question.
It would be based off of administrative records and ACS information,
And
which is
ACS.
what's currently used to
Correct.
produce the tract level data.
Okay, got it. Second question I had, are there any data products now or data that are produced now that are required for specific programmatic use by federal agencies? Either they're required by statute or they're required by some federal programs that you currently believe you cannot produce. For example, it seemed to me that child poverty data may be one item here that you cannot produce because of household and, I think I said in one of the files, income and household. You couldn't, household type by relationship for the population under 18. You wouldn't be able to produce child poverty data?
So this is Tori Velkoff. Just to remind you that on the census, we don't collect data on
No, I
poverty.
know.
And we're talking about the census right now. We haven't come to a solution for the American Community Survey yet. That's a harder nut to crack, I think.
Okay.
And so we are focusing on 2020, and we will continue to publish child poverty rates from the ACS and the CPS.
Thank you.
Yolanda, please.
I want to endorse Megan's concern, especially about same-sex marriage. And another issue is the transgender LGBTQI. And that is a problem in a lot of schools, especially with minority children who are bullied, have a higher rate incidence of, excuse me, have a higher incidence of suicide, and those rates are increasing. Could you speak to that issue as well, please? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. This is Tori Velkoff again. We currently do not collect information on the LGBT community in terms of sexual orientation and gender identity on the census. We are collecting that information on the National Crime Victimization Survey, which we do for the Bureau of Justice Statistics. I think that the Census Bureau is open to adding questions like that if we get a request from another federal agency.
Megan, and then Tom, and then Inderdeep, please.
My thing was actually just still up from before, but while I have the floor, the Census Bureau actually, just for the record, did get requests from multiple agencies during the last administration to add those sexual orientation and gender identity questions, and I recognize that it wasn't entirely in the Census Bureau's hands about whether or not to move forward with those questions, but I just wanted to make sure that folks know they got requests from the Department of Justice, from the Department of Housing and Urban Development, from the Department of Health and Human Services, and from the EPA requesting that those questions be added to the American Community Survey. So they have gotten requests in the past, and hopefully we'll get a chance to move forward with that under the next administration.
Thank you, Tom. Inderdeep, and then we'll end this conversation if that's all right with everyone.
So, John, I'm sorry to beat a dead horse, but I just want to be clear the way that Arturo was. So I want to repeat back to you, and then I have an additional question, because you raised that there's an inquiry out to the secretary that I want to be clear about. So before I get to that, just if the citizenship question is removed, Your current expectation is you would still produce PL94-like data on CVAP that would use ACS and administrative records. And if the question remains, you would produce PL94-like data on CVAP that would be based on Census 2020? Would that, in that case, be supplemented by what you know through ACS and administrative records, or is it solely 2020? That's the first question. And the second question is about what is open. You always said it's CVAP data, so there's been no request, or is there a possibility that the clarification from the Secretary would have you producing not CVAP data, but also just citizenship data, regardless of age?
For those of you who don't have the administrative record memorized, you want to go to, 1313 through 1320, just so you can read what the instructions are. Let me take your question piece by piece. We were instructed to use what we all refer to as Alternative D, which is the combination of administrative record and self-response data. And the Secretary properly left it to the career staff at the Census Bureau to determine how best to do that. And we have an active research program attempting to determine how best to do that, and it has not yet made a recommendation. Obviously, it's under some considerable time pressure, but given the nature of the beast here, it will recognize that time pressure. We expect to combine administrative record and self-response data if the question is asked. We also expect to combine administrative record and self-response data if the question is not asked. And we expect to produce a table that looks like the current CVAP table, because that was the general understanding when that acronym was used. The first time it was used as expanded to citizen voting age population by race and ethnicity, understanding that the race and ethnicity categories are the OMB ones that are used in PL 94-171. That's been the general understanding of what's meant by the CVAP table. That is the Census Bureau's understanding of what's meant by the CVAP table. So that's the CVAP table we're talking about. And so that has just a two-category citizenship. So that is the one we are attempting to engineer into a production format and use our disclosure avoidance system on, and use the available and possibly additional inventory of administrative records to supplement self-responses. The source of the self-response data would be different depending upon whether the question is asked on the 2020 census or not. But our understanding and what's properly left to the statistical agency to work out is how to combine the multiple sources that we have to produce the product that meets the user community's needs. I think I hit all your points, but if I'm still not clear, I'll try again.
Thank you. Interdeep, you're our closer.
Thank you. This is Indradeep. So my question is actually from the previous presentation. So what I was wondering is that, and it has to directly or indirectly related to reliability and validity of the data, in the sense that massive amounts of data points are going to be coming in during a short period of time. So are there any algorithms or measures in place such that we can detect if something seems really like offline, or there are too many outliers, or we're receiving data that doesn't pass muster in terms of what one would expect? So are there ways to catch that, or?
Jason Devine, it sounds like your question is geared towards quality assurance with the decennial census. So there are two sort of aspects of this. One is ensuring that the data that comes in is reasonable, and we are, as part of a separate program called Count Review, we are developing systems and procedures that will be used for that review to ensure that any outliers are understood and examined, and that there are no unexplained patterns in the data. We won't be looking for, maybe an issue where one track seems off, but we'll be looking for larger issues. But then there'll also be, a lot more in terms of quality assurance measures that will be implemented for the census. Now, there are still some questions about implementing this disclosure avoidance methodology, which, as you're hearing, is very complex. And how do we ensure that that doesn't result in some unanticipated outcomes? So we'll also be conducting a examination of those results to make sure that the values that come out and the level of noise that we intended to inject is what actually is being included in the data.
So, the disclosure issues would in fact limit the Census Bureau's capacity to go back and re-examine in case there are some sort of variances with regard to patterns, right? Is that a fair assumption?
Jason Devine again, yeah. We'll be reviewing the output from disclosure, and we'll also be reviewing every file, every step of the way to get to that point. So as Simpson described it as this sort of wall, this barrier that the data goes through, we don't intend to go back and look to see, sort of trace things that we're seeing from the disclosure back through the earlier files. If that answers your question.
All right, thank you. So we still have 2 presentations to get through. We're debating whether we're going to take a break at some point. Hopefully we will. So next up, we're going to kind of switch gears, and we're going to talk about the communications program. We're going to first talk about an update to the integrated partnership program, and then we'll really get to the details about the partnership and engagement program. So to talk about the first part, the integrated partnership and communications program, we have Maria Malagon and Kendall Johnson.
Well, I hope everybody enjoyed their lunch. Good afternoon, I'm Maria Malagon. I'm the program manager over the Partnerships and Communications Operation in the Decennial Directorate, and I'm joined today with Kendall Johnson, who is the program manager over the Communications Contract in the Communications Directorate. So I want to thank first the committee for inviting us today. Also, I want to thank all members from the committee that have been able to join us on the focus groups that we have been conducting since the last week of March. Also, I want to thank all the colleagues that are joining me today. A lot of our colleagues from the Decennial, R&M, Communications, and Field Directorates that work on this campaign are here today with me. I can assure you that we are all working together to produce a campaign that reflects the diversity of our country, and they actually reflect that diversity. They are working really hard to have the faces of people of different ages, race and ethnic groups, and genders reflected on this campaign. Today, I have to say that we are still on the strategic early education phase. Something that is unfortunate is the timing of your committee. If this will be in a couple of weeks, I would say like in about 6 weeks, we will have a lot to show you. Because right now we are in a production phase. We are working very hard. It's like, I don't think our team is big enough to really manage, but we have done it because as someone from my staff who is sitting here says, we are small but mighty. We are working really hard on reviewing and working with the contractor in developing a lot of materials for earned media, materials for statistics in schools, social media, our website. A lot of these things are currently being produced and you will be seeing them over the summer. That being said, I'm really working with the advisory committee's team to have one or more briefings. We're really trying to find creative ways to brief you on these materials that are coming up, because I don't want to wait until the fall for you to see it, and I definitely will like for you to have a chance to see them before they go live. So some key updates. This is our phase 2 recruitment advertising phase. We just finished this. This is something that nobody else have seen it. I don't think a lot of people in the Bureau have seen them yet. These are our new recruitment advertising materials. We have been working over the last month on them. We had a shooting last month, and this is just a sample, because pretty much every audience that is represented in our campaign, it's represented on these materials. We are trying to portray all the different people that could be applying for our jobs. And so we're having new updated materials for the NARFU recruitment. Also, we are going to have videos that can be used as TV ads or as digital ads. And the videos are still on final editing. That's why I'm not playing them today, but we really like them. We are very excited about this phase. And we also are going to have a new website for recruitment advertising coming at the end of the summer. This is our current 2020 census.gov website. This came live on March 29. It's a very simple website, in my opinion. It just goes to the point. It's more for stakeholders like you. It's for the media. It's for partners, etc. It's really just to go and get the basics of the census. It has partnership materials, have our first wave of partnership materials. It's something that is evolving every day. Every day we have new pages. I feel that I am reviewing something new every day for the website. We are putting more and more content. But by the end of August, we are planning to have our next phase of this website. And this is the one that is going to reflect the current creative platform. It's going to be more in sync with Shape Your Future Start Here. I saw a demonstration yesterday, and I am very excited about this website, because this is really the one that is going to drive people, to get the public really excited about the 2020 census. We have completed a lot on earned, share, and own media. We have been very busy developing our media relations, public relations, and event strategies, working on email marketing and stakeholder outreach, perfectioning our crisis communications efforts, and definitely training a lot of people in the Bureau, including our partnership specialists on media relations. We have also been working slowly but surely on social media. We pretty much kick off our social media during the 1 Year Out event last month. And what we are doing is pretty much something that is very common in the industry, particularly with governmental agencies. We are really getting our name there. We're getting more followers. So we're trying just to do these social media concepts that are really linked with whatever is happening during the month. And the messages right now are very simple. It's just pretty much trying to attract people to follow us in whatever way. Like, you probably have seen this when you have hashtag National Hamburger Day, something like that. That's what we are trying. And then as time progresses, we're moving more to the more clear census topics. That being said, I have one today. I am not sure if we can see it here. Enid, do you think this can be played? Yes. Yes, it can be played. Yes, a little bit of music, but and now we're gone. Sorry, but it was something that we did last month for the start of the spring season, and we are doing more and more. Today is May 2nd, so in 2 days it's a very popular social media day, if any of you are a follower of Star Wars, so you should be waiting for that coming soon. And we have been implementing statistics in schools. This is another area of our campaign that I feel that we are approving materials every day, and you will be seeing a lot coming soon. We have been developing relationships. We have over 60 new classroom activities for students pre-K to 12th grade, and we're created activities for English language learners and adult ESL. We are also working in the development of our characters, and I am very excited about the characters of the SIS campaign because they are very reflective of the country. We have people of different ages, different race and ethnic groups. We even have characters in which kids with disabilities will be able to see themselves in our campaign. I was just looking at our preschool coloring book when I was sitting in the back, and it looks really good. It looks like someone that people can really, and the kids can really get engaged. Also, a lot of our activities encourage kids to count everybody on the house, really trying to bring that message of the undercount of young children to everyone, especially the preschool kids that perhaps they will be at Head Start or something, and they can really grab that message and see things like you need to count everybody, even your uncle who is living on the basement, even the babies, everybody in the house needs to be counted. So this is something that is really important for us. At the same time, we are looking for creative ways to help the kids that are in households that experience language barriers or are recent immigrants. So lately, we have been working with YNR on ideas on how through the materials, we have to accept a reality that it's kids that are as young as 5 or 6 years old are the ones who interpret for the parents, and perhaps these materials from SIS are the materials that will help them when the form comes to the house and parents don't know what to do, and the kids is the one translating the form or interpreting the form. We understand that the form is at a higher language level than a kid that is in 1st or 2nd grade, so we're looking for a creative way to help them answer the phone. So now we're going for the very exciting paid advertising part of the campaign. So let's move to Kendall.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you again for the opportunity to present. If you don't know already, we have selected a campaign tagline, Shape Your Future, Start Here. We actually tested 3 different versions of a tagline through what we call quick idea platform testing. It was online, it was in English only. This tagline was developed in concert with YNR, Team YNR, all of the multicultural agencies, and the Census Bureau. The multicultural agencies validated that the tagline would definitely work with their target audiences, and in some cases with small tweaks. And this is no different from what has happened previously. For example, in 2000, our tagline was, "This is your future, don't leave it blank." And for the American Indian and Alaska Native audience, we changed it a little bit. It says, "Generations are counting on you, don't leave it blank." Something similar happened in 2010, where the tagline is, or was, "We can't move forward until you mail it back." And for the American Indian and Alaska Native audience, it was tweaked a little bit to say, "We move forward when we participate." So the tagline was selected. It was a data-driven decision. We looked at it, it performed both well qualitatively and quantitatively. And I know I said we only did online panel. We actually did some focus groups for those audiences in English that we would not be able to capture through an online panel. And we also did what we call community representative reviews, because there are segments of the population that no matter how hard we recruit, will never come to focus groups that are sponsored by the government. We wanted a tagline that was aspirational, informative, and relatable, and this fit the bill there. Through the testing, it was interpreted as positive and forward-looking. This has been reinforced consistently through the current creative testing that we are out doing now. It provided a mixture of community-oriented concept and benefits that would motivate interest and participation. And it has the ability to emphasize key motivators and address barriers as identified in CBAMs. We needed the tagline to have legs so that it could support multiple messages. So if our theme or our tagline is Shape Your Future, Start Here, this is just an example, and let me stress, just an example of how we can fit messages under, for example, data confidentiality, messages for the undercount of young children, community funding, and even a constitutional message. The bottom line is we can create any message, and it will fit within the tagline here. We are currently in the process of conducting creative focus groups. This is where we are out in the field testing creative concepts that we hope to move into production that will air during the 2020 census to provide awareness, promote motivation, and then hopefully encourage people to cooperate with the enumerators during the non-response follow-up period. We have a total of 122 focus groups that are scheduled. We started in the field on March 25th. We end next week. Let me tell you, it's been a long few weeks on the road. Again, a total of 122. We started the online qualitative session for this specifically to address the diverse mass audience and to refresh your memory, that's anyone that consumes English language media. Those groups, the online sessions ranged from April 22nd through the 26th. We had a total of 130 participants in the online sessions, and the community representative review dates for this were started in March. Actually, they ranged the entire time of the focus groups. We will have done a total of 35 community representative review sessions when we are done. For the record, we created Team Y&R, just to be clear, I didn't create anything. Team Y&R created over 200 pieces of creative that we have reviewed, and of those selected, which ones went into testing. Our testing was not to determine what rose to the top or what didn't. It wasn't to eliminate. It was to test whether or not the concepts themselves, the ideas behind the visuals that were there actually worked. And we asked for a midpoint update. That was sort of a tricky way to say it. But we asked Team Y&R to give us some high-level observations of things they were seeing through the focus groups about halfway through. And they came up with 5 themes that have been emerging. The first one is Shape Your Future, Start Here, which is our tagline, is absolutely empowering. While we're not testing the platform at this stage, we do make a mention of the tagline comes up organically. We don't necessarily have to probe for it, which is good. And in the vast majority of the groups, it has been positive. It's an overall message people are responding to well, and frequently connecting it to the benefits that they're seeing in the ads. We're also seeing that some audiences are ready to mobilize, and they want to find a way to, for lack of a better way to put it, get out the vote. They want those type of activities so that they can start participating in the 2020 census. The second theme, which is not a surprise, is that more education is needed. While the ads are helping people realize what they don't know about the census, it's also helping them realize what they want to know more about. This doesn't have a direct impact on the paid media creative, but it's something that we're looking at across all the other areas of the ICC. It will help us develop materials that are speaking directly to the concerns or the questions that they're raising, to provide the more in-depth information that cannot necessarily be conveyed through a 30-second ad. Theme number 3 is that distrust is real and confidentiality matters. Across many of the non-English focus groups, there's a general theme of concern around confidentiality. The distrust in government seen in CBAMs is being anecdotally seen again in these focus groups. And while we're seeing only an occasional unaided reference by participants about the inclusion of a potential citizenship question, general concerns about the data being used against individuals and groups comes up regularly. When prompted, the response is fairly consistent overall that the question is irrelevant, divisive, and would harm the credibility of the 2020 census. The majority feeling seems to be, regardless of any potential benefit, they would at best just not answer the question and at worst not take the census at all. Theme number 4, show me you know me, but don't pretend we're friends. While the work is connecting with the multicultural audiences, there is a fine line between leveraging cultural cues that connect the Bureau to a given community and coming across as trying too hard to appear authentic. So far, slang has not been well received. For example, let me see, and coming across as trying too hard to, oh, I already said that, sorry. Slang has not been well received, and the same applies to messaging or imagery that touches on cultural hot buttons or may remind of negative cultural stereotypes. And theme number 5, do you speak my language? The need for the phone number to be included and URL to be in the language of the ads came up in a few of the non-English groups. Beyond just the ads, we may want to find ways to clearly explain how many languages are supported and what is available for them. For example, direct phone lines, help online, in-language questionnaires. So we're taking these early findings and looking at how we can address them, not only through the ads that we are hopefully taking into production later this year, but also through the other products and materials that we are creating across the ICC to promote participation. I'm going to quickly touch on segmentation and the goals of segmentation and how we tend to apply it. But I will say the segmentation report is due out, I think it's next month, and there'll be much more detail behind that. But the goals of segmentation basically are to provide an overarching framework for understanding the country. This gives us the opportunity to use the geography to bring together behavioral, demographic, attitudinal, and media usage data to help us do a better job of planning the campaign. And it also allows us to simplify the complex data by identifying key shared characteristics. We then take that segmentation and we use it in our planning for messaging, advertising, partnership activities, and other communications, specifically strategy, creative, and media. We're taking the segmentation and approaching it from a track level. So we're using a mathematical approach to balance, similarities within segments and diversity within those segments. So we have the track level. The tracks then have unique characteristics that drive into the different type of media that we will use to reach each segment of the population. So at the highest level, average media behavior in each track level segment is compared to the national average across various channels. So the 6 channels listed here: newspaper, magazine, out of home, radio, internet, and television. So we take more detailed information about the specific channels and programs, and we compare it with the segments, and it helps to inform the media planning process that we are currently in. So we talked about media, and I know that we provided you all with information on Media Vendor Day that was held at the beginning of April. This was an opportunity for Team Y&R and all of their media buying representatives across all the audiences to meet with media vendors, explain to them what the program was, how they could provide proposals for consideration to be included in the media buy. Media Vendor Day was held in New York on April the 3rd. There were 2 sessions, a morning session and an afternoon session. And looking at the screen here, you can see that we had, for the morning session in New York, we had 150, and that was the capacity, by the way, 150 persons registered to attend in person. Actually, 107 showed up. But we also had 533 unique live stream views. So the event was live streamed in real time for all of those who could not make it there in person. For the afternoon session, we had actually 95 people show up, and even more people attend the live stream. We upped it to 568. Puerto Rico, the Media Vendor Day in Puerto Rico was held on April 5th. There were 66 people that registered to attend. 46 actually came in person. It was not live streamed. But we've also posted the final video. So not only did we live stream it, we archived the video, and Team Y&R, let me be clear, Team Y&R archived the video and put it up. And so far we have, as of 4/24, we have 869 views of the New York video and 126 views of the Puerto Rico video. This was such a great event. Team Y&R received over 700 questions. And this is important because as part of the process, they took each question and the responses to each question and put them up on their, I want to say website, but at least within their portal where they've asked all media to go to for any information related to the buy. That is huge, it's over 700. Because there were so many questions, we had to extend the period by which Y&R had to respond and post. So they were originally supposed to go up on, I think it was April 17th, and we extended by by 1 week, and they went up on April 26th. Somehow that didn't add up, yeah. And then subsequently, we extended the proposal submission period by the same amount of time. So now the deadline for submitting proposals is May the 24th of this year. We also reached out to both NAC and CSAC and asked you to provide us with any media outlets that you felt were absolutely critical for us to reach out, for Team Y&R to reach out and encourage them to submit proposals for inclusion in the media buy. So we want to thank you very much for doing that. We've received that information and forwarded it to Team Y&R, and they are currently in the process of reviewing all of these. And I don't think I said this previously, Media Vendor Day is specifically focused on the media that will be used to reach for local and hyperlocal media, more targeted media. This is completely separate from the upfront media, which is more nationally focused. So here is our public-facing timeline, and as you can see, we are in the process of the upfront negotiations, at least Team Y&R is. We are looking to do final creative approval. This will be based upon what we have learned from the creative focus groups, the community representative reviews, and the online panel around the creative ideas that were developed a little earlier this year. We plan to go into production probably in August so that we have everything completed and can be, we can do the early enumeration, any paid media around early enumeration at the end of this year, and be very much present for the awareness phase beginning in January. We talked about the launch of the website. The SIS website launch will happen in August, and we'll start distributing SIS materials end of September, early October. We hope to have our second version of the media plan reviewed and approved by October, and there are two versions because the first version focuses on the upfront, and the second version is a result of all the proposals that have come in through this whole media vendor process, and will include local and hyperlocal media. As was done for 2010, we will post the media buy. There'll be no financial details, but you will know what media outlets were bought. And I think in 2010, we broke them out, I want to say by state. There are no state media plans, but at least you'll know what media outlets have been purchased in the state. Key milestones. We've already talked about the Media Plan 1.0, which focuses on the upfront media buy. That was presented, reviewed, and approved so that Team Y&R could get into the media upfront and start negotiating on our behalf. The media upfront negotiation is a long process and ongoing. We did the one year out press conference on April 1st at the Press Club. It was a really great event. We are coming to the end of our creative testing, and we hope to have a final report that combines the results from the platform testing along with the creative concept testing, we'll say end of July of this year. I'm going to pass it back to Maria.
I forgot to mention when I was in my part of the presentation, and Kendall mentioned the segmentation report. For the segmentation report, we also plan to have a briefing for you. Again, we are working in ways to conduct all these briefings with the advisory committee's team so we can
really have like either a day or several days that we can brief you on these different topics. So for the questions that we have for the committee, other than paid advertising and partnerships, what are the current areas that you suggest that we put more weight in reaching your audiences? It can be social media, media outreach, SIS, or other things, events, etc. We did not include partnerships here because, as you know, they're coming afterwards, and I know they have very specific questions. We have been working closely with the partnerships team on their questions that they have for the committee, and I know they are looking forward for your input. Number two, are you aware of any social media platforms that have emerged recently that may be an avenue to reaching hard-to-count audiences? And I say this because right now the Census Bureau have accounts for Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Those are the ones that we have permission to work with, but we are always looking forward for anything that can work for a specific population, and perhaps we can work out something. And number three, are there any non-traditional communications methods that you are aware of that we should consider for our campaign? Thank you.
Thank you so much. You have the clicker, so if you wouldn't mind going to you're the best. So I'm Megan Morey, the Policy Director for the National LGBTQ Task Force. First of all, I want to thank you. I think every time y'all present, I feel a renewed excitement about the work that you are doing. I think the pieces that you're putting together in the communications campaign are beautiful. I think even just looking at this presentation, it's presented in a way that's really like appealing to look at. It's really engaging. But I think what the flip side to that is for me is that thanks so much. Is that you're not able to do everything that you'd want to do, given the financial resources that you have and other constraints that exist. And in those gaps is where a lot of the communities that we care the most about are gonna fall. And I think in part the Census Bureau's desire to show all the good that they are doing does a little bit of a disservice to us as a committee, because if we don't know what's missing, we can't fill it in, right? So I feel like I always have this cognitive gap when I'm at the NAC where I'm like, just tell me what you can't do so we can either work to fix it or work to get you the money to be able to do it, instead of continually putting on this shiny, rosy, happy face of all the magic that you are doing, which is brilliant work. You're doing brilliant work, and there are huge gaps that need to get filled. So I think that's always sort of the first takeaway that comes to me when I hear the presentations, not just yours, but in particular because I'm so deeply invested in the communications and partnerships work. I think over the last few months, when we've gotten more detail about this work, I think that has really become present for us in a lot of ways. I think the approach that you all are using, again, is going to do a really great job at reaching some communities, right? And some of the communities that we care most about. I think that's fantastic. And I think that there's going to be a lot of folks that really get left out, in part because there aren't dedicated plans for them. So there are dedicated plans for example, Spanish-speaking Latinos, but not English-speaking Latinos. And, right, so, I mean, and that's what, tell me if I got my stat right, that's 55% of Latinos in the U.S. are English-speaking, is that right? Probably more.
It's like 75%.
So I might study my stats. So that's a huge proportion of that community does not have a dedicated plan in place. And we know that when there aren't plans in place, our folks get missed, right? Other folks that there don't seem to be plans in place for, and maybe there are plans in place and we just don't know about them, in which case, please tell us. There don't seem to be dedicated plans for young children, for recent immigrants, or for second, third, fourth generation immigrants, for English-speaking people of color in general, for low-income folks, including renters, right, who we know are historically super difficult to reach, for LGBTQ people. And I know that all of these folks are meant to be reached in the diverse mass audience. I know that. And it's not good enough. When you don't create a dedicated message for a group of people that is used to being ignored, they're going to think they're being ignored. And when you're not putting money into a media buy for a community that needs targeted messaging, then that community is just not going to get reached, right? And I know you're doing a lot to try to counter that, but within the constraints that you have, I think that there are lots of folks that are getting missed. And of course, some of those are content gaps, and some of those content gaps are really bewildering to us as an advisory committee. The fact that there doesn't seem to be a strong, dedicated, clear set of messages around the citizenship question, whether it's included or not, is difficult for us to understand. Even if there are small pieces of messaging that address it, to me, I do not understand how it is not one of the primary focuses of the communications plan to address the issues around the citizenship question. And I know that a lot of what we hear is that the gaps have to be filled by us, by trusted messengers, by people who are focused on particularly hard to count communities, and I appreciate that, and we show up here day after day, month after month, year after year because we want to do that. And we are not the Census Bureau. We don't have even though I know your resources are limited, our resources are really limited. And we can't fill in those gaps in the way that the federal government can. The last sort of overarching thing that I wanted to say is that, and this is more of a bridge to the partnerships piece that I know y'all will be addressing a little bit later, but when I originally heard that there was going to be this integrated partnerships and communications campaign, I thought, oh, great. So for the communities that are historically undercounted that we care most deeply about, there will be these plans that say, here's who we can reach through the communications campaign, and here's who we can't. And then here's our dedicated strategy for how we're going to reach those folks through the partnerships campaign that we can't reach through the communications campaign. And that might exist, but I haven't seen it. And when we take a look at the partnerships presentation later, I mean, maybe there's a place where that's happening that I'm not seeing, but I would love to know more about that. But to address the things you actually asked about, you asked about outreach beyond paid advertising and partnerships. You talked about perhaps there being social media outreach statistics in schools. In reality, I think for a lot of us, it feels like what's needed is actual resource supports for trusted messengers, whether that's translation of materials for trusted messengers, whether it's actually doing the canvassing work for service providers that are going to reach people experiencing homelessness, whether it's creating connections between your national partners and your state and local partners. I think those pieces are outreach pieces that we may not think of as advertising or communications, but that are pieces that the Census Bureau could be doing with your vast, gigantic amount of resources comparative to the NGO community. You asked about emerging social media, and I do think that it gives me pause because we know that emerging social media is awesome and also not always trusted, right? So if there's a new social media site that just started up, people may not trust the news that they're getting from that social media site. So I would just encourage you to balance that and to explore media that's accessed by these groups that aren't covered in the IPC plan, right? So the parents of young children, LGBTQ folks, and English-speaking racial and ethnic groups, I think, would be a great place to explore. And I think if you're looking for places that are a little bit different, these aren't social media, but for example, my organization is a trusted messenger to a lot of people, and we have a regular newsletter where we're putting out stuff, and there's no reason we couldn't be partnering with the Census Bureau on stuff like that. So I think there's ways to merge the partnerships with the communications in just the way that was intended in the integrated plan, to use those organizational newsletters and put some resources in through two organizations through that. And finally, you talked about non-traditional communications methods, I think that there's some stuff that's a little bit fresher that it has some possibility. Like there are deep canvassing programs that the Census Bureau could be investing in that do door-to-door conversations with people about what barriers there are to them filling out the census. Is there any information that they can help answer, like real deep conversational canvassing? I think there's a lot of potential in doing some street marketing stuff that could be absorbed in a different way than the traditional marketing. And then getting people to tell their census stories, I think, is a piece that you're starting to do, that I see coming from y'all in your emails, that I don't see coming out in public as much. But having people talk about how the census impacts them as a person, I think could be really powerful too, and finding ways to integrate that into your marketing work. I want to give folks on the committee the opportunity. We are presenting like 72 recommendations on communications from the bigger meeting that we had in February tomorrow. So there's going to be an additional opportunity for us to talk about communications and partnerships tomorrow, but I wanted to make sure that folks didn't feel like they had to stick to these 3 pieces, but did give input on that as well. Thank you. I feel like I just said a lot of things and none of them were a question, so awesome.
This is Kendall Johnson. I just wanted to address the gap question. One thing that we are hearing in focus groups is that people want to see proof. We talk about how the census is a way, or the information from census is used to help allocate so much money, right? Sometimes we're specifically saying more than 675 billion. Other times we just, trying to figure out which is the most palatable way for each audience. But over and over again, they keep saying, well, how do we know we're getting, where is it? I don't see it. What happened in my community? I can't tell. So a glaring gap for us is to identify those local uses or local improvements that were based upon the last census. We don't necessarily have that information at the local level. That would be a great thing to make it more personable, more local, more relevant to the people in your community or within your constituency, or however you want to look at it. But every single group, they're like, I don't see it. Yeah. Where is it? And, we can say, well, it goes to the state. They don't want to hear that, right? They want to hear how it got down to Annapolis, Maryland, or Washington, D.C., or wherever they live, Chicago, wherever. They want to see improvements based, and there are there. I mean, sometimes it's as simple as, the dip in the street for the handicap ramp, right? Or the additional bus stop, or even the additional bus route, right? Because so many communities are being built. They're not built with, transportation in mind. You have to walk a mile to catch a bus even. So it's little things like that. So if you can identify any of those, that would absolutely be helpful to us. And it would be helpful in any communications that you do in support of what we're doing.
And I want to add to what Kendall just mentioned, that those examples are crucial right now, because as we are developing materials, we have materials that include that. Those stories that you are mentioning, we have it everywhere. We have identified a place on the website to have it. We have identified a place on videos to have them. We are trying to identify trusted voices in the community to serve as a spokespeople for us in so many of our platforms, from digital, from social media, etc. Things that we are trying to push those examples. Also on paid advertising, we have been testing certain advertisements that also go through that route, giving particular examples of people in the community using these funds for their programs. That being said, that for the creative testing, some things work, some things don't work, and this is still testing, but it's one of the examples that we are testing right now. So the route of the trusted voices and the storytelling is something that we are using on different areas of the campaign that, as I say earlier, it's so unfortunate that I don't have them approved yet, that I cannot bring them today, but definitely is. In terms of the different plans, once we move to the partnerships presentation, and the very first presentation was on the taxonomy, we conducted a taxonomy of partnerships, opportunities, and needs that go over the traditional hard-to-count race and ethnic group type that we have been doing for years. I have to recognize that was mostly what we did in 2010. This time, other than that, we're not leaving that behind. But what you have mentioned, we have been conducting or are in the process right now of conducting taxonomy for so many of those groups that you mentioned. So I know that part of the afternoon will really answer that question for you. And in terms of citizenship, I know it's a hard topic, but we are prepared for having it or not having the question. We have been testing this on the creative focus groups, and the plan for a lot of what is happening with the focus group, again, traditionally what the Bureau did before was to do this type of creative testing focus groups to just focus on paid advertising. That was a lot of what happened 10 years ago. Right now, what we are testing is definitely we're going with the creatives for the ads, but we are testing messages that we are planning to use across the campaign. And we are working out different scenarios. I don't know if those scenarios, if we are going to get a response that is perfect, that works perfectly for us, but we are really trying to address all the scenarios that we could experience after this summer.
Can I just add a little bit to what you said, Maria? Megan, with respect to the communities that you are not seeing us addressing directly, Maria's right. Angina Turosian-Heider is going to be talking about the taxonomy and the research frameworks we're developing specifically for those communities that have characteristics. LGBTQ is a perfect example. They all are. Renters, people experiencing homelessness, cut across all population groups. And I don't want to take away her thunder because she's going to talk about this, but the point I want to make is that we are more integrated than we've ever been between the communications and partnership work. And so as we develop our work in partnership at the national and local levels, that's going to be feeding back in messaging and strategies and understanding how data is being consumed, how products are being consumed, where media is being consumed by these different population groups, so that we take a lot of the creative that's underway in the communications, adapt it and pull it into the materials that we're developing for those people with those characteristics. So stay tuned. We're going to talk further about that.
So just to tag on to that, I want to co-sign everything that Burton just said and that Maria said related to what I think, Megan, I really appreciate your presentation because I think it tees up the continuing conversation about the integration of partnerships and how partnerships address specific populations and what we can do, honestly, to respond to not a recommendation but a question that Chair Gore had at the last full NAC meeting, which said, how does this tie into CBAMs and what we learned? And we started to say, okay, we have a pretty good idea about how that ties into our creative and our media and segmentation, but how should we think about national partnerships, local partnerships, and our many other sort of stakeholder engagement activities in context of that? So that is going to come up in the next presentation and continue the conversation, I know through Jerry's excellent discussion presentation as well. I did just want to bring it back to diverse mass and the inclusion of the populations that don't have a specific multicultural subcontractor in diverse mass. And I completely respect and understand that it's difficult to see the amount of work and planning that's going in and how seriously everybody at the table, the folks from Team Y&R who are in the audience, are thinking about all of the populations that do not have their own specific subcontractor, may not have any language materials, but how they are reached through diverse mass. But I know that Maria already mentioned, we're looking at opportunities. I know Burton and Laura have been discussing opportunities to have some more frequent IPC working group engagements that'll let us get into stuff like we did back in February where, It's still in a negotiation framework. It's still in a testing framework. And I do think there's a lot more work going on there that can really speak to how that is going. And a lot of not even just the recommendations, but the questions and the conversations we've had at working group meetings and at the last NAC meeting have already affected, the focus groups we're conducting and the populations we're trying to reach. And English proficient and primary English speaking Latinx populations is one of the exact ones that really is exemplary of that.
Okay, I'm going to jump in. Maria and Kendall, thank you for your presentation, and Megan, thank you for your discussant presentation. I have 8 people in the queue, and I'd really like for us to be able to take a break at 3 o'clock. So there's your pressure point. All right. I'm going to keep trying. John, you're first, followed by Julie.
Thank you. John Yang, Asian Americans Advancing Justice, AAJC. I think Megan already addressed one of my main issues, which is for our community, one of the things we keep on coming back to is how is the English-speaking Asian population being addressed? And especially if you think about, for example, the Indian American population, that is almost predominantly English-speaking. TDW will not be addressing that population. So what is being done? And I get that a lot of work is being done. I guess what I'm looking for perhaps is some insight into what that work looks like so that could help inform our efforts into what gaps exist. That goes back to what Megan is saying. On social media, 2 things, 2 thoughts that I have. I know it's not quite implementable, if that's a word, for the Census Bureau is WeChat and Kakao. Those social platforms are huge in the Chinese and Korean markets specifically, and finding ways to make sure that you're plugged in or aware of that work is important. The 2 questions I have would be, one is I heard that you said that for the vast majority of sort of groups that you've been working with, the Shape Your Future Start Here platform is received very favorably. What are the groups that have been more ambivalent about it? Because if it's the groups that sort of we're working with, we want to be aware of that and kind of think about how to shape that message in a different way. And then the second question would be, I appreciate what you're saying about scenario planning with respect to the citizenship question. Does that mean that you are scenario planning for actually having messages that directly address the citizenship question, or does that mean that you are scenario planning with that in mind as a possibility? Because to me, that's 2 very different things. Thank you.
Okay, can do some of them.
I want to make a comment about English-speaking Asians and others. We have received that feedback several times. And also, we receive it all the time about some Middle Eastern populations that are not addressed with our in-language advertising, or LGBTQ complex families, etc. I can assure you that the way that we are planning this and the testing that we're doing in Diverse Mass includes creative, that you see those faces, that you see that we're trying to portray every one from those particular groups that you mentioned and others that I've been mentioning. We are portraying them on the Diverse Mass so they can be seen in other areas of the campaign, even when they don't see themselves on a particular language box. For the citizenship question, we have been including actual text, actual copy on the ads that are being tested that mentions the possibility. And we actually have several versions. And sometimes with a group of, let's say, well, every night we usually have 2 groups from the same background. We can test including that language or not including that particular copy and we see what's happening. And as Kendall mentioned before, there are concerns, there are anxieties, and we recognize them, and we're trying to prepare to respond to those particular anxieties. Do you want to go to the one for the Shape Your Future? Because I think you have a better response for that one.
So in terms of the tagline, when I say the vast majority and I probably should have said the vast majority of participants in the groups, not necessarily groups themselves, that have not felt that the tagline did what we wanted it to do. Those are usually folks that are absolutely anti about filling out the form. So the tagline is not going to matter to them one way or another. What we have found is that when we query them at the very beginning of the focus groups, like maybe after the first or second piece of creative that they've seen, we ask them what they think about the tagline, and they're like, it's all right, they don't really have a lot of commentary about it. But when we get to the end of the focus groups, we go back and we ask that question again. And of course, this is where you start looking at how the more you see something, the more times a message is heard, the more you understand it, the more it makes sense to you. By the end of the focus group, they're all like, oh yeah, we get it. It makes perfect sense. It makes sense. There's so much you can do with it. I mean, if we could take everybody if we could focus group America, we could count America. I mean, everybody would respond, because at the end of most focus groups, everybody's like, oh yeah, I'll fill it out, I'll do it, because they have more information. Some of the ads don't relay as much as others. For example, you can only say so much in a 30-second TV ad, but you can take the same concept that was in that TV ad, translate it into a radio ad that's 60 seconds long. There's so much more information you get in that 60-second ad. So it's how often they hear it, in what order they hear it, and exactly what they're hearing. Even in the print ads, we're finding that they don't really want a catchy headline. What they want is put it right in my face. Tell me what you want me to know. This is a serious topic. Be serious about what you're saying to me, and make it so that it's right here in my face and I don't have to think about it. Don't bury it down here in copy. Bring it up so I don't have to work so hard to see it. And if it's in my face, I'll respect you for it, and I will hear the message a lot easier than if you're burying it down here in copy.
I wanted to jump in just a quick second, too, on one more point. I appreciate what you're saying about sort of TDW and their focus on the in-language materials. But one of the really sort of, I think, special things that Team Weiner came to us with the proposal is that they were going to work integrated across all of the different parts of the team. So TDW and Company has an impact on the creative work that's done in other absolutely for diverse mass, but they work even sort of in other positions and are able to, make an impact on creative for the diverse mass, the media planning. That integrated aspect of it is very important, and it's really important for making sure that for an English language ad, it still is culturally relevant.
Okay. It's going to seem like I'm beating a dead horse here with the whole language thing, but, I appreciate all of Megan's comments about that. It's something you've heard already, as you mentioned, a lot from us. But I've pulled up some statistics because that's what I do. And that's why I'm here and a part of this committee, statistics. So, just as most of us who do research in this area know that it's like usually anywhere from 65 to 75% when they do various surveys about Latinos that show that they're English speaking. At least Sue is nodding, and so is Tom over there. Even more recently, people have been looking at the difference between young populations and older populations. So the Pew just released, I was trying to find it online because I remembered seeing it when it came out about 2 years ago, is that, for young folks 18 to 35, 41% are basically English dominant or English only, 40% bilingual English Spanish, but a lot of those are English dominant based. We're talking about 81% that are predominantly consuming English media, English sources, et cetera, of people 18 to 35, and only 19% Spanish. And then for the over 35, there's a little bit different, it's a little bit more Spanish speaking, but it's still about half more than half that are English speaking. And so just kind of emphasizing, I think why you keep hearing it over and over is people want to see more of an action game plan that is being come out, besides just the diverse mass, I know that you all are doing, but an action plan that's there for how you're going to reach the English-speaking Latinos, which is the majority of them. And the same messaging that might be used for everybody else, especially given the climate, whether we have a citizenship question or we don't have a citizenship question, the damage has already been done. Right? And so we're seeing people in my own research I'm doing on this right now, people are very much saying, well, I was going to fill out my census, but now I'm not. These are English-speaking Latinos. So what are the avenues? I think part of the testing in these focus groups, you say someone comes to a focus group and I don't know anything about this census thing, maybe I will, but after the focus group, they're informed and they're ready to fill it out, right? But if we don't have focus groups on these populations, you won't know what messages work for them, right? So that we can try to implement that with those populations. Because beyond just convincing people to your usual stakeholders to get the word out and get people out there to fill out their forms, you're going to have to convince the stakeholders themselves and the trusted persons who would normally be 100% on board with the census because they themselves are hesitating to advise people to fill out the census form. And so it's like you need a multi-tiered convincing platform here where you're going to convince the folks who would normally be totally convinced as well as your average person that doesn't have that knowledge. And so needing to come up with a plan for that. So I guess I've got my, wanting you all to focus more on the English speaking and also Asian Americans as well, but for other groups as well, and wanting you to come up with a plan that is outreach for the folks that would normally be invested in this, the stakeholder, trusted community members themselves. We've talked about having in more lay language, the Title 13 stuff, like what are the strategies? It seems like that's what we're not talking enough about, is like what are the strategies we're going to use to get people on board with this, because this is like the huge big elephant in the room of the citizenship thing. Second point on that, I do have some ideas and I'll put these in recommendations for ways in which you all could reach those young English-speaking Latinos. I'm thinking Me Too, BuzzFeed, so there's a lot of sources out there that primarily media sources that target those particular populations that would be really helpful. If you can get one of those groups to make a video about it, like that would really, really enhance participation. But you'd have to convince them that they want to do this, right? Because you have to convince them, and that's going to be a hard sell, right? So that you're also selling to the people who would normally be invested, right? The idea that they should have people fill out their census form because of all the stuff that's happening right now with the citizenship question. Okay.
So I did want to just sort of touch on the fact that part of the Media Vendor Day was to make it as accessible and to encourage as many media outlets as possible to participate and to provide or to submit proposals to be included in the media buy. And that's how we're going to reach a lot of audiences. We can tailor, while there may not be a specific plan to reach English-speaking Asians, there is media to reach English-speaking Asians, and we will absolutely use that media. We are looking for the media vendors to come to us with proposals that are innovative in reaching their particular audiences. On top of the vendors that we're using, it's also the creative imagery and the talent that we're using. We are out there testing ideas, not final ads. We will come back and we'll tailor those ads. If the idea works, then we can tailor that idea or tailor the imagery and the talent within the ad around that idea for the specific audiences. I know that's not reaching each individual audience. It's not testing each individual audience. We talked about it earlier. We're time constrained significantly. We're financially constrained, and we're trying to do as much as we can with what we have in the time that we have. That's not an excuse. That is just the reality. But we are reaching, I guarantee you when you see the media plan, there will not be a question that we're doing what we said we were doing.
Ali Sue, and then Luke.
I find it a little odd that we're being asked to come up with some of the ways in which the money gets allocated to communities. Why? Because the numbers, about so many billions of dollars are allocated to communities, I've seen in census materials. Now, I would say follow the money. I mean, where does that number come from? Follow that number. Look at that number. Where did it come from? Somebody put it together. If not, maybe the number is meaningless and people are really not seeing what's happening, in the communities because it's not there. So that's one thought. I had the opportunity to observe a couple groups of Spanish speakers in Chicago. And some of the themes that you mentioned earlier really resonated to me, based on that experience. Some things that I want to bring up are, with non-English speakers, that is with immigrants, the idea that confidentiality can be preserved and guaranteed is one thing, and that's clear and accepted and positive. But they cannot grasp the idea that there could be confidentiality within the government. So you gave information to the government has it. So that is something that, really needs to be addressed. I would caution us, but you did in a way, to put too much weight on this thing that at the end they say, yeah, would you do it now? Yeah, it's for the good of the community. Because there's a tendency, and in focus groups particularly, when you've been talking about something for 2 hours and telling people all the good things that come out, it's very hard for someone to say, nah, I wouldn't do it. But, as Arturo said earlier in the conversations, and I saw the same thing, when the issue of the citizenship question came up, people who had said, yes, I would do it based on what I've learned today was like, no, not if that's there. The one thing that came up in the groups I saw was this, and we've been believing that this is an important thing and it's going to work, was this belief in trusted voices. When asked, who might be trusted voices, first, in one of the groups, they mentioned Luis Gutierrez. And then, they mentioned Jorge Ramos. And then immediately they said, yeah, but you'd wonder, how much were they paid to be in that ad? And that resonated around the group. There was like really mistrust even of presumably trusted voices that we think are going to help. The other thing is they really do want everything in one ad. And that makes the task pretty impossible, I understand. But they were, okay, well, and also they saw inconsistencies. Okay, in some of the ads you're telling us that everyone has to do it, that citizenship doesn't matter. Then why are you going to ask about citizenship if it doesn't matter? So.
Thank you. On the question of the allocation of the money, I think it's surprising for some people how little we can know about pursuing federal funding. When I was in ACS, and I'm looking at Tori because we work together on this, we try to create a database on the federal funding that communities were getting from ACS, and we had to go through all kind of odd places, news clips, talking with the community, pretty much sending out messages for people to give us ideas or projects in the community. And we created a really strong database for ACS. I think when I left, we have over 900 cases of examples in the community, at least one example for each state. But it's very difficult in the way that the grant system is implemented in the federal government. I worked with grants, and I was talking to someone that came to give a talk the other day from Puerto Rico, Foundation for Puerto Rico, big organization right now helping to rebuild the island after the hurricane. They get all this federal money, but they are not the one doing the work in the community. They go over there and they create this sub-grant, and then they go through the different towns. So we know that the federal government perhaps gave Foundation for Puerto Rico, I don't know, $100, $500, $1 million. But we don't know what happened in the community and what examples I could go and tell YNR Puerto Rico, you know what, this great thing happened in this community, or in this rural area, or in this coastal area. There are several examples, but we don't know them because usually the system, we can track up to the foundation or organization that got it at the state level, then we cannot go deeper. People like you usually are more familiar or can help us to spread the word with people that are working in the community and that can give us those examples to us, because we know millions of examples are out there, but it's difficult for us to track it. And this is coming again from a person that tried to track it and at the same time was working with the federal agencies that use these questions to give away money, and we could not match both things. And in terms of the trusted voices, we have been making the questions of the trusted voices on the focus groups because we want to know, and again, we're seeing these focus groups at number one, yes, they are for paid media, but number two, they are a lot for the campaign in general. And our actual plan right now is not using trusted voices per se for the paid advertising, but a lot of our work that we have behind here for statistics in schools, for partnerships, promotional materials, for earned media include trusted voices in other ways, in ways that trying to have them talk about census if they have a show, talk about census if they have a social media account that has a lot of followers, do a video for our website or for other website. Like we could have people doing videos and then just give you the video and you play it on your website instead of having it in our own website, because we probably think that it will work better in your website than in our website. So that's where the trusted voices, I know, and definitely is something that we have talked with YNR from day one, and actually from their expertise, I pretty much remember that from day one, they said, we don't really want to have anybody famous on the ad, because even if they don't charge us, people think you are just paying them to be on the ad. So the strategy is asking this question, but it's much more, it's for other purposes.
Thank you. This is Luke Severe. I wanted to actually answer a couple of questions and give you some recommendations. As far as platforms or opportunities to really market, I think you guys should really explore some of the internet search engines where they have sponsor sites. So now periodically you'll see that there are promotional videos and sponsor sites that that's like the first two searches within any of the search engine platforms. So that may be an opportunity to go through. And because you're a government agency, you may get a discount from, the Googles and the Bings, but I don't work for them, so I can't say that. As far as the tracking of the funding, I hear your concern as far as how the money is actually implemented. I think starting first is having the public understand that there is a catalog of federal domestic assistance that GSA maintains, where agencies from Administration for Children and Families who give grants and subsidize certain programs in states as well as DOT, et cetera. You can point that from this data that we received in the census, this is the allocation we're giving to the state. I think also part of the education process that would be helpful is explaining on more of a state and local level how that money plays a factor. So like cities had their city tax levy coupled with the state dollars, coupled with the federal dollars, which actually ensures that a project is done. I don't think many people really understand it or know that. And so that may be an education point to just even basically start with. We take in consideration the numbers that you have in your community for such and such project. We were talking about homelessness. We know that this is the homeless population in this city. So the allocation of federal funds to supplement your city tax levy and your state dollars is this amount. Now, if it's put to use in the locality, that's a different story, but that's the allocation that was given by the federal government. So I think starting there would be helpful. The last thing I wanted to say, and I know we've been mentioning it a lot today, the citizenship question. I just want to remind you all, when we had the initial discussion with YNR and we were planning on the credible messengers, et cetera. Remember, we're at the time where many people in the country were getting detained. Families were getting detained by ICE. And so there was a commitment on how do we, as credible messengers, partner with the government to ensure that the people in our community won't have retaliation for answering the survey and whatnot. And then subsequently, there's the decision to put citizenship on the survey, on the census survey. So it's kind of like what we originally were supposed to be helping to be credible messengers for is again undermined because now we're legislating or making it seemingly to make it legal to ask the citizenship question. And so I know I could imagine from the advocate's perspective, it's kind of like a slight. But then also, same thing like you said in theme 3 with the focus groups, there's a trust factor. And Census 2020 is around the corner. How do we repair that trust factor in such a small period of time? I think that's something that we really need to be intentional in our strategy and be realistic that all of these different messages have been communicated throughout the past few years. And we're saying your citizenship doesn't matter, just answer. So just throwing that out there and wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
James, please. And following James, Jerry.
So I wanted to offer up, first of all, I think one of our coalition partners already has a very easy, logical way that you can break down by state the top tier federal dollars that go there, and I think they may even break it down further, so we can get you that information and put you in connection with them. I want to open by being a little bit of a Debbie Downer, because I think that's a little bit of our role, but I wanted to, because I think this is good feedback so you understand that we're hearing this late in the process. I attended a meeting of tribal leaders of large tribes 3.5 weeks ago, and the head of the committee, after I gave the presentation on census, said, listen, I don't want, because I asked, can you please tell me how many of you have, your tribes have set up complete count committees? No hands went up, only because there would have been one hand up, but the Navajo Nation didn't happen to be there that day. But the chair said, I am telling my people not to participate in the census, and the reason is because we're concerned that it's going to impugn our tribal sovereignty. And so what it illustrates to us is, first of all, that's not true, but it illustrates to us that as one of the community-based organizations working with the Bureau, that we have a lot of work to do to be the trusted messenger to communicate to them that the way that you need to preserve tribal sovereignty is to make sure that you're counted, that you can elect officials who are going to respect your culture and preserve sovereignty. That's the message that resonates. The point that you made about the dollars, believe it or not, there's a Price Waterhouse study from 2000 that estimated that large counties lost $3,000 per person for each person who was not counted. As old and as dated as that is, it actually resonates more than having like a huge dollar amount saying it's between $600 and $900 billion, because they can point to, okay, if you're not counted, it's going to cost our tribe thousands of dollars, and that message has really been resonating a lot. In terms of the messenger, again, there are a lot of Native Americans that you'll reach. There are a lot that you won't reach, that the messenger really has to come from within the community. The biggest problem that we face in Indian country is that the means of communication that are being used are not going to reach much of Indian country. It's because they lack broadband coverage, so internet's not an option. They lack broadcast, so TV and radio are not an option. And I think I had said this, I want to say it was probably 1.5 years ago, one of the things that we found was most effective, and this is actually something that I think you can help out a lot on, is have a very basic script that someone can read over a CB radio. It seems really stupid. It sounds like a very bad 70s show, but that's actually how a lot of the tribal communications occur, is over their own CB radio, because they don't have any other means of communication. And then I guess kind of the closing remark with it is that in terms, and this kind of bridges over into, I guess, the next presentation as well, the outreach workers who are from within the community holding community meetings is the most important means of getting the message out. So having the messaging from you, being able to work with our tribal contacts and have them translated where appropriate into the language and dialect, and communicating that message, and then having the tribal community discuss it. Okay, we understand why the census matters now, will make a really big difference. And then I guess just the final point, and I don't think American Indians and Alaska Natives are unique in this. Even where they do have access to internet resources, we're seeing a tremendous digital divide, not just by socioeconomic status, but by age. We're finding that for community organizers who do our voting rights outreach, the youth are very, very into the social media, but the tribal elders, they don't have a smartphone. They don't know what a smartphone is. They wouldn't want to use one because it's probably going to do something bad to them. And that's something that's kind of what we're dealing with. And I think by being able to, we understand the limitations that you have to have more of a national message. But I think understanding that some of the things I've expressed are not unique to the American Indian and Alaska Native community. They're just our particular basket of problems and challenges that's replicated many times over with many other hard-to-count populations. Thank you.
So we will have materials that can be co-opted by different groups or agencies, organizations, trusted voices, communities. There will be scripts that can be read over CB or wherever they want to read them. There will be print ads that can be customized specifically to make them more relevant to your location there or your audience. There will be other promotional materials that can be used and actually we'll have the space where you can actually add the logo of a local entity or a local organization so that it's more relevant, so to speak. But I wanted to go back to the concerns you were raising about the American Indian and Alaska Native population. And I do want you to know we hear you. I think at the last NAC meeting, I can't remember, I feel like they happen all the time in my book, but everything's happening all the time. It may have been Carol, or it may have been at an Alaska stakeholder meeting, I'm not sure, where we were told that, you know, for the remote areas, TV and radio aren't going to work. Probably the best, most effective method to reach anybody are mailers, right? Or handouts or things like that. And we've taken that information back. As G&G is working on their media plan, reaching out to the different areas within the AIAN community, they are looking at how they can tailor their media or their outreach plan so that it is going to be effective reaching the AIAN community. We don't have that right now. I think in 2010 we did a lot of local radio, Facebook pages, tribal newsletters. We were, it was very, in many cases, a lot of it was non-traditional, so to speak. And it's interesting, you talk about the digital divide. When we ask people if they have internet or do they have access to internet, the answer is no. But they said, but if you put it on my Facebook page or if you put it on my tribal Facebook page, I'll see it. And and this is across all communities where it's interesting they don't realize that Facebook is internet-based, even though it's an app. So yes, we will use Facebook pages. We will use tribal Facebook pages, the different village Facebook pages. We're not tied only to TV, radio. You know, we have to be, in order to reach people, we have to go where they are. And sometimes that means we have to use the communication channels that are most advantageous to reach that audience. And that's not always a TV ad.
If I could just ask one follow-up question, because this is absolutely critical to us, given that Alaska kicks it off on January 21st in Tooksuk Bay. When are you going to have those materials available, knowing that we've got to build into it lead time to translate them into the appropriate languages and dialects, which is a very time-consuming task, even if it's a relatively simple material?
So there, in terms of PSA materials, sorry, I'm going through this timeline in my brain because I've been in meetings about this over and over again. Ideally, the PSAs should the entire PSA kit, the PSAs, the PSA toolkit, all of that should be done in September. To be safe, we'll say the end of September, because if we get it beginning of September, you'll think I'm a hero because I got it out early. But there'll also be partnership materials that can be translated. And the next presentation is about partnership, so hopefully they can give you a better idea. But there will be, we're going to start deliver things on a flow basis.
But the partnership materials are there already.
Well, there are some, but there'll be more. There'll be more coming. And as we get them, we're posting them on our site. We're making them available digitally because to print them, there's a much longer lead time. We want to get them out as soon as we possibly can. So on a flow basis, but I'm not going to rain on their parade, so I'm going to stop there when it comes to partnership.
I'm going to just speak and answer that question quickly. That we are now working furiously with Team Y&R. We have dedicated cross-cutting content teams on both sides, cranking out materials. They're high quality, they're strong. I think we'll have them through clearance, and we'll begin to produce a large number of these by the end of May, digitally. Once they're available digitally, they'll be available to everyone. The print materials will be later in coming, but then they'll be on a flow basis from the end. And I'm looking over at the TYR folks, and they're all nodding, so I'm saying the right thing. But they'll be available on a flow basis as we move from May to June to July, August, September. So Kendall talks about the toolkit, and that has everything encompassed in it. But many elements of that and additional materials are about to start hitting, and they're going to be hitting very quickly at a fast pace after that.
And I really appreciate that. That helps out a lot, and knowing that you're going to distribute them and just as they become available
Right.
helps us out because we can feed them as they become available to the translation.
Well, yeah,
units.
and I mean, and we can also work with you to talk to you about what works, what, you know, what adjustments would be helpful. I mean, there's a lot that we can do to be iterative in this process, and that's our goal too. So I think, you know, Maria said something in the beginning that if we were only doing this meeting about 6 weeks from now, or 2 months from now, we'd have more to show you, but that's true at any point now, right? So in 2 months we have more, and 2 months after that we have more. That's one of the reasons that Laura and I are already talking about ways that we can bring Megan's group together and, you know, maybe do some one-way briefings and some ways of showing, of getting you involved in what we're producing so that you're seeing it on an iterative basis as we go forward. We're not going to just come back in 6 months and show you stuff then. I mean, I think that you'll start seeing a lot more now.
Let me ask Jerry and Gilberto. I'd like to get the next presentation in. I'd like for us to get at least a 10-minute break. Jerry, you put your card down. Gilberto. Please, I'm not asking you to defer it, but go ahead and ask your question. I'm asking you to be brief so that you can get your break and we get our last presentation in this evening.
I want to be brief, Carol. Just in terms of what new avenues, Kendall, I know you probably have seen them and maybe other people in the audience have. There are these neighborhood chats, you know, next door neighbors. And I noticed that the local governments are using them to get out information about, you know, public safety and things like that. And maybe that might be a location. I hope that our local DC Counts office will use our next door neighbors format to give out information. That might be something new that you can add to your repertoire. And then the other thing that I'm sensing out there, you don't have to respond to this, is the issue, and we haven't talked about this, of gentrification. And so in the last decade, there was lots of effort to enumerate hard-to-count communities that don't exist anymore, public housing projects and things like that. So where there was a public housing project, there's a bike lane or a dog park. And there's a lot of resentment in urban communities around this issue of gentrification, where the communities are being displaced. And so as you recruit your workforce, and you'll see this cultural warfare going on in these chat rooms, and that will help inform your approach and how the partnership specialists take on that. But it is a very big issue, and these places don't exist anymore, and you feel that tension in the community. So, and it can work both ways. There's a resilience, people who want to be counted, we're still here, and then there's the other part, where there's some resentment about being forced out of communities.
That is actually a problem, and a problem that has been very well identified. And in one of the things that I can say, specific solutions that we're looking in our insurance and own media area of the campaign, we have something that is quite small but powerful. We are working with, we hope to work, we submitted a proposal and we hope to be selected with the Public Relations Society of America. They have students chapters around the whole country, and they have a competition every year. And we submitted in our proposal for the competition for chapters across the country to create campaigns, very localized campaigns, and we submitted three topics. Young adults in their own college campus, undercount of young children, or urban areas where people feel displaced, and working in those urban areas to make people more engaged with the census. So hopefully, crossing fingers, we're selected, and those will be the three topics. And I hope that a lot of students, particular students from historically Black colleges, take this as an opportunity to do something really good in their community, and also an opportunity to win a prize.
So I just want to acknowledge that this is a very important conversation. We've come a long way to have this conversation. So I have a different suggestion, because cards keep going up and I know it matters to you. So what I'd like to do is just continue, skip the break. If you need to get up, if you need to move around, please do so. But I think we should just push on through. We have an hour and a half before the bus arrives, and we have one more presentation. So 2 more people here that are in the queue. Gilberto, if you would please, and then Lily next. I hope that's all right with you, but I'd really like to get through the presentations today.
Yeah, Gilberto Amaya, and I'll be very brief. The Afro-Latino community, welcomes the idea of more detailed information on race and ethnicity. However, this community has been long excluded from all these processes. Our organizations are new to these ideas. It's about the first time that these issues are discussed. So we have meetings with different organizations in the DC area and other places. And the constant question is, how do we access resources, whether it be financial or technical resources or any guidance to work with our population to make sure that they see themselves included in these processes, especially in the imaging. Because, the images that we see coming from the Census Bureau, Alisu mentioned Jorge Ramos, for example. When people think of Latinos, they think of people like Jorge Ramos and others who look like him. They don't think of people who look like me, for example. So we need to work hard on those imaging and going down and making a special effort to reach out to organizations within those communities that could be actually considered trusted voices in those communities to reach out to individuals. And this goes also to the citizenship question. We have families, especially those coming from Central America, with these issues with the caravans and all these things. There's large mixed status households where, some are citizens, some are green card holders, some are asylum seekers, and many are undocumented immigrants. So those people are terrified for what can happen with the citizenship question, and they have a right to be so. So we need to have a better communication, have better resources, and special efforts, because this is something that the Afro-Latino community, the self-identification issue has been very complex because they haven't been represented in all these issues. So that would be a challenge for us to work with, and how this organization can have access to you guys and your information so we can have a deeper discussion on these issues.
I can say that I have been listening. I have been listening specifically to you. And also I'm Puerto Rican, so I come from one of the Latino countries that actually have a important Afro-Latino population. I think if there has been a message that I have given to Culture One, our Hispanic subcontractor, has been that they have to show all kinds of Latinos, and that includes particularly Afro-Latinos, because I totally understand and agree with you that the images that you usually get, not only from the Census Bureau, but from any federal government entity, miss that big time. We address that in the way that we could with the Phase 1 recruitment advertising campaign, because we use stock images. But right now, everything that we have tested have a variety of looks, including Afro-Latino, and also I made a request for a variety of accents. I don't like the idea of the Univision accent for our ads. I want to hear all kinds of Latinos, because there are so many. We come from so many different places. And I think so far have resulted. I cannot give official results, but I can tell you that I have observed either in person or by remote every focus group that have access to Focus Vision, some of them didn't, for the Hispanic market. And particularly in Boston and Miami, when you will get from the cities that we selected a better sample of the Afro-Latino population, in both groups, every night, in both cities, I heard someone say, I like it because I can see myself over there, or I can see different types of Latino over there, and they pointed specifically to Afro-Latino. So I think you're going to be very pleased with that.
Thank you, Lilian Welty Tamai. So I just wanted to mention, just jumping off of what John Yang had mentioned about particular social media apps to the Asian American community. He had mentioned WeChat, but there's also Line, Line, WhatsApp, Zalo, Viber, and then Snapchat, of course, which is kind of more mainstream, I think especially since that targets younger folks, because younger people are not on Facebook because their parents are, and so they're on Snapchat. Sadly, those of us that are on Facebook don't feel as old as we actually are perceived. The other that I was going to mention is that dating apps as well too. I know that that doesn't seem like it would be a place, but people younger age groups are the ones that are undercounted, and so dating apps like Tinder and the like, I think would be a good place to go. So, and the other thing I'd mention too is NBC Asian America produces a lot of really good content that's reliable, and I think the Asian American community, many of whom are English speakers, see that as a source for a good place to go. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yolanda, you want to be our closer?
Yes, I'm going to be very quick. During the period that the census is being conducted, is there going to be a directive or a moratorium on ICE picking up people around the courthouse and different other public spaces?
At this point in time, we do not yet have an agreement on that, but it's something that we are very interested in pursuing.
Okay. May I ask that our next presenter group get seated? I'd like to make just a couple of comments while they're doing so. In Alaska, when we talk about why census matters, we don't talk about new playgrounds or new schools or new anything. We talk about getting our fair and equitable share of federal funding. And so we're not in lockstep with trying to sell them the new bridge, if you will. And I think to James' comment, we've done the math, and it's about $3,000 a person. So when they're not counted, that costs their community $3,000 every year for 10 years until the next decennial census. So that seems to bring people to the table and give them a good understanding of why census matters to them and their community. Finally, I just wanted to say it really does matter how quickly we get the materials. Most of us in our partnership groups are trying to raise funding through foundations and other sources so that we can pay for activities like translation, print media, postage, and we don't know where the gaps are currently in those materials until we see them, but we absolutely want to be in alignment with census messages and their production. So I just wanted to maybe close up that conversation with those comments. Thank you for that. Nancy.
Thank you, Karen. Dive a little bit deeper into the partnership. So the next presentation is on the 2020 Census Integrated Partnership Team Update, and since we've got several presenters, I'll just let you introduce yourselves as you speak.
Sorry, everyone, I'm a little nervous. I know. Hello, everyone. I'm Angina Chorosian-Heider from the Decennial Communications and Stakeholder Relations Office and the chair of the Integrated Partnership Team. Today, I have the pleasure of talking to you about our partnership team's integration efforts. We realize that our greatest asset is the team's diversity of expertise, allowing us to lean on one another's strengths to create a robust outreach and partnership effort. This was a good starting place for us, and we continue to build from here. In the last few months, our team has made strides to deliver consistent partnership messages at the national and local level. We are working on improvements to ensure partners know what the census is and why it is important. We are making these improvements as a team with projects that are interwoven throughout our program areas. They are the development of strategic frameworks that drive outreach to hard-to-count populations, partner classification, which standardized the identification of organizations throughout a program, and the customer relationship management system, a single repository for all partner contact information. So first, let's discuss strategic frameworks. The framework is made up of a group of documents that use research to further Census Bureau's understanding of various hard-to-count populations. They provide a means of making data-driven decisions when using finite resources to conduct targeted outreach. I'd like to point everyone's attention to the list of our initial strategic frameworks. We have an initial list of strategic frameworks identified for creation because they are hard-to-count populations we deemed multidimensional. The populations are multidimensional because they include racial and ethnic minorities. Similar to different cities having distinct ethnic and racial mosaics, we expect variations in the makeup of these populations. The frameworks give the Census Bureau a refined lens to view these hard-to-count populations through and highlight the nuances that exist within them. We plan to create more strategic frameworks after the initial few, and they will be coming in an iterative basis, just like everything else is. Next, let's discuss the team's effort to establish rules on identifying partners consistently throughout the program. Accurate classification of partners will allow for targeted and impactful outreach. The classifications are based on North American Industry Classification System and the Internal Revenue Service's classification of charities and other nonprofits. So what does this mean for our integrated partnership team? It means when a national partner wants to work with a specific type of nonprofit in one particular area, for example, nonprofits that focus on health in Washington County, Maryland, we are able to instantaneously pull a list of local partners who fit the criteria and then initiate collaboration efforts. The list is pulled from the Customer Relationship Management System, which I will discuss in a few slides. Previously, this was not possible because we did not use the same rules when classifying organizations across our program areas. Previously, we did this all manually. This also means that the national and local partners and initiatives are using the same classifications for consistency. So I'll point your attention to the screen. There are 10 high-level sectors in our partner classifications. They include business, international government, consulate, embassy, education, faith-based organization, media, nonprofit, healthcare, chamber of commerce, trade and professional associations, and finally, technology. Moving on to our Customer Relationship Management System, or CRM, it is a single repository of partner information for the entire program. The repository includes the partner classifications outlined previously and identifies various types of support partners provide to the Census Bureau's efforts. So what does this mean? Well, if in April of 2020, we see a trend of low response rates in a specific area, we can utilize the CRM to identify partners in the area and mobilize response efforts. Also, if a trend of low response is identified within a certain hard-to-count population, we can use the CRM to contact organizations that specifically focus on serving these populations. The two lists can have many organizations that overlap based on who and where they serve. Again, this will be instantaneous without the need of manually pulling together lists. Finally, let's discuss the structure of our team and how we fit into the Integrated Partnership and Communications Program, or IPC. We are one of the 6 teams under the IPC umbrella that meet and communicate regularly. Our Integrated Partnership team includes 7 program areas, but we reach out to different areas to collaborate when needed. Oftentimes you'll see them at our meetings, and we have the second half of our meetings saved for that, and we like that they come to our meetings and we're able to collaborate very easily there. Today we are going to hear from 3 of our program areas, so the National Partnership Program, the Community Partnership and Engagement Program, and finally the Census Open Innovation Labs. We want to continue strengthening our partnership efforts, so we look forward to your feedback and suggestions. I would like to introduce Robin Bachman, Chief of the National Partnership Program. Robin, take it away.
Good afternoon. I'm Robin Bachman. I'm the chief of the National Partnership Program. You might know me from some of my other work. For 5 years, I was head of the Policy Coordination Office. I was chief of policy. And I am a return employee to Census. I was here in 2000. I was chief of the Congressional Affairs Office in the 2000 census. And so this is my second decennial. I'm joined by National Partnership colleagues in the room, and I want to thank them for their great work and for welcoming me to the National Partnership Program. This is a continuation of our conversation with the committee. You received a National Partnership update in November from Raul Cisneros during the Integrated Partnership and Communications Program panel. I'd like to thank Jerry Green for her efforts as discussant, and I look forward to the discussion that's going to come at the end of our panel. What is the National Partnership Program? As you know, the National Partnership Program enlists and engages national-level organizations to support the 2020 census and encourages their audiences to respond to the 2020 census. We partner with national groups to get the word out about the importance of the count and ask the organization's leaders to lend their trusted voices to reach their communities or audiences. We do this in an integrated way. We are one partnership program. In national partnership, we think nationally, but act locally by collaborating and coordinating with the Community Partnership and Engagement Program, or CPEP, and the other stakeholders throughout the Census Bureau. We work with the Census Open Innovation Lab, Stats in Schools, and as I said, others engaged in external work. Collectively, we are key components of the 2020 Census Integrated Partnership and Communications Campaign. What are the improvements since 2010? Benefiting from ongoing stakeholder work that continued throughout the past decade, the National Partnership Program started 2 years earlier in comparison to the last decennial. National Partnership has conducted census solution workshops in 2017 and through 2018 across the country. These were events where organizations were brought together to come up with ideas to encourage hard-to-count populations to respond to the 2020 census. Staff work and continues to work collaboratively with national organizations to figure out the best approaches to reach the organization's audiences. We gave feedback as it was built, and our active users and inputters into the Customer Relationship Management System, or CRM, that Angina referenced. And as Angina covered, the National Partnership Program, along with Census colleagues, developed the strategic frameworks, which are research-based tools to help us make data-driven decisions. What are key milestones for us for 2020? We are to enlist a diverse cross-section of national organizations to assist the Census Bureau to communicate to one or more hard-to-count populations, encouraging respondents to complete the 2020 census questionnaire. We attend, present, and/or exhibit at major conferences as part of the early communications campaign. And I'm going to touch on that a little bit more in just a second. And this is to begin to raise awareness of the 2020 census. We invite the regions to join us or connect our connections that we make at these national events back to CPEP if there is a local or regional component. We are also to encourage national organizations to activate their communications channels during the first 4 months of 2020 to coincide with the awareness, motivation, and cooperation phases of the communications campaign. And we just heard a really nice update from Maria and Kendall. And the work we're doing now is to get ready for that phase of the work. Upcoming events. So this is ever-changing because we're adding events as we book them and get them confirmed. But we strategically focus and are attentive to the hard-to-count communities, including racial and ethnic populations, in our outreach work. Here are a number of participating organization events that are coming up, and it's just a sample. In mid-May, so gosh, that's not far since we're May 2nd, we're going to be exhibiting at the American Alliance of Museums in New Orleans. We have some really nice collaborative work going on with the museums around stats in schools. We will be at the American Library Association in June, And to reference back to Angina's taxonomy or classification, American Library Association would be an example of a nonprofit sector. Census Bureau leadership will speak at a plenary and exhibit at Hope Global Forums by Operation Hope in late May in Atlanta, Georgia. Many of you probably know Operation Hope is an organization, as their mission outlines, that works to disrupt poverty and empower inclusion for low and moderate income youth and adults. In June, Sojourners, which is a national faith-based organization, so therefore part of our faith-based classification on the taxonomy, Sojourners is holding its annual conference in Washington, D.C., and National Partnership staff will participate in a panel discussion at the conference's summit. And there's a number of other activities coming up this summer. We'll be at Volunteers of America National Conference in Arizona, the National Civic League All-American City Awards and conferences in Denver, and so on. As I said, this is a sample of our upcoming conferences and exhibits, but to give the committee an estimate, the National Partnership team will be at about 25 national conferences in June and July. How can NAC members or allies engage with the program? Well, in many ways, you could probably tell me that because you're already doing it, so thank you for that. But I'll just reinforce that to continue to encourage national organizations to become 2020 Census partners and refer them to the Census Bureau, please. And to keep promoting the 2020 Census in your speeches, presentations, and tap into your networks. And do remember your groups or associations that you're affiliated with. Perhaps it's a board you sit on, an alumni chapter, some of the volunteering you do, your faith community, to continue to spread the word about the importance of the count, and then do connect those folks back to us. I wanted to mention one way to do this to encourage folks to connect to us is to go to our website. So if you go to www.census.gov/partners/join, there's a fillable online form there. And so interested persons or potential partners fill in the form, and it goes right into our CRM, which I think is pretty cool, because then that lead will get directed to either my team or Willette's team or Mara's team, depending on how they fill in that form. And then it populates the CRM too, so it's also, that automation really helps us get away from, as Angina said, the manual side of the world. So again, census.gov/partners/join is a way to get there. You can also get there from the 2020 census.gov site. Measures of success. As the director noted in his testimony this week, we have secured over 180 national participating organizations to date. On this slide, yep, we're on the right side. This is an outline of the high-level major metrics that are included in our published partnership plan. And that plan, I can't say that very well. And that plan is posted on our website. Regarding measuring our work, we are refining our weekly metrics using the partnership classification that Angina outlined and using CRM content. So this is a high-level look, but we are using the work that Angina outlined to help inform how we make decisions going forward. To the committee, I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for your support. We truly appreciate it. And now it's my pleasure to turn it over to Willette Allen. She's the program manager of the Community Partnership and Engagement Program. Willette?
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you guys doing today? I have my own fan club over there, Tim Olson. That's partnership at its best. How are y'all doing today? Oh, excellent, excellent. We have had so much information today. This has been such a great start to this committee meeting. My name, again, is Willette Allen. Thank you. My name is Willette Allen, and I have the pleasure of being the program manager for the Community Partnership and Engagement Program. I am beyond thrilled to be here today, you guys. As Tim mentioned earlier, I returned to field only just, 2-3 weeks ago. He's been trying to get me back for the last 3 years, and I kept saying no, 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 no. And I don't know why, because now that I'm here, I'm like, what was I thinking? I missed this. I love partnership. So again, I'm thrilled, so thrilled. I really am so thrilled to be here today. And I really thank you all for the opportunity to present on this program. So but before I get into my presentation, one of the things that I want to talk about or just mention, because the one thing that I want you to leave here today with as it relates to partnership is that there's only one partnership program. I mean, you see 4 people sitting up here, but it's really an illusion. Because really, I am national partnerships. I am local partnerships. I am COIL, because you cannot have a national partnership without a local presence. You cannot implement COIL without having that local presence. So I want you to recognize that we together, we are integrated. And the word integrated and collaboration are really those buzzwords that people talk about. But as we go beyond that, because we have a shared goal, a shared responsibility, and we recognize that honestly, I'm not going to be able to do it alone. Each and every one of us together, along with you and other partners like you, are going to make this thing happen, make us have a successful 2020 census. So if I leave you with nothing else here today, but I do have more to talk, so this isn't the end of it, I want to leave you with that, is that this is truly an integrated partnership program. It's just being implemented in different ways. So let's kind of go through a little bit of my presentation. Next slide, please. Okay, so I was going to give you an overview on the partnership program because I'm sure the local partnership program, nobody's ever heard of it. We are a grassroots program. That was a joke, you guys. We are a grassroots, thank you. We are a grassroots program with the primary focus on the hardest to count population. And I did hear earlier in the conversation about the concern of missing those particular hardest to count population. In this program, the local program was designed with that in mind. For those initiatives that are not, that perhaps those hard to count populations that may not resonate at the national level, they are addressed at this local level, at that grassroots level, which honestly sometimes is the most effective strategy, that grassroots level. So we employ the strength of tribal, state and local governments, as well as community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, schools, medias, businesses, social services, ethnic organizations, and others to increase awareness about the 2020 program. Again, this is a grassroots local program. Next slide. So what you see before you here are our core program initiatives. We have 18 core program initiatives. And just looking at this slide, what's obviously missing are those national programs that census in schools, statistics in schools, congressional outreach, and other national programs. We absolutely do implement that at the local level. We also have a strong emphasis, as you well know, in terms of race and ethnic communities too as well. So this in no way represents the depth and breadth of all of the programs at the local level. So, so in fact, the national partnerships, as I said, are going to be implementing statistics in schools because you just can't implement national partnerships in a vacuum. So even beyond the national and local partnerships, these 18 do not represent the full breadth. So at the onset, at the very onset of the decennial, one of the first steps that the partnerships teams embark upon is a thorough assessment of the changes. Okay. So again, just to repeat, at the onset of each decennial, one of the first steps that the partnership teams embarks upon is a thorough assessment of the changes in these hard-to-count communities. We use data like the low response scores and census data, and also partner insights as we seek to understand how these communities have changed. And we also are looking for any new and existing emerging communities, and we're creating initiatives addressed specifically for those initiatives. So let's talk about the heart of our program, the partnership specialists. So one of the things that we did, one of the improvements since 2010, we recognized that we needed to have a local presence during those non-decennial years. So we created a new position, data dissemination specialist position in 2011. And that, where the partnership specialist left off in at the end of 2010, the data dissemination specialist picked up. And they picked up with a very specific focus, a focus on educating the public on the value and the utilization of the data. And that has been a very, very successful program. The other thing that we did, we recognized that we also needed to increase the number of partnership specialists. In 2010, we had 789 partnership specialists. We've nearly doubled that, as you've already heard here today. We are going to be bringing on, by the end of June, 1,501 partnership specialists. One other thing, too, that we recognized was that we had a program in 2010 called the Be Counted QAC program. Many of you may remember that program. We had 30,000 Be Counted QAC sites all across the nation in 2010. And it was certainly an excellent idea, but we had some problems with that, that initiative. It was fraught with some major logistical issues. So what we did was we decided to take the best components of that program, the best components of the Be Counted QAC program, and refine it and reestablish it in 2020. And we're calling that the Mobile Response Table. And that self-response, and it will be focused with a focus on self-response. And unlike Be Counted QAC, where folks would come to these various different Be Counted QAC sites to seek assistance in terms of language, et cetera, there's a very, very specific focus with the Mobile Response Table, and it's very action-oriented. So, for instance, we'll have partnership specialists, our 1,501 partnership specialists, that may be mobilized at a grocery store. They may be at a church or locations of faith. They may be at basketball court. They may be at a senior citizens location, and they will have their laptops. They'll have their iPhones, and they'll be able to assist anyone that wants to come up in the moment, because these will not be locations that we will publish in advance, but they'll be able to, in the moment, again, very action-oriented, assist people in filling out their questionnaire on site at that time. So again, if we receive additional funding, which we hope to receive additional funding for these mobile self-response table, we will expand that program. But currently, right now, it will be implemented at the local level by partnership specialists. Next slide. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about our partnership specialists. Again, our partnership specialists are hired in the communities that they oftentimes have lived and or work or conducted volunteer work in those communities. To date, we have hired nearly 1,000 partnership specialists. So over the last few months, most of our efforts have been trying to bring on board these partnership specialists, and we've been pretty successful. Again, just to repeat, we have a target of bringing them on by June 30th, and I feel pretty confident we're going to be able to do that. Although we have begun some of the training, there's a lion's share of training to equip these partnership specialists not only with the knowledge to do their job, but also in terms of providing them with the materials that they'll need and the tools that they'll need, and also to do their job. Of those nearly 1,000 partnership specialists, already 30% of them speak a language other than English, which is going to be phenomenal. I think that was one of the questions that we talked about here today. So I think one of the questions was, how are we going to utilize the diverse language skills that our partnership specialists are also bringing? Well, the mobile response tables is a way that we can do that, because we'll have the addition of those additional languages that those partnership specialists. So when they're out in the community, they will be able to, in language, they'll be able to assist folks that require that assistance. Next slide. So a couple of key milestones. Again, our focus has been on bringing on staff, but we have finalized our 2020 partnership plan, our integrated partnership plan. Hopefully, each of you have had an opportunity to look at that. We will again be hiring the 1,500 partnership specialists and continuing to train all of those partnership specialists, training in 2020 operations, training in multicultural operations, basic training in how to conduct their job as a partnership specialist, and additional training in terms of the IT tools that they'll be utilizing. We, 2 years ago, each of the 6 regions developed their regional plans, and they were at a very, very high level, because we were not at the point where we understood, had the opportunity to do the research to understand those changes that had occurred in these areas. So now what we're working on are action plans, like how are we going to implement all of these strategies? Are there any communities that we've missed? And what do we need to do? What messages are going to resonate? What initiatives are going to resonate for those new emerging communities? And where do we need to refine some of those some of those strategies for the communities that traditionally we work with? Again, in terms of complete count committees, that has been a proven strategy that we continue to utilize every single decennial. We'll continue to build and establish complete count committees both at the state level and at the community-based level. In 2016, I believe we completed our tribal consultations, and we are currently right now in the process of conducting tribal liaison training at the regional level. One of our regions, in fact, has almost completed their tribal liaison training. So a lot of work going on right now, even though we're not fully staffed. Next slide, our upcoming events. This represents just a snapshot. It really doesn't do service to the amount of work and outreach that we're already conducting out in the field. Just gives you a flavor. But again, I want to echo the point that we are participating or will be participating in create-a-thons and national partnerships, et cetera, because although we have a focus for local and a focus on reaching out to hard-to-count populations, we are working with national and COIL. Next slide. So we have challenges. So measuring, program challenges. So much like the prior census, we have some of the same challenges. However, they appear to be somewhat amplified this decennial. I don't know that for certain, but that's the indication that I'm getting, talking from my local partnership specialists. So this is where we'll leverage the trusted voices of our partners to combat these. And again, you're going to hear more when I'm invited back at the next meeting in terms of how we're going to combat this. I'm talking to you today about what we're doing, and next meeting I'm hoping to be able to do a deeper dive and talk about how we're actually going to implement some of these strategies. So a little bit on the measure of success. So measuring the success or the impact of the partnership program has always been a bit elusive. Being able to definitively quantify how our partners and the work that they do attribute to the increase in the response rate, we know that work is invaluable, but it's very, very difficult to measure. Having said that, we do have a target of establishing 300,000 partners by March of 2020. And again, in 2010, we established 257,000 partners, but that was actually much, much later, much closer to April in 2010. And again, we're going to be using the low response rate to ensure that we secure the right partners in the right place who can deliver the greatest impact to the hard-to-count communities. So we'll achieve this by attempting to secure at least one partnership with an organization that is located in or serves in the tracts with a low response score of 30 or higher. And we'll secure partnerships in 70% of the tracts with a low response score 20 to 30. Additionally, as it relates to CCCs, we have and continue to make great strides in establishing CCCs in each of our 50 states. Next slide. Before I go into what this advisory board can do for us, one of the things that I do want to do is give you just a little bit of update in terms of some things that we have been doing since April of 2018. So since April of 2018, we participated in more than 14,000 partnership events. 14,000 partnership events, and that is with a very limited staff. So there's a lot of work that's already been done. We've established 365 community-based CCCs, and we've established 47 state-level CCCs. We've met with 400 tribal delegates representing over 250 different tribe corporations and organizations in 17 consultations with federally and state-recognized tribes, Alaska Regional and Village corporations, and we've established nearly 13,000 new 2020 partnerships. We have a long way to go, but we have a great start. And again, we're not even fully staffed yet, so we're only going to get better. So again, we're in this thing together. So what can you do for us? Is help us to understand if there are communities out there for which we have missed, and continue to do the awesome work that you do in terms of being the trusted voices, doing the outreach, and reaching out to those various different communities that are the hardest to count. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mara, who's going to talk to you about some of the innovation that we have for our partners. And so on to Mara.
Right. Thank you so much. Tim, where's my, thank you. I wanted a fan club too. I know I got one back there. Thanks a lot. Oh, sure. Yeah, just that way, right? Yeah, that'd be great, actually. So hi, everyone. I'm Mara Abrams. I'm the co-director of the Census Open Innovation Labs. Open innovation is just a fancy term for how we seek ideas and expertise outside of our own walls. So we know that we have limitations within the Bureau, and other organizations and federal agencies also have, every organization has limitations. And so how do you tap into the wisdom of the crowd? So some examples of open innovation that you guys are familiar with include prize competitions, crowdsourcing, open data initiatives, and the like. And we're basically applying those practices and strategies to some of the problems and challenges that we're facing here at the Bureau, both enterprise-wide as well as related to 2020. So next slide, please. So this is our portfolio of work. We basically have three major initiatives. One is called the Opportunity Project, which is a process for creating digital tools with federal open data that increase opportunity in the US, and I'll get into what that means in just a moment. Census Accelerate is a process for developing partner-driven content to increase participation in the 2020 census. Someone here mentioned earlier that there's a gap in the content. The trusted voices really need to get their content out there. And so we're actually catalyzing the production of that type of content. And again, I will go into that in just a moment, and also tech industry roadshows and engagement. So we hold meetings with what we call big tech, so Facebook, Google, Twitter, Snapchat, et cetera, leveraging our team's unique industry expertise and experience in order to increase outreach and fight disinformation that we know is going to be a huge problem in 2020, and it's starting now. Next slide, please. So I don't expect you to read all of that right now, but I'll quickly go over what our programs actually are. So Census Accelerate is basically a program that pairs up creative professionals, so that could be graphic designers, it could be filmmakers, it could be social media strategists, and we pair them up with organizations who are already doing get out the count efforts. So they may have really robust campaigns, all these grassroots and national efforts are already underway, but a lot of times these organizations, as I'm sure you're familiar with, don't have a lot of creative capacity. They might not have an in-house graphic design team, or they might not know how to do search engine optimization and those types of things. And so we're matching that need with skills. We are creating networks and partnerships with creative agencies and other networks and institutions where there's all these creative people who want to help. They want to be civically engaged. They want to do social impact type work. They want to find meaning in their jobs when a lot of times it's very commercial. And so we're giving them an opportunity to work on something that really matters. And so part of what we do is convince those creatives, hey, help out. And then we also source a brief from the organizations that need the help. Actually, one really clear example is we're working with Megan on what is it that the hardest to count LGBTQ populations really need. And so we're developing a brief right now. We're going to be putting that out to creative networks to develop content that will help reach those hard to count populations. And another reason why we do what we do is, I'm sure you guys have heard of the term data voids. Shout out to Dana back there. So basically, when you search for a certain term online, like census, what is a census, what does it do, why does it matter? Whether it's Google or particularly YouTube is pretty problematic. I don't know if you guys have searched YouTube lately for census, but what you see is probably not very pretty. And that is because there's a lack of good quality content. And of course, the YNR campaign, Team YNR and the Integrated Communications Program will address a lot of that, but that's not enough. We need everybody to be creating and developing content that supplements the official YNR campaign. And so we're also trying to fill that void of content and make sure that it's search engine optimized so that when people go looking for what the census is, how does it affect me, they're actually coming up with good quality content that is not misleading. It's accurate content. So how do we do this? We do it through a few different methods, but one is a workshop that we call a create-a-thon. It's literally, this kind of spawned from the Census Solutions Workshop, which our team kind of incubated and designed and handed off to the National Partnerships Program. And that was mentioned as a workshop that brings a lot of diverse people in a room together to come up with ideas. Well, this is taking it one step further. So we aren't just coming up with ideas, we're also getting people to generate content. So we'll bring in those creatives and as well as organizations representing hard-to-count communities. And it'll be like just a fun, energetic evening where people are just developing lots and lots of content. And we've done this, we've piloted this in a couple of places, and we found that in just a few hours have generated hundreds of pieces of content. Okay, so and in addition to the workshops, we're also developing strategic partnerships with the media, tech, and entertainment industries and doing virtual challenges. So we may put out a challenge online to creatives saying, make content for this organization. All right, Opportunity Project is an enterprise-wide initiative that does have 2020 implications this year. So it's a program that brings together the tech industry, government, and communities to generate digital products that benefit the public and drive the economy using federal open data. So companies like Microsoft, IBM, Cisco, et cetera, have created tools that address problems facing society like disaster relief, affordable housing, veteran hiring, et cetera. So what does this have to do with 2020? Well, this year we're going to be focusing on tools that solve challenges related to the 2020 census. So those are still in development, but they could include things like enumerator recruitment tools. It could be a disinformation reporter. It could be, some kind of tool on a social media platform where you can, like similar to how all those platforms created a tool where you can register to vote. Well, we could potentially work with those platforms to create a tool that links to the census so they can take it straight from that platform. Next slide, please. So improvements since 2010, well, the improvement is that we now exist. We're a fairly new team, created in 2017, but the biggest thing that we're trying to do is look at how the world has changed since then. In 2010, Facebook was 3 years old. Or no, sorry, the iPhone was 3 years old. Facebook was very, very young as well. Instagram was just getting ready to launch. I don't think Snapchat existed. Netflix was like not really a thing. Uber and Lyft were barely a thing. You get the idea. And so the world looks entirely different than it did then. And what we're trying to do is move at the speed of change and make sure that the Bureau's efforts and the partnership efforts are modernizing, and so that we're leveraging all of these great tools for good, and we're also defending ourselves against all the bad stuff that happens on those platforms. And so by working directly with the companies, technologists, and institutions who are actually creating these tech products that people will interact with day to day, we believe that the census can amplify and share the mission of counting everyone once, only once, and in the right place. Next slide. Some key milestones and upcoming events. On an ongoing basis, we're building partnerships to help scale Census Accelerate. This is a really big ask for the room here, is we're a very small team, and we don't want to just be doing these small one-off events. We want to be doing these all across the country. So if you have ideas on how to do that, we'd love to hear them. In April, we conducted a workshop in Portland, Oregon with a coalition of communities of color, Apano, and some others, as well as the Leadership Conference was in attendance, and we brought a bunch of creatives in the room to do an event there. We also soft launched a toolkit that gets creatives to just dive right in and start creating content on their own or develop their own create-a-thon workshop. Coming up in June in Washington, D.C. Is a Pride Create-a-thon, working with Megan again, for making content to the hardest to count members of the LGBTQ community. And I can share more information about that. It's likely going to be June 13th in case anybody wants to attend that and see what it's about. In July, we're doing an entertainment industry roadshow in Los Angeles, meeting potentially with the Writers Guild and talent agencies and entertainment executives to talk about things like potentially getting census written into scripted content or getting other types of content produced. In summer of 2019, we're going to be launching the Opportunity Project Sprint on the 2020 census. And then in the fall, we'll be doing additional workshops, so focused on kids under 5, maybe in El Paso, maybe in Nashville. We want to really hit the whole country as much as we can. And so those are all kind of underway. And then also in the fall, Rock the Vote will actually launch a website and content repository. So this is intentionally externally hosted. Because again, this is content that is created for and by hard to count communities. So we don't want to be the ones hosting it. So Rock the Vote agreed to create like a content bank where all this content can actually live. Of course, we want the organizations themselves to be sharing it online and on their websites and on social media. But we will create a like open source content bank so that anybody who visits this website can download it. And that's being built at no cost by an agency called U Group. Next slide, please. So our asks, who needs help with content? How can we help, and who can help scale this? And also, what are the major content needs in terms of like the actual content? Like, is it social media graphics? Is it logos, posters, infographics, etc.? We want to know. We want to hear from the organizations themselves on like what you actually need. Our measures of success. So for Census Accelerate, it's about the number and quality of new and unlikely partnerships, for example, among design networks, brands, technology companies, and national nonprofits who might not have otherwise been collaborating together. Some of the data measures of success include the quality and the quantity of digital content, the impressions and the reach of that content. And then the impact measures of success include the number of organizations who have really benefited from this program, who have received support for digital content creation. The Opportunity Project, so collaboration measures of success include the number of individuals, companies, organizations, and agencies participating in TOP sprints, and the lasting cross-sector partnerships developed through TOP. The data measures of success include the number of new data sets opened through TOP, data sets used in sprints, increased reach of open data by being incorporated into new products, and data quality improvements resulting from TOP engagement. And finally, the impact measures of success for TOP include the number of users for the resulting products, user satisfaction, and the effectiveness of the products for their desired outcomes. For example, can people, the end user, find a job more easily, or will it help with disaster response, et cetera? Okay. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah.
So we have some questions to pose to the group. They include, do you see any holes or gaps in our partnership integration strategy? Something that we wanted to ask you this because we see the diversity of thought that exists here. Oftentimes, when we're in this building, we start thinking the same and we start going in the same direction, so we appreciate having that diversity of where you come from, not only where you come from, but who you are, but also how you think. So we'd appreciate any sort of guidance on if you see a gap in our partnership program that you think we should address. Are there any specific organizations or who would be particularly helpful in reaching hard-to-count populations? Of course. What type of outreach can reach the Generation 1.5 immigrant population, both nationally and locally? So to clarify for everyone, and I think this touches on discussions that we had previously, Generation 1.5 immigrants are kids like myself, like other folks that are sitting behind me, that came here at a young age, are predominantly educated in the United States, consume media in the United States, and are also the gatekeepers to the English-speaking world to their families. Because I know when the census comes around, my parents are going to give me a call, ask me what to do about this thing they received in the mail, and that's how we help them out. We also would like your help in what efforts can we put forth when reaching out to the disabled persons as they are a part of the hard-to-count populations. We say this because, like young children, like people experiencing homelessness, like, this Generation 1.5, they really cut across all of the areas that you're so passionate about serving. So we want to make sure that they are counted in our efforts here. We also would like some suggestions for partners for create-a-thons. I think Mara elaborated on that, and if you have some, please send them her way. And do you have any preliminary thoughts on how COIL can assist with partnership content generation? So this is both nationally and locally. Thank you. Yes.
So I think before we get to questions, Jerry, you're our discussant.
Yeah, I am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because of time, you know, Arturo is really difficult to sit by sometimes. I just want y'all to know. So thank you all. Thank you, Carol, for inviting me to be a discussant for such an important 2020 census program. Okay, now which one? Oh, I see. Okay, here we go. I would like to begin by extending my appreciation to Census Partnership and Outreach staff at headquarters and in the regions. Over the past year, the National Urban League has had the privilege of working with you guys at Urban League events across the country. So we have seen you in action, encouraging, engaging, and educating the public, which seems to be the Census Bureau's partnership program's 2020 mantra. So we've seen you in action, and it's been a pleasure working with you guys. I'd like to thank the subject matter experts, all of you all who took time out of your busy schedules to talk with me about your presentation today, and hopefully I won't disappoint you with some of my comments and observations. You've been helpful in clarifying a lot of things. And to my colleagues around the table and out there in the stakeholder community who have been working very hard, committing significant resources over the past couple of years and time to ensure an accurate count of every person residing in the United States. I just want to applaud you and commend you. We have lots of work to do. So in the next few slides, I think there are 6 slides that I have. I'll try to do 3 things. Highlight key 2020 Census Partnership components as identified by you guys, identify areas needing clarification, and encourage our NAC members to share their understandings and thoughts based on the information you just provided. So let's get busy. Next slide, let's see. How do I put this in this one? Yes. Okay, we've done that. The Census Bureau has indicated that the goal of its integrated partnership program is to provide consistent messaging to partners and the public, no matter the program or census messenger. In doing so, the Bureau will draw upon a broad range of partnership and outreach tools and programs to get an accurate count. That's a lot of work, particularly as the Bureau provides enhanced outreach to new populations it did not address in the previous census, like Generation 1.5, persons with disabilities, and undercounted children. Finally, we're getting attention paid to that. Thank you, Bill O'Hare, I see you. So let's take a closer look at how the Census Bureau has integrated all these components to ensure it provides a seamless partnership message. Now, you know, these initial strategic frameworks got the best of me. As you all have indicated, these initial strategic frameworks will allow the Census Bureau to, quote unquote, make data-driven decisions to conduct targeted outreach to multidimensional, hard-to-count populations. I'm not quite sure what that really means, but my questions are, 1, what role did Team Y&R play in defining these initial frameworks? The frameworks as presented omit historically undercounted race and ethnic populations, so where will they fit in, if at all? And when will additional frameworks be added to these initial frameworks, since you indicated in your slide that more are forthcoming? What is the timeline, and how are they integrated with respect to the ICC, the Integrated Communications Campaign? There's a lot of talk about integration, but I don't see it very clearly when we have these parameters that don't reflect our populations and don't seem to be really tied to your distinct populations at times. Maybe I'm missing something. But before moving on, I do want to mention, I think you all had a slide on the Customer Relationship Manager system, which keeps track of all of the national and regional partnership activities. I do remember the previous clunky system the Integrated Partnership Customer Database that we relied on heavily back in the previous census, and appreciate the Bureau's efforts and your efforts to develop a revised, updated system. We'd like to, I think it'd be great to get a demo of that for the demo of the Customer Relationship Manager System, perhaps before our next meeting, to see how this all integrates, since national and regional staff will be putting in a ton of information. So it'd be good to just kind of play around with it a little bit and see how effective a tool it really is. Now, moving on to National Partnerships Program, Robin. Last decennial, a 2010 census, and I don't want to hear any groans if there are any people who remember this from last time. There was a National Partnerships Nerve Center that was established. You all remember that? Comprised of staff from almost every division in the Bureau, as well as census new hires. In fact, some of our partnership leaders today that you have on board grew out of the National Partnerships Nerve Center, like Paul Reyes, the current partnership coordinator for the Philadelphia region. So, you know, during the early makings of this centralized National Partnerships Nerve Center, it was a little rough in the beginning because managers were asked to give up some of their most productive people to leave their program areas and come and play a role in the National Partnerships Program. And it was not an easy task, if I recall. But one thing for sure, it was definitely a silo buster. And it was supported at the highest levels of the Census Bureau. So while the 2020 Census National Partnerships Program conducts its work as a traditional line office, I think it has had quite a few successes working across program areas to engage diverse populations and national partners. The Census Solutions Workshops, as was mentioned earlier, are fine examples of National Partnerships Program collaboration at every level with state and local governments, community and national partners, philanthropy, and regional partnership specialists. The National Urban League itself sponsored 2 Census Solutions workshops working with National Partnership staff. Raul Cisneros was very important to that, and Anna Owens, and we thank them for their participation. We had one in the middle of the end test in Rhode Island, and another one in Jackson, Mississippi. So what we learned from those events were that these events, these Census Solutions workshops are not one-size-fits-all kinds of things. If there were some lessons learned there, and we can talk offline about that. One of your milestones for the National Partnership Program is to enlist national organizations to encourage census response. My only comment here is that census transparency begets partner trust. This week we were totally caught off guard to hear about the census plans to scrap the proposed QACs. We learned soon after, I think even on that day, which was very fortunate, of the Bureau's plans to implement these mobile QACs instead. As census advisors who support your mission, more transparency is needed from the Bureau on its plans and changes as we move toward the final stretch. If you engage us, we will trust you. In any event, we did kind of play around and thought about this mobile pop-up kind of concept, and we believe, I think some of us, that it does have situational promise. An engaged discussion between the Bureau and the NAC is needed, however, around this entire concept to identify opportunities for success. And looking at the metrics for success for the National Partnerships Program, you know, I thought they were a little weak, but it's something that can be discussed. It's not just my opinion, and so I'd love to hear from our committee members on that. As it relates to COIL, I love these acronyms, Census Open Innovation Labs. It's really exciting and out of the box. I think it's necessary, and that I think its utility can be used across, as you mentioned, across Bureau programs, and certainly after the census and the Econ Division and other program areas. I think it's highly useful. And it's real evident that this program, COIL, does have some symmetry with the National Partnerships Program. It's real easy to see that. I don't see really the real connect with CPEP and those things. It's a new program. You got a new team, Willette. That I think there's room for growth in that direction. And I do agree that COIL's event with the LGBTQ community is a promising venture, and it's going in the right direction, particularly as it pertains to national partnership integration. Now, moving on to CPEP, I'm just trying to touch each of your program areas without, spending a lot of time so we can have time for discussion. Willette, I read your program overview. I thought it was lucid and straightforward. I think out of, it was plain English, which I appreciate, clear-headed with respect to its focus and objective. While many of us see and have worked with committed partnership staff in the regions, we are concerned about lengthy backlogs with respect to hiring and onboarding regional staff, organizational challenges, vacancies here at headquarters. I think we need to know a little bit more about training. What exactly are they being trained on? Is it relevant? Is it timely? What's the plan as it relates to their training in the regions? And some of us have seen sort of an inconsistent level of knowledge as we go out into areas with respect to knowledge about operations and so forth. It varies from region to region, and maybe some of our advisory committees can share some of those experiences. But we also know and appreciate that partnership specialists must cover much larger geographic areas and much more diverse geographic areas than in the 2010 census due to the decrease in the number of regional offices and area census offices, and we're sensitive to that. So the questions are, is this program running optimally now, less than a year from Census Day? Is it meeting its recruitment and hiring goals? What kind of training is in place for current and future partnership specialists? And will specialized training be made available pending the outcome of the citizenship question? On your grassroots initiative list, again, we didn't see race and ethnic groups really listed on that table. We want to know, especially since more will be, actually you made a reference to other populations at risk for being undercounted. I don't know if that's where the race and ethnic groups are, but if you could talk a little bit about what other population at risk are you looking at? Are you looking at folks who are returning to their communities, former incarcerated individuals? If you speak to that. And I'm going to wrap this up right now and just conclude that it's, the integration of the partnership program is not evident throughout all of your presentations, and that ongoing work in revisiting program objectives are needed to achieve the seamless results that you're looking for. But I think you do have good synergy there, and I think you have a willingness and commitment to make that happen. So I think it's something to be encouraged by. And I wanted to wrap up by talking about some of the community questions and concerns that we've been hearing out there. Carol talked about the issue in Tuxuk Bay, Alaska, and so did James here. Terry talked about the promotional materials with respect to languages. One of the questions that we always get is, is this number of 1,501 partnership specialists, is that really larger than what was done in 2010? Are you including partnership assistants who were, who would have then created a larger number of partnership staff? If you could just clarify that. And another questions that we get are, what are the roles of community-based organizations as it relates to helping populations complete the census form by internet? Do they have to be sworn in? I think that there's a whole lot of questions with respect to the internet response and how helpful community-based organizations can be. Can community-based organizations translate this form without sworn status and things like that? Where these census kiosks are going to be, that's a question. What are the locations and implementation details, and when will those be available? And finally, when will we have the census URL to facilitate census form completion and the TQA number availability? People do want to know as they begin to outfit their partners resources and plans to help get the count out. When would those things be available? So thank you for your time, and I'd like to just give a nod to my fellow NAC folk and ask you to share your thoughts with this team here. Thank you.
So, Jerry,
Yes.
I just wanted to say, I really, really appreciate your presentation. I think you brought up a lot of very interesting questions across the program, and I want to be recognizing of the amount of time we need to have more questions and more discussion, and to let the SMEs who did this presentation answer. But one thing I wanted to step in on was the strategic frameworks.
Yes.
And the question of what we're doing with Team Y&R, because this does cross a little bit across what these folks do and into just the management of the contract. So this really did start back at the last NAC meeting, when there were some questions about national partnerships, connecting them to local, and how did that fit into the research that we had done. That research really built an excellent foundation for the creative, for the media plan. But how are we using it? Beyond the way we've internalized it at Census, how
Yes.
are we using it to reach the hard-to-count populations? You might remember the last NAC meeting, too. We had an excellent presentation from Mary Ann Chapin and the Decennial Directorate on different operational things to reach hard-to-count populations.
Okay.
So when you think about what groups we're looking at, it is the ones you saw in this presentation that we've already asked to have these, and it is the other race and ethnic groups we're looking at. And I'm going to tell you why we did it in that order. You asked in this, how is Team Y&R involved? They're very involved. We started thinking about it internally at first, but then we went to Team Y&R and the partnership team involved and the excellent research team that helped us to conduct CBAMs and really brought us to where we are in making this a very data-driven outreach effort. And we said, you know, we are looking for a way to get a 360-degree view of the different populations that we're trying to reach. And the populations we first started thinking about were the ones that didn't have their own creative and media campaign, because they cut across different languages. They cut across different race and ethnic populations. They're all over the country. And that's when I think I'm going to refer to the multidimensional groups. That's the ones we started thinking about. One of the reasons we wanted to go with them first, because we really are trying to embrace the iterative idea of always starting with something, learning, building as we go forward, is because as we do the research to talk about renters, young and mobile, LGBT, persons experienced in homelessness, it'll help us build the threads for the other larger population groups that we would be talking about, that are very diverse and complex on their own. You don't have an African-American outreach strategy, you know, that thinks just about all consumers of media that targets African-American audiences. You want to think about, when you're talking about reaching hard-to-count populations, the intersectionality. You know, I think when we were discussing this earlier, we talked about young African-American men who are returning citizens. You know, so you think, how do you reach those folks? So we've started with those. Team Y&R is actually in the process now of producing them. We're probably a few weeks away from having that complete list done and having the initial strategic frameworks. Like we've been mentioning, we're looking for the most appropriate, you know, way under FACA rules to share these with you and begin the conversation as the NAC. But I want you to know, one of the other reasons we went towards we need sort of a suite of documents that helps condense and consolidate the research is precisely so we could have this type of collaborative conversation, because we could pull together the National Urban League, the NAACP, Color of Change, many other organizations working on this, and say, well, we want to have a conversation. We're the hard-to-count populations within the African-American community. But I want to start that conversation with a lot of robust research. So I'm really good with a whiteboard, and we can do, you know, okay, well, we'll do this and we'll do that. But what I want is, when we have that conversation, that we leave it with saying, all right, well, these are the concrete actions we've identified. These are the people who are going to take ownership over doing this. This is who else we're going to reach out to. And this is how we can start thinking about the resources, Census Bureau, Funder Census Initiative, the different organizations involved. So all of this is building towards a very collaborative place. But I really appreciate your questions on
Well,
that.
thank you so much for that clarification. I do believe, though, if we were to take this document and share it in our communities, people are going to would say, where am I? And, but for the purposes of this discussion, your explanation was very helpful, so thank you, Ali.
So I want to thank our presenters and Jerry for your thoughtful discussant remarks, and start with Tom for our discussion.
So thank you. I appreciate the question about Generation 1.5, but I was surprised, going back to the strategic frameworks, not to see households with immigrant members, because it is cross-cutting and intersectional in just the ways you described that as the criteria for these frameworks. It raises, indeed, I probably would have multiple. I would have mixed status households. I would have undocumented only households, because single non-family households that include only undocumented members, I think, ought to be a different strategy. But overall, I do think the Bureau needs to come up with a comprehensive communications and partnership strategy for non-citizens, given what we've talked about today and in the past about, as James said, the citizenship question is going to have an impact on the Census Bureau's efforts, whether or not it actually ends up on the questionnaire. And that comprehensive strategic framework, I use that term, but I mean broader than just here, needs to include clear, accelerated, accessible messages around confidentiality that answer and are responsive to what the Bureau has already found through CBAMs and focus groups and all the rest are the real concerns in the immigrant non-citizen community. So I will be recommending that the Bureau put together as quickly as possible a comprehensive strategic framework answering the concerns and being accessible to that community. And by accessible, I don't mean only language. I mean using, as much as possible, concrete examples of what would happen in response to a request to violate confidentiality in this way, in this way, and in this way. Consistent with that, I did want to ask, and I don't need an answer today, but I hope it would be mixed into this, are you targeting some of the trusted messengers for non-citizens? And I would identify a few. As a lawyer, I know that lawyers as a group are not trusted. But for actual clients, their actual lawyer is someone they trust a great, great deal. So I do hope that on your list of must-dos is the convention of the American Immigration Lawyers Association, is the convention of the ABA this summer, is the convention of the Hispanic National Bar Association, is the convention of the NBA and of NAPABA over the course of the summer, because those lawyers are going to be very trusted individual messengers for their clients, and their clients are going to ask them, whether they're representing them in any kind of case, I got this government request, what am I supposed to do with this? And I would also ask that you look into, I don't know what we're doing already, and I don't know whether it would be national or community or both, but what are we doing with the consulates? Because consular officials are also trusted for many members of this community. And in the past, I think there was less interest in the consulates in helping, but now, for example, Mexico, which has a broad network of consulates across the country, they understand that being counted is critical to their mission of protecting their citizens in this country. So I would hope that you would look at consulates as well. I don't know what we're already doing, but to be a part of a comprehensive framework to address the immigrant non-citizen community.
Tom, thanks for your comments. Lots of heads nodding. Charles, you're next.
Thank you, and I really appreciate these, what I consider to be broad, contextual, and really 30,000-foot plans around what we want to do in terms of this outreach and partnerships. But I think we all recognize we're going to be coming up with limited resources, and it's going to be important to prioritize and really to develop some strategies that we think can be most effective and to carry forward with those. And I'd like to note my own way of framing or thinking about this is that first we know that young children are the most likely to be undercounted, and that's partially because they live in complex households and hard to count communities, and in households which have may have immigration and other issues involved, but that this is a particular group that if we could do a better job of counting them, we do well. We also know that if we really look at that, as I said, they are in particular neighborhoods, and if we just had an undercount that was uniform across all census tracts and areas, it would be a problem, but it wouldn't be a problem as far as financing, as far as representation, as far as everything else. So we really have to concentrate, I think, on looking at those hard to count areas and to look at them in the context, I think, at least to a good degree, of kids. We also know that in those neighborhoods and communities, as far as trusted messengers and entities that actually see and provide help and services and supports that are appreciated by those, we're looking at WIC, we're looking at federally qualified health centers, and we're looking at maternal and child health workers out there in the field. And collectively, I mean, 95% of these kids are seen by a practitioner every year. And a lot of them do go to federally qualified health centers, community health centers, because that's who they trust and that's who's available to them and that's who's located in their neighborhoods. And 45% of families draw down on WIC. I mean, this is not and obviously there are a lot of families which make more than 200% of poverty and aren't eligible, so this has a broad reach as well. So if I were doing something, my first contacts and where I'd want to put any resources I had would be with those community health centers and visiting and WIC workers and maternal and child health workers. And I don't know where you've specifically done with AMCHIP and the National Association of Community Health Centers and the National WIC Association, but I'd really like to see an emphasis placed there and recognizing they're spending 100% of their time doing work that we really want to see them doing already, which does not right now necessarily involve this. So for them to do something additional probably requires making it very easy for them to do that. And I'd really like to look there. And I also think, frankly, that as we talk about the messaging and, make our future or make whatever, I think kids count kids, that there has to be something there that is a broader message that really does get to that fact. And it's actually, I think, will be shown to be good to lead with kids. And people will do things on behalf of thinking about their kids and their benefits that they may not choose to do because of their own conditions and concerns. And so I'd really like to have, what you've done in terms of those three particular groups and what we might be able to do as far as when we do have to, I think, recognize limited resources and where we're going to put our real stakes in the ground, just to know more about your thinking there, and who are the particular most important trusted messengers we can be getting at to deal with the undercount and dealing with the distributional undercount in poor neighborhoods.
Thank you, Charles. I'm going to try to move through the questions here because we do have a drop dead at 5 o'clock. Lily, you're next, then Arturo. And what I'm going to ask is that maybe no response until we get to the end. Let's get the questions on the table if we can do that. Thank you.
So I also like the top-down approach too, and I just had a couple questions with that regarding the partnership specialists. So what kind of funding and resources would the partnership specialists have, especially like at the state level, like in a place like California that's funding quite a bit with the California Complete Count? And other things that come to mind are things such as mailers with the DMV, driver's license and car registration, those things. The other aspect of kind of at not at such a high level, but perhaps at the ethnic community level is trusted messengers, as we know with organizations, but then also many of to address the question about the 1.5 generation children, many of their parents are still getting ethnic newspapers in language, and so of course like that is an obvious place for folks to go to get some of that language that's trustworthy. That's it.
Thank you, Carol. And thank you to the team for your presentation and your efforts really to be innovative and to take the partnership program to a different level. I have a clarifying question and then two issues to bring up related to the questions that you asked. One was in terms of the mobile response tables you indicated they would be staffed by the partnership specialists. And I believe yesterday the director, in testifying before Congress, threw out a number for how many of these response units or tables would be there, and it doesn't seem to agree with the number of specialists that are going to be hired. It seemed like there would be many more of these mobile units. So my question is, who truly is going to staff these? And what is the real implementation strategy for this? I know there are many partner organizations that would like to themselves do something comparable. And I think there needs to be a guidance very soon from the Census Bureau. Can an organization make available its own computer software, hardware, so that people can come into their organization and fill out their own forms at their local CBO, their church, or what have you? That was a couple of questions there. The other thing I want to raise is you asked about help with content. Absolutely, we need an incredible amount of help with content in terms of how do we explain to our communities why they're being asked to identify their citizenship. And I don't mean to be that, to be flippant about it or frivolous. That is really something that we're struggling to. How are we going to explain this to people? The United States government and federal court argued that you are going to be the vehicle for convincing immigrants to fill out their forms. That it is the partnership program that's going to remedy any kind of fear in the community and reluctance in the community to fill out the citizenship form. And I was just really taken aback that in this presentation about the partnership program for Census 2020, there was no real conversation and discussion about how you're going to tackle on what the United States government has said is the way to remedy the impact of the citizenship question. So I really would like to hear what the strategy is going to be.
I hope you're taking note of the questions, and hopefully we'll have time for them. James and then Luke.
So I guess this dovetails very well on what everyone else has said, just a couple of things. I just want to reiterate a point I made earlier, just in case you may not have been here this morning. Following up on what Charles said, we would also strongly recommend that to the extent that you're looking at potentially partnering with CBOs for the QACs and for other activities, tribal administrators and tribal social service agencies are logical because people are going to go there anyways, and they trust them. In terms of, again, something else that I think both Charles and Lily touched on, in terms of how to best reach people and how to communicate, looking especially at SIS and the schools, one of the things that we're actually doing through our partnering organizations is encouraging them to have contests, to be creative about this with the kids. And the way to do it is to have contests on podcasts. Who has the best podcast on why the census matters to their community, the best tweet, the best poster. And the cool thing is, like in a place like Alaska, where they have bilingual education in many languages, but particularly I'm familiar with Yupik in the schools, they can create posters that are going to be bilingual, and we can reuse those very same posters within the community to encourage people to participate. And the great thing is, it's a vehicle for getting the parents who may otherwise be disinterested or disinclined to participate because their kids are getting excited about this, and we're using promotional materials that their kids themselves have prepared within the community. Which, again, I wish I could say that we were innovative in coming up with this idea, but it's actually something that a lot of grassroots organizers have used very successfully in voting. And to that end, that's another group that I strongly recommend reaching out to for partnerships, is grassroots organizers, people who work on voting, get out the vote, registering people to vote. They're logical because they know where the hard to count people are because they've been working with them for a very long time. And then just finally one comment in terms of the training for program specialists. The feedback we continually get back from the people that we work with is that we understand you want to make it culturally appropriate. It's not going to be culturally appropriate training for the people who are going to be those partnership and program specialists if it's someone sitting in DC who's coming up with, here's how you need to be culturally appropriate to in Tooksuk Bay. You have to bring in the people from the community who are members of the tribes or members of the other, racial or ethnic groups to be able to provide that culturally appropriate and linguistically appropriate training, or it's going to sound tone deaf, because the messaging really is key, and if you say just one wrong word can shut them down. I think before a meeting or two ago, I described how we had one of the individuals who actually wanted to be a census enumerator. He was part of the affiliated tribes of Northwest Indians, and he stormed out of the meeting because they had a non-native telling him how he needed to be culturally appropriate to his own tribe. It did not go off that well. So just little things like that really do matter.
Hi, so I wanted to piggyback off of what Charles said as far as the FQHCs, and he hit the nail on the head. With the way healthcare is going now, there's a reduction in inpatient hospitals, and now there's a focus on preventive services, community-based hospital clinics, and FQHCs. And so what I would recommend is a starting point is partnering with HRSA, the Health Resources and Services Administration, since they're the ones who actually administer and regulate the FQHCs. So they may be able to point to you some of the high volume areas where you may find that, there is there's a low English speaking population or a high needs or immigrant population where you can have those FQHCs be advocates for you as far as the partnerships right in the community there.
John, please.
John Yang, Advancing Justice, AAJC. Just a couple of questions more on implementation. I appreciate the innovativeness that this innovation lab really it sort of speaks to me in many ways. But I'm wondering what that actually means in terms of, are there creative partners that you have found that are interested? Would they get paid to be working with these local groups, or how that works? If there are additional people that are within our community that are interested in being creative partners, sort of how do they get integrated? And then you also asked us about, well, what are our needs in terms of content? Oftentimes I think we can identify our needs, then what kind of support would you be able to give? And for us, right, we already know what kind of fact sheets we need. We already know, we're trying to translate into 20 languages. Then part of it for us, frankly, is financial support or in-kind support about scaling that up. And so I don't know if that's part of the thinking behind this program or how that would work.
Great question. Yolanda, and then Tom, you'll be our closer.
Okay. I wanted to introduce you to three very innovative concepts in New Jersey for treatment of kids. And what they have done is the whole county gets together, the police, hospitals, schools, DHS. They get together and meet once a month. Usually there are about 100 people there. Every month there is a breakdown of statistics. When are the kids getting in trouble? What are services that are available in the community? And then they plan their strategy. Police, county police, state police, schools, churches, and that has proved to be a very good model because it's keeping more of the juveniles in the home. But they are also connecting with the adults in the community through fairs, fairs for mothers with kids, mothers who don't have kids in the schools. All of these people are around the table. The second model is a model they have in schools where a group of service providers get together once every month and just go over services that are in the various schools because some of these programs go in and out of business. And that's another discussion among a group of people in schools. And that brings everyone to the table to see what's going on. And I think that is another positive model because you can get in contact with young kids who are mothers as well, but still in the school setting. So that's a model you might want to look at. The third one is every summer in Philadelphia, there are free concerts. Who is that from New York? I know the child's name, Blues Mother, and they come down, and it's a huge free concert with food, and people come from all over the Philadelphia area. A 2 or 3 minute, I guess, 2 or 3 minute, I want to call it, because we do it in the New Jersey Judiciary. We tell what's going on in the community, no more than 2 to 3 minutes. And this concert lasts half a day and into the night. And there are a lot of those in the Philadelphia area during the summer months, not just from Jay-Z, which everybody comes, but a lot of them, concerts in the park, in the park. So if we could have announcements, and if they hear them enough, they might begin to believe it during the summer. So I just wanted to share that.
So very quickly, I just wanted to add to Arturo's question, because I was sent by a friend a Census Bureau handout from a conference at Harvard in April 5th, and it explains the citizenship question as being required to enforce the Voting Rights Act and prohibitions on discrimination against voting. And I will just say that's certainly clearly not true. Second, if this is about the lawsuits, they're done, so there's no more evidence that's going to be gathered. And that message may appeal to citizens, but it has absolutely no appeal to non-voting non-citizens, which are the folks most at risk of being deterred by the citizenship question. So the answer to Arturo's question about, which I think is a part of a strategic framework that I've asked for, really has to be responsive to the group most at risk, which is non-citizens. And using what was used at Harvard less than a month ago is not effective.
Thank you very much. And I want to say thank you guys for being patient today. I think we made the right call in going ahead and listen to all of the agenda items and having a really robust conversation. That does mean the onus is going to be more on you tomorrow to come up with the recommendations because we lost some time today. Again, thank you for your interest and your attention today. Before I formally conclude, I want to mention that there is a dinner at McCormick and Schmitz. There should have been a sign-up sheet going around. It's right in the inner harbor, the National Harbor. It's right on the water. I don't know exactly where it is in perspective to your hotel, but I know it's within walking distance. And the reservations are at 6:30. So the bus is going to leave in 15 minutes from now at the same place where it dropped you off. We will start tomorrow at 8:30. The bus will pick you up at 7:30. So that's it, and today is now officially adjourned. Thank you.
And this concludes today's conference. Thank you for participating. You may disconnect at this time.